as extremists. I just wanted to say a few words about idolatry. I know you think I know you think you already know what I'm about to say. But I think I have a few new ideas. My previous video was about how rabbis need to explain the concept of idolatry before they can persuade us about why idolatry is such a bad thing. And idolatry is just a subject that our resident expert would know about. He was, after all, the one who maintained to me that all idolatry is blasphemy. This is not quite the Jewish definition of blasphemy, which I think makes it a little bit difficult. I know the Jewish definition of blasphemy is taking the name of the Lord in vain, or something vague like that. I don't think we really know. But I think the best example of blasphemy would be from the Christian narrative, from the New Testament, in fact, when Jesus got done for saying that his papa was God. So that was considered to be blasphemy by the Sanhedrin. And unfortunately, Christians haven't really been talking about it over the centuries. But Pelu is here to talk about it now. Hello?
Hello?
Are you fasting?
Yeah, I'm fasting, but we could talk. I was fasting yesterday. Even when I was talking with Tehran, on my show I did with Tehran on Tehran's platform yesterday, I was fasting.
I see. How's it going?
It's going fine. It's going good. Yep. Yeah. So how's everything been? Yeah. I've been wanting to stream with you because I wanted to defend myself because you want to let me defend myself, but that's a different story. But if you want to talk about idolatry, we could talk about idolatry.
Well, it's all linked to all the things you were accusing me of anyway. So, you know.
Yeah, but you have to let me defend myself too. If you let me on, I could explain the things I wasn't saying, but then you wouldn't let me defend my positions I was taking. But it's okay. But for now we can stay on topic with your idolatry. I'm glad you let me on today. Uh, um 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 and yeah, but because yeah, and because I'd love to be able to speak for myself and not be mischaracterized if I have an idea about something because I know my ideas better than everybody, and if I'm available to explain myself, you I would expect that you would let me on and explain myself because I've been always here with you. I've taken you seriously, and I've always been contributing some serious work to your ideas. So you should at least give me
Yes,
a
you
chance to
have.
explain my
I
ideas.
certainly acknowledge that.
Yeah, so you should at least give me a chance to defend myself and explain my ideas. And that's the reason why I wasn't communicating with you outside of the stream because like if you don't want if you don't let me get on and defend myself, I'm not gonna defend myself any other way except with my own words. So thank you for letting me get on and defend myself. Okay, but yeah, but continue to talk about idolatry, and I'll listen in, and then and and then I'll jump in when appropriate.
Okay, so I was having further thoughts about what what the difficulty of for rabbis to explain the um, the Noahide laws to us, and I've been saying that five of them are okay. You know, the prohibition against murder, theft, sexual immorality, even, but that is probably going to be very controversial now because people can't quite agree on what sexual morality is, because today a pastor was arrested by police outside an underground station in West London for just saying that sodomy is um, well, he was saying something about gay marriage. I can't remember what, but there was
Yeah.
footage of him being manhandled by some policemen who
It, it, it,
really.
is this case making big news in Britain? Is it making big news?
Well, I've heard it from an American contact. So
Oh, okay.
I think Infowars made a report on that.
Okay,
So
because I heard it been reported by blogging theology. I don't know. I forgot the guy's name. Is a guy who has
yes,
a
I
YouTube.
heard it from him too.
Yeah, blogging
But
theology.
Infowars have also reported on the story.
Okay. That's interesting. Yeah. I didn't know things were that bad in Britain. You can't say that because you can still say that in America because America we have First Amendment. You can still say that in America. I mean, yeah, you can still actually say that in America.
Yeah,
I
but
would
I
think.
mean, it gets
I would.
really scary when you can't even say, but the Bible says it, you know, and that was what he was doing. So
Yeah.
so it's saying that oh well, the Bible is no longer politically correct, and we're
No, it's
going to.
not. Well, um,
Not even authoritative. Of course, it's not politically correct.
well, even if that goes to the things that you were saying before, um, that goes all to show that Christianity is kaput. Christianity is kaput, and it's good that people are stopping Christians from doing that. Like if a Muslim did it, okay, let me ask you this: do you think if a Muslim said that it's against Islam and they went into a public place where they were where they had the assumption of freedom of speech, let's say a speaker's corner. I mean, I haven't been to Britain, but I hear everybody talking about speaker's corner all the time. If they go to somewhere, speaker's corner, wherever people go to speak freely at in Britain, if do or even the same situation, if you think it was a Muslim who said that, do you think in Britain there'll be a problem?
Well, I think probably they would get the same treatment because if you listened, I'm sure it was blogging theology who said that he knew some Muslim preacher in some major London mosque who said, well, I never talk about these things anymore because I don't want to get, cancelled or whatever. I'm sure he said that in that video you're
But
talking about.
cancel is different than getting arrested.
Well, or disrupted, or something bad will happen if he
But
talks
that's,
about it.
but we got to be specific. What we're talking about. There's one thing for the state with law enforcement to take action against you, and it's another thing for you to get socially canceled. There's two different things. You understand?
Well, socially cancel means, your friends you might lose a few friends. But I guess when we say being cancelled, it means a whole bunch of things, including, losing on business opportunities, of employment,
That's
and
still
that kind
socially
of thing.
canceled. That's civil. That's a civil issue. That's still a civil issue. That's still a civil issue. That's not a legal. That's not a criminal issue. I'm talking about this issue is different. If he's getting arrested, that's a criminal issue. He's being taken under custody. That's a whole different issue. We have to separate legal issues from social issues because losing your jobs, doing all the stuff, those social issues. Don't me wrong. There can be legal issues depending on your jurisdiction and whatever relevant labor laws you have. There can be, but it's good to qualify what we're saying. It's good to qualify the realms that we're speaking about, because right now we're speaking about somebody actually getting arrested. So that's a state action. The state is actually taking action, a legal action against that person. Because when you get arrested, is what is you versus the crown, or you in America is like I live in America, so it'll be me versus the state of Maryland, or me versus the District of Columbia. You understand? But I know in Britain they say you versus the crown. So that's the crown is taking action against you. That's a whole different story than if people take action against you socially.
Yeah, so it is a bad thing to have any kind of hassle at all. But I think Blogging Theology was saying that he knew some imam in a major mosque saying he never talks about these things anymore because he's afraid of trouble. Let's just say vaguely trouble.
That's fine, but is a type of trouble like if he's scared of social trouble, that's his fault for being cowardly. If he's is one thing to be scared of social trouble, is one thing to be scared of a legal problem with the state. Being I'm taking your reservations with legal trouble with the state is understandable. You understand? Because no, you don't want to ruin your record. You want to be strategic how you deal with the state. But if an imam cannot take social pressures, he shouldn't be an imam.
Yeah, but I'm afraid everybody's sort of saying, "Oh, well, if I'm going to be punished for it, I'm not going to do it." Which is,
Well, that's not an imam's job at that point. You're not an imam at that. That means that imam is not an imam. He loses. He lost his credibility as an imam.
yeah.
That's why there's a difference between the legal issue and the social issue. If he doesn't say something because it's a social issue, it's different than not saying something because it's a legal issue. So as an imam, he has no excuse to not say what is appropriate because of social repercussions. He doesn't. That's the whole point of an imam. Imam should be able to talk like that. That's the whole point of an imam. So that means he's not a credible imam. Whoever that imam is, he's not credible as an imam.
Well, I've heard Rabbi Mizrahi complaining that even in Israel, a rabbi saying that the penalty for sodomy is death will have the consequence of the police coming to his home to confiscate his phone and his computers. So I guess rabbis are being similarly intimidated, and it's basically, well, anyone who has a different view to woke culture.
It's two different things. That's a state action. So that's wrong. That's a state action, and that means those people have to seek legal redress from the state. They need to have laws that protect their speech. Like, I'm gonna give you an example right now. We have these people in America, in DC, or most places where Black people are. We have this group called Black Hebrew Israelites. Okay, they're in the public every day. They're in public regularly. They like when I used to work in on U Street in DC, 14th and U. They would be on 14th and U almost every Friday, or especially big days when no a lot of people out, they'll be in the street corner saying all these things in public with loudspeakers, and they never get arrested because America we have freedom of speech. They would say down with homosexuality. They would because it's like a black you know how that white supremacist it's like a black supremacist group, black Hebrew
Mhm.
Israelite, and they used to say all type of crazy stuff. They would talk against Muslims. They would talk against everybody. But in America, we still have the First Amendment. So they could do that. There's no legal thing anybody could do with them going in the street corner and speaking out. There's no legal thing they could do. They can't get arrested. The only way they could get arrested if they could prove that is inciting some type of inciting a situation. It's almost like saying fire in a crowded room. You can't say fire in a crowded theater. So as long as they cannot say that is directly causing some type of physical harm to people, then they can't. That's the only way they can suspend your speech in America if there's a physical. If what you're saying is going to make a physical harm at that time, a reasonable physical harm.
Mhm. Okay. So, well, it's not a good prospect now that people are getting arrested for something that the Bible says. It just means that the Bible is just considered just rubbish, and I guess that
It
this will
means the people don't
include.
have rights.
Uh,
It means the people don't have rights. It's like that means you never had freedom of speech in those countries. That you never really had freedom of speech. How strong is the see? We have to. This is a legal issue that people have to enshrine in their constitutions. You have to if you don't have these things enshrined in the constitution, then the government. I mean, a constitution is there to be able to restrict the government's ability to take action against the citizens. And that means in England or in Israel, all these places that we're speaking of, and these examples that you're telling me of, I gotta look into the examples. I don't know them for a fact, but I'm just going by I'm just going hypothetically about what you're saying. Hypothetically speaking, these places do not have real protections about speech. Then they don't have real protections, and it takes the people to move their governments to force their governments to protect their speech. That's what the thing has to be. We have to have a freedom of speech movement in those countries that don't have freedom of speech.
well, we should all have the First Amendment.
We should all have. That's why that's a political activism that y'all living in Britain can agree to. I think you can get a broad base of people to agree to that. You can get a broad base of people from all spectrums, whether you agree with them or not, to at least say that we need freedom of speech in Britain. We need it enshrined. We need some type of irrevocable act of parliament that enshrines freedom of speech for all people.
Yeah. So the problem is that we don't know what's going to happen next, with the crazy speech laws, because they change. They have changed. I mean, they have changed without the law expressly changing. The interpretation of it has just, become wider and wider until, what something is okay a few years ago is no longer okay, and nobody knows what the correct laws are, because these things are homophobia. It's too wide, right? And he said, no,
Okay.
I wasn't saying anything homophobic. I was just saying marriage is between a man and a woman.
So why is homophobia? So homophobia is illegal in Britain. Is illegal to be homophobic in Britain?
I think okay that it's under the Public Order Act, and the Public Order Act forbids people from insulting people in a public place. I think that's Section 5, the Public Order
Well,
Act.
it forbids people from insulting people. That's still kind of vague. I don't get it. I
Okay,
don't get
okay,
it.
I'm going to find the exact wording for you.
Okay.
It's a Public Order Act of 1986, and I think it's Section 5, and it says a person is guilty of an offence if he uses threatening or abusive words or behaviour or disorderly behavior or displays any writing, sign, or other visible representation which is threatening or abusive within the hearing or sight of a person likely to be caused harassment, alarm, or distress thereby. So this is a very vague.
Okay, so that's your act. Okay, so you have this act. Um, who has challenged the act? Is there a movement to challenge the act to repeal it?
Well, at the time, I mean, it used to be insulting words could be,
No, that's not the question though. Is there people? Is there a movement in Britain to repeal this act?
I don't know. Well,
Okay.
obviously, it's necessary. I mean, it's necessary in the sense that such a law is necessary to contain public order because, if you have two groups demonstrating about something and both in opposition to each other, you kind of, as the police force, you don't want it to get out of hand. You don't want them to be too abusive and insulting towards each other and start fighting.
I don't agree with that. It's that's a serious flaw in the political theory of Britain, and that's one of the better things America doesn't have that weakness in our political thinking in America because we have the First Amendment. So um um yeah, we might not want people to get upset, but people start to be accountable for their actions. You can't say people need self-control. People need to have self-control, and if they don't want to exercise self-control, um they should come down hard upon them. That's also the reason why we have Second Amendment too, for the same reason. The Second Amendment is also there to give people the right to defend themselves with deadly force, because basically our Bill of Rights is in a way, if understood correctly, is a way of humbling people. Why I say that? Because if people have the right to defend themselves with deadly force, it's gonna stop.
People will be more polite towards each other.
You have to be more polite in America. Exactly. And like something like these type of things you're talking about can never happen in America. Is that going? Yeah, because like for example, I'm a gun owner. And if you want to get aggressive with me, I'm definitely gonna shoot you. And I'm definitely gonna shoot you legally because I mean you're not gonna be threatening me. You're not gonna get that way. And it forces So it forces politeness. So that's one thing I would like to see in Britain, to have a movement to have these liberties, the liberties that we have in America, and which caused America to seek independence from Britain. The Britain too should look at the reasons for America's separation, and the British people should demand the same rights in Britain that the Americans demanded in the colonies that forced them to get independent. The people should take over the government back and should take over Britain and have popular sovereignty, not parliamentary sovereignty, not the sovereignty of the monarch, but popular sovereignty in a new constitutional Britain. That's kind of why I'm advocating providential constitutionalism as the ideological framework to move the people to take the necessary action they need to take against the state of Great Britain or any state that 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 oversteps its power over its people, or makes pretense of alienating people from their God-given rights. In that situation, I see this law as making pretense of alienating people from their God-given rights. We know these rights cannot be alienated. These rights are unalienable, as how we say it in America in our Declaration of Independence. I think the British people should assert the reality of their unalienable rights to the state of Great Britain, and these situations then can be remedied.
But unfortunately for the British, all their rights are alienable, right?
I'm
Because
gonna,
we
I'm
don't
gonna
have
tell you,
all
it's not alienable. It's not alienable. That's where I have to disagree with you, because you cannot. A state cannot alienate people from their God-given rights because the state is not superior to God's power.
State power can never be superior to God's power, but is the people have to realize God's power above the state. What's going on in the British situation? Hypothetically, according to how we speaking, and for sake of conversation, what's going on is that the people are not aware of God's superiority to the state, and that's a problem. And that's why we need a constitution. That's why we need a providential constitutional movement to make people aware of God's power over the state.
So we need rabbis to explain idolatry, because I think it is all these idols that people are worshipping, idols, ideas.
I mean, it doesn't take a rabbi
from doing things properly.
It doesn't take a rabbi to do it. I totally disagree. It don't take a rabbi to do it. Anybody could do it. You, Claire Carr, could go and tell people about that. Anybody could go and say that if you want to make a movement. As a matter of fact, to say rabbis need to do it is idolatry itself, because you're telling them because it's everybody's responsibility. It's every single man, woman, and child is responsibility to answer to God. The rabbi cannot answer to God for no one else. The rabbi can't even answer to God.
Leadership is required.
It's not required. It is required from everybody. It's required from everybody.
But the sheeple are stupid.
It doesn't matter.
Scared, and they won't do anything.
You're calling people sheeple, but you stop calling people sheeple. You have to understand, by calling them sheeple, you're letting the people off the hook. Every single person cannot be let off the hook.
I'm not letting them off the hook, but I realize what the degenerates they are. One of the things that was said about this story was that the politicians haven't said anything at all.
Simple. Have a standard for people. Say it's not acceptable for a human being to be degenerate. That's it. We're not accepting human degeneracy. That's all you had to say.
Who are you to tell us anything? Who are you to tell us anything?
It doesn't matter. Tell it to them. It doesn't matter who you to tell it to them. Is it true? If it's true, it doesn't matter who say it. If it's true, it's true. Even if a little kid tell you something, if it's true, if a little kid come and tell you the truth, it don't stop what that little kid is saying to be true or not. A 12-year-old child could come to you and tell you the truth. Is what he's saying illegitimate because he's 12?
No, the truth is the truth, and we should always submit to truth.
Exactly. Yes. So that's the issue. If it's truth, it's truth. And now who to say truth is the truth need to be said, regardless of who say it. You yourself can go tell people the truth and say, hey, we need this is not working for us. We need something better. That's truth.
Yeah, okay, because what we are in now is that nobody is taking responsibility. Everybody's saying it's not me who's responsible, it's somebody else. So, we can blame the government, but if the government is already corrupt and incompetent, I guess we can only appeal to...
People are corrupt. And the only way to stop it, you have to have a movement and tell people that every single person has to take responsibility. It's not one person, not no rabbi, not no imam, not no pastor. Every single person needs to take responsibility for the action because everybody's accountable.
Yeah, ideally, it should come from the political classes, the ruling classes. Okay. This guy has taken things in his own hand and he got arrested. What do you suggest?
Okay, that's good. Let him. He's a pastor. He should be. What? That's what pastors do. That's what pastors do. Okay. There was a time when pastors and Christians and missionaries in ancient Rome was getting thrown into the gladiators. They were thrown in with the lions and the gladiators. Hey, it's like that. If you're really a pastor, hey.
Okay, so you're saying people should martyr themselves.
Yeah. If you're really a pastor, I'm just telling you the reality of being a pastor. Yeah, if you look at history, I'm talking about empirical evidence. Yep, that's the case. If you're calling yourself a pastor, do what the pastors did to start Christianity in the first place. If you're not willing to do what the pastors did to start Christianity in the first place, it's the same way Muslims have to have a jihad. It's the same reason. There's no way around jihad. Jihad is part of the religion in Islam, the same way martyr is part of religion in Christianity. We have the same thing in jihad. Yeah, it's a fact. Yes, you're not a Muslim if you're not in jihad, especially if you're a man.
So you're saying jihad in the sense of peaceful and legal protest against.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It should be peaceful and legal. I mean, but who's to say? But if the constituted authority of the region oversteps itself, you can no longer recognize their legitimacy. It has to be a time when you could say that that our government has overstepped, has transgressed, overstepped, and we can no longer recognize the legitimacy. Yes, you got to be willing to say, you got to be willing to take it that far to say that we can no longer recognize the legitimacy of this state. If you're not willing to withdraw legitimacy from the state, you're not worth their freedom. If you're not willing
To call it out.
yeah, but you're not willing to withdraw the illegitimacy of the state. You're not worth freedom, because you have to be able to say that their actions have delegitimized them.
Okay.
There got to be a point where you could delegitimize even state authority.
Can you link any of this to idolatry?
Yeah. I mean, can I link it to idolatry? Of course, I'm exactly everything I'm saying is linked to idolatry, because if you don't put God first above the state, you're doing idolatry. I mean, I'm gonna be broader because I'm not, you know me, I don't talk about idolatry without talking about blasphemy, because all idolatry is blasphemy. And to talk about the whole issue, you to treat the issue appropriately, you have to include all blasphemy. You have to include all kufr. That's the only way that I could treat this. So I could treat this topic appropriately. And
okay. So how I would approach it would be to say that the state is worshipping gay marriage more than it is worshipping what's said in the Bible. So that's why this pastor was arrested for quoting the Bible, because as far as the police understand it, the right to the law is above the Bible. I'm trying to maybe explain how the police were thinking. So that they're saying, as far as they're concerned, the right to gay marriage is above the Bible.
Okay, so after you make the analysis, that means the people have to say that this state who makes this analysis that you just expressed is illegitimate,
because the Bible is above gay marriage.
Exactly. So you would have to say, I'm not going to say that exactly the Bible and stuff. I'm gonna say God, but just for the sake of argument, I'm just for the sake of conversation, I'm going to follow what you're saying just for the sake of conversation. I mean, I would frame things a little bit differently, but just for the sake of conversation, I'm gonna follow it. Yeah, the people have to say, because the state has put its man-made laws above the natural laws or laws of God, or however you want to, or whatever framework you want to use in your mind, to represent God's transcendent power being affected even in the lives of people in creation. This state is no longer legitimate, and we need to withdraw our recognition of its legitimacy over us.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds a good idea.
And it takes people to understand these things, and people got to be able to communicate these principles and learn it. That if the more people communicate these principles and learn it, you would have the intellectual framework to challenge these things. You'll start having libertarian parties, start having the right intellectual framework against it, because you have to inform the people of who they are as people. And
ideally, it's like we do have an Archbishop of Canterbury in Britain, but he's not saying anything, right?
And stop recognizing him. You have to stop giving emperor clothes. Stop recognize if don't recognize that person. Then you don't need to keep looking at religious figures and putting. Okay, that's why I told you in the Quran. I keep telling you the same verse in the Quran. I'm gonna get the Quran for you just because. Because I know that you're not familiar with the Quran, so let me pull out Quran stuff, because hold on, let me get this Quran.
What verse are you gonna quote?
Yeah, I'm gonna quote the verses in the Quran. Let me pull it up. I gotta pull it up. Hold on for a second.
This is I'm pulling out the third chapter of the Quran. It's called Surah Imran. Okay, now in Surah Imran, in the 64th verse, it says, "Say, O people of the book, come to common terms as between us and you, that we worship none but Allah, that we associate no partners with Him, that we erect not from amongst ourselves." Again, what we do, we erect not from ourselves lords and patrons other than Allah. If then they turn back, say, bear witness that we are Muslims. Okay, so what that means is that we don't erect lords and patrons from ourselves. So we can't even turn the lords the lords spiritual, aka the Archbishop of Canterbury, aka the the
Bishops.
the bishops, aka the Lord Chief Rabbis. We can't put these people, even these people that we have to put them in perspective and know that God is above them. And if they're not living up to their charges, we have to remove our recognition of them. You have to remove your recognition of these people because then you turn them into your lords above even God.
Well, I suppose we're just going to the nearest people that we think is likely to, do the right thing, So
There's no
we're
to
just
do the
saying, well, this is a
only
terrible
the
thing
right
to
thing
happen.
is
Surely
every
somebody
individual has to do
should
the right
stand up
thing.
for this man.
There's no such thing as the nearest people do the right thing. There's no such thing as the nearest people do the right thing. Everybody has to do the right thing. Every single person has to do the right thing. The nearest person to do the right thing is you. The second nearest person is a person right next to you. That's it. The nearest person is you. The second nearest person is the person right next to you. The third nearest person is a person right next to the person that's right next to you. The fourth nearest person is a person that's next to the next person that's next to you.
Okay, but I suppose it would be quicker if somebody above us sorted the problem
Who's
out.
above
I
you?
mean, in the
Who's
sense
above?
that, if we were fighting
Who's
with our
above?
brother or sister, we would be appealing to, the nanny or our
What does it mean to
parent.
be above? What does it mean to be above? Like who's above who? Who's above? What
The
does it mean to be above?
authority, but somebody above
Who's
us in
authority? Why
status
you
and
recognize?
authority, we look
There's no authority. The
for.
only authority is God. The only authority is God. There's no
Yeah, but
authority.
there are so many layers. So if the police are
No, there isn't.
misbehaving, we look for, whoever checks the behavior of the police.
Who checks? The people got to check the behavior of the police. The people got to check them. The people got to check them. Like for example, that's what we have in America right now. We're checking the behavior of the police right now in America. The people doing that. The people got to
Well,
protest.
America's not in a good place now about policing, is it?
But they're checking they're checking the behavior of the police right now.
Okay, but I guess if I were an American, I would be expecting great policing from now on.
You're not going to expect it, but you have to keep fighting. You have to keep vigilant. The work of the citizenry has to always remain vigilant. The citizenry can never be let off the hook. The citizenry has to remain vigilant first and foremost. And that's everybody's problem. That's our problem too. The citizenry is not vigilant. We need an intellectual framework that maintains the vigilance of the citizen.
Okay, so this means that people need to understand that the right laws have to be followed, and that would be God's laws, right?
Yes.
And unfortunately, most people are atheist, or they're too scared to protest, and we have noticed that the politicians, the people in the political establishment, have not been saying anything about the arrest of this man.
Then there needs to be a campaign against atheism, agnosticism, and all type of blasphemy. There should be a campaign against that. Yeah, there should be. Yep. We shouldn't have atheism, agnosticism, and all types of blasphemy. We shouldn't have any of it.
Well, one thing at a time, I suppose we can say, the main problem is this gay marriage thing, which is what this pastor got into trouble for. And all he said was marriage should be between a man and a woman. And
The one thing is blasphemy. The one thing is blasphemy. If you want to say one thing, one word is one thing is blasphemy.
What?
One word you said he has to start with one thing, right? And I said one thing to start with is blasphemy. That's what you said. You said you have to start with one thing at a time, right? The first thing is blasphemy.
So you're saying it's blasphemy to say that gay marriage is okay? Is that what you mean by blasphemy?
No, you said to start with one thing at a time. You just said start with one thing at a
I
time.
suppose I would say
Because
that
you
gay
can't start
marriage
with
would be
the
considered
fucking
blasphemy to God.
yeah,
If
but
you,
you had to start with blasphemy. But blasphemy is one thing. Blasphemy is one topic.
but please explain what you mean.
You just said, okay, in order to have a more vigilant society, you have to inform them, inform people about having the right laws, and the right laws come from God. And they do tell you we need to start with one thing. So the first thing people understand first and foremost is blasphemy. Is not worshiping anything except the one true God and affirming the one true God in reality.
Well, okay, that is probably a big leap for many people. I would
It's
start
not.
with the no
It's not
hide
a.
laws because
It's
these
not a
people
belief.
can agree with that. So they say, oh, but sexual morality. Yeah, we agree that marriage should be between a man and a woman only. We don't agree with this gay marriage thing, and we
Well,
don't
they
think.
mustn't agree that it's God. You have to agree that to have a law that come from God, you have to agree that it's God. You cannot say because this is even the words you just said. He said people need to have the right laws, need to know the right laws come from God. But but to know the right laws from God, you have to first and foremost affirm God in reality. If you don't affirm God in reality, what's the point of saying this we're following God's law if God is not even real?
Well, I'm trying to get to it by stages because you have to say that this God will have a whole bunch of laws and the things, and
Well,
there are seven main ones, and you need to agree to some of them because if you disagree with all of them, then you wouldn't want to believe in this God, right? So you have to say, look, here are five. You can agree with those, can't you? And they'll probably say, yeah, I can agree with no murder, no theft, no sexual immorality, blah, blah.
so can
And
we
then,
agree that it's God? That means to have that, we have to first agree. The first stage is to agree that it's God. You have to first agree that there's God.
well, I think they agree that the concept of God exists.
You
So,
have to actually
you
agree
have
that
to
there's
sort of
God in
slowly get
reality.
them there. If you
No,
can
that's the only
just get
that's the
snap
slowest
your
way.
fingers and get people to agree with
No,
you, well,
that's
that's
the
great.
slowest way. The fastest way. The fastest way is to first affirm that there is God. You have to first say that there's God. You have to actually say that it's God first. That's the easiest thing to do. The easiest thing to do is to say that there's God. Say God exists. That's the easiest thing to do. It's easier to say God exists than to get people to follow all these different type of laws. Okay, you can even get gay people to say God exists. Okay, I'm gonna give you an example in America. In America, we had this politician that ran for president was Pete Buttigieg, right? It's Pete
Hmm.
Buttigieg. He was gay, but in America, even if you're gay, if you want to be president, you gotta tell the world you believe in God. He was this big Christian. He was a gay Christian guy running for president. Because in America, hey, you gotta at least say you believe in God. You can't go be president of America and say you don't believe in God. It's impossible. No matter so yeah. So the easiest thing to get people to do first and foremost is say there's God. That's the easiest thing
Okay,
you can
so
do.
he should have been challenged because you can say, well, you can't be a gay Christian because if you did believe in God and God disapproves of sodomy, then what are you
Yeah,
doing?
but Christians don't necessarily follow the Old Testament laws. Christians don't follow the Old Testament laws. Christians say that Jesus Christ, he died for your sins. So, if you believe in him, that is your salvation.
So we need to smash the idol that is the idolatry of Christianity because people are saying,
But the only way to
Christianity.
smash the idol is to first affirm that there's God in reality. You have to first affirm God. The only way to smash idolatry is to affirm God in reality, and that He's one and singular.
I see it more as a conflict of an argument between a Christian and a Jew and a Muslim, and I think a lot of Christians would say, I think that there's actually a prohibition against idolatry. The New Testament actually says, flee from idolatry or something, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you can say idolatry, but if you don't affirm God in reality and say He's one, what metric do you have for idolatry? Because Christian theology, what they're doing is not idolatry according to the theology. But that's
Yeah,
because
exactly. There are two conflicting definitions of idolatry.
okay.
So,
So you have
so
to first.
we prefer the original one, don't we? We're saying God
I'm
cannot
saying,
be any material, physical form.
yeah, but to address idolatry, you first have to affirm God in reality. If you don't affirm God in reality, you cannot address idolatry. There's no addressing idolatry without affirming God in reality.
Okay, but
Doesn't.
people have to understand that there are conflicting definitions of idolatry. So basically, the Christian definition of idolatry is not the same as the Jewish and Muslim definition of idolatry. But you would say that
People
the
have to
Jews and the
acknowledge
Muslims
God in
are agreed
reality.
on.
You have
Pardon?
to first to understand the Judeo-Islamic view of idolatry. You have to first affirm God in reality. You cannot deal with idolatry in the Judeo-Islamic framework if you do not affirm God in reality. It's impossible because that's what the Judeo Islamic, aka Abrahamic theology is built upon. That God is real and He's one. That the one true God
All
Lord is
right.
real.
Okay. So this is
If
what
he's
you
not
believe.
real, he's irrelevant.
Sorry, what is irrelevant?
If God is not real, God is irrelevant. If He's not real,
All right, but we're talking about idolatry, so we need to understand that there are two different versions, two different definitions of idolatry. And would you agree that Judaism and Islam define idolatry in the same way? That they are agreed on the oneness of God?
yeah, but that's a blasphemy. You have to first affirm God in reality. Judaism and Islam affirms God in reality.
Okay. So basically, you're just not cooperating. You're not talking to me. You won't even talk about the definition of
No,
idolatry
I'm
because
talking
I
about
don't
it.
agree with you. Because I'm
You,
not going to.
you're talking about it. You're not talking about it. You're not talking about it. I'm talking
I
about.
am
I'm
talking about it. I'm talking about
talking
it.
about it more than you are. I'm talking about
No,
the
because
reality.
you're pretending you don't know what I'm on about, right?
No, I
This
know
is the same
what you're
motif
saying.
people play.
You pretend not to know. You pretend not to know. It's not me. I swear to God, it's not me. And you know it's
I
not.
know what you've been saying, that before any negotiation can be negotiated, people have to agree with you, and that's it. So that's your
Hey,
tactic.
God is
Fine.
real. If God is not real, He's irrelevant. It's like saying Santa Claus. If you have Santa, how come we don't worship Santa Claus? Santa Claus real? No.
Okay, so you don't want to have a discussion about
Claire is
idolatry.
being yes. Look at the thing. Claire, why? Claire, I don't even know who Mookie is. Claire, why are you being lame? Let me in. Claire's being dense. I'm actually following Pelu. So what you mean? Everybody knows I'm having the real conversation. Is you're lying on me? You're simply lying on me. That's all it is. You're lying on me. Pure black and simple. You're lying on me.
I'm not doing
You
anything of
are.
the
I
sort.
swear to God Almighty. Everybody knows you're lying on me. You're just lying on me. I'm having the
Well,
conversation.
all four
I'm having
people.
the conversation.
So we're not having a discussion about idolatry and the
We
different
are.
definitions
You,
of.
you
Okay,
have to.
so you are agreed.
You, you,
You are agreed that Christianity and Islam and Judaism have a different definition, or are you agreed that Judaism and Islam have the same definition of idolatry, and this would mean that they
to deal with
outnumber
idolatry,
Christianity?
you have to deal with God to deal with idolatry. You cannot deal with to deal with it. You have to deal with God because idolatry is an offense to God. You have to deal with God to deal with
I
idolatry. You got to deal with it, and the only is no
I've
other way to
defined
do it.
it. I've defined it, and I'm putting it to you that there are two different definitions, and Christians don't get it that they
No,
are
they
guilty of
don't get it.
idolatry.
It's the reason why they don't get it, though. It's the reason why they don't get it because they say God is three. So if you say God is three and Jesus is part of a three-part Trinity, it's not idolatry to you if you worship Jesus because he's part of God. But the reason why it's wrong is because you have to first identify who God is to understand why Christianity is idolatry, but they don't why they don't know that idolatry. And the reason they don't know that idolatry because you first have to affirm God in reality that He's one true God, He's one and absolute, and He can be no other, and He's real in that form. You have to deal with the nature of God. If you're not dealing with God and His nature is real. If you're not dealing with and the nature of God's reality, if you're not dealing with reality, you cannot deal with the offenses to God. These offenses to God.
You can say that the first definition of idolatry came from Judaism. So it's a Jewish creation, right? It's a Jewish conception.
It's happened even before Judaism started. Judaism started with the revealing of the Torah at Sinai. That's when Judaism started, with the revealing of the Torah at Sinai. There was monotheism has been since Adam. Monotheism, God Himself knows He's one. This is reality transcends any religion. It's the reality of the world. It transcends
Okay, so
even
the
before
first
mankind.
time people realized that they weren't supposed to be practicing idolatry was after those Jews worshipped the golden calf and
No,
Moses
He knew
executed
that
them.
before. He knew that before because Abraham knew not
They
to.
really when?
No, no one knew before that. It was known before the Exodus. The prohibition of idolatry was since time immemorial. It didn't start. It didn't start in the Exodus. It didn't start in the Exodus. No, it didn't. Even according to Judaism, it didn't start in the Exodus. They'll tell you that even before Judaism started and this is the Orthodox Jewish opinion. Even in Orthodox Judaism, they tell you that Judaism starts with the nation of Israel accepting the Torah. But even before they accepted the Torah, that's the whole point of Noah laws. Because even in the time of Noah, they were already supposed to not have idolatry. Even before that, from the time of Adam, idolatry was never okay, and it was never the law to have it. And people knew that, and there was people who were monotheists before the revelation of the Torah.
Okay, so they sort of knew it, but the law that said they weren't to do it is not preserved until the Torah that actually says it.
It was preserved in other places. It was people who didn't practice it. People didn't practice it before. Even if you see it, people didn't practice it. Okay, if you want to say a written documentation, that I don't know any older written documentation. You might say, yeah, the Torah might be the oldest written documentation, but you might even argue about other things too. You might even argue about Akhenaten, about other people, and these laws, that these laws of nature, the laws of reality, were in effect before people even had written language. So you have to take into account that the people didn't always have written language, but idolatry was always prohibited, even before people had written language. Even when people didn't know how to read and write, when they were using this cuneiform, and they were even before cuneiform was writing, even before cuneiform, even before Babylon, before cuneiform, idolatry was wrong, and there was people who knew idolatry was wrong.
Okay, I mean, this is going to be hard to prove, right?
It's not going to be hard to prove. It's easy to prove if you first affirm God in reality. If you first affirm God in reality, everything else falls into place easily because you have to first know where reality comes from.
Okay, I get it that if the Abrahamic God exists, then it would be a waste of time worshiping any other god.
It would be a waste of time worshiping any God because He exists.
Why would you worship any other lesser god if the most powerful God exists? So logically, you just wouldn't do that unless you were stupid or something, right?
But not affirming Him in reality is stupid. Not affirming Him in reality is stupid. A lot of people are stupid. Being agnostic is stupid. A lot of people are stupid in the world. A lot of the world is stupid. People are stupid all the time. Stupidity didn't begin today. Not if you don't affirm God in reality and His oneness in reality, the one true God, true meaning in reality, then you're by nature stupid.
Right.
By definition.
So I guess we're not able to have this conversation because you're just not cooperating about the definition of idolatry.
That's not true, and you're just lying. If you want to lie, that's fine. I don't care.
I'm
If
not. I'm
you,
not lying because
yes, you are.
you're repeating yourself. You're saying you're not
Look at
having this
that.
conversation with me
Everybody's saying
until and
it's
unless
only you.
I actually say I believe in God.
Is you? Is you?
That's your deal, isn't it?
Look at this. Everybody's disagreeing with you. So I mean,
Who's everybody? Who's everybody? The
on
morons
the
and
chat,
vegetables
I'm
in the
talking people
chat.
chatting. I'm talking people in the audience. The people in the audience.
Yeah, they're stupid.
Okay, well, you're calling them stupid, but
Yeah,
how
I'm calling them stupid. It's OV. It's Judas. It's
who's
this
Mookie?
Irishman with a stupid name.
Okay, so you calling them stupid,
Yeah, I'm calling them stupid, and the
how
atheists
smarter
too.
than they are?
So
How you know you're that much
you
smarter than they
can
are?
they don't
You're
give
calling
a
them
shit
stupid.
about idolatry because they're stupid. They don't like discussing ideas. They're happy to blame Jews. Maybe you
Okay.
can get something out of Judas in this century.
They can understand. Well, I'm gonna tell you one thing they can't understand. These people that you call stupid in chat, they can understand that I'm actually authentically engaging you ideas, and you're the one lying on me, and they can understand that
I'm not
part.
lying on you. I'm
Yeah,
just holding on to my position of agnosticism. I want to discuss idolatry, but
you
you're
can't.
basically telling me that you're not going to cooperate with this discussion about idolatry in general
You
unless I
can't.
agree with
You
you.
can't talk about doctrine in general without talking about blasphemy, and you don't
No,
want to cooperate with
okay.
reality.
So okay,
You
talk
don't want to
away.
cooperate with
You
reality.
know what? I'm going to just be quiet now, and you can tell the people in the chat what you want to tell them.
Everybody in chat. Oh, you see OV saying, "Go back to Africa, blasphemy." OV. Hold on. Yeah. Okay.
He's a laughing Nazi.
Who's Mookie? No. Who's Mookie? Hi,
No idea.
Mookie. He's in a private chat, so that means he's backstage, right? Mookie.
The vent is here.
Who?
We'll have to see who Mookie
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. Levent.
Hi.
Mookie. Hi,
Finally,
Levent.
Jesus Christ, finally, I'm in. You know, there's a lot going on here, Claire, and I'm so glad I stumbled upon this discussion because something awesome happened that I predicted, and I warned Pilou. I told Pilou that eventually he would see through you, and that he eventually would call you out on your hypocrisy. Now, let's backtrack a little bit. Let's backtrack to when we were talking about the pastor, and Pilou pointed out that a pastor is as a pastor does, and that this pastor is fulfilling his pastoral religious duties. But the political ruling class that you worship, Claire, you, the agnostic Claire Kaw, who worships society's aristocratic class, pointed out that they arrest the pastor. Therefore, recognizing their supremacy above that of God. Now, the title of your stream, Claire, is "The Harm of Idolatry Cannot Be Understood by the Degenerate." Now, we know that you, Claire, are a hypocrite because you love to point out idolatry in others when you yourself do not believe in God, and yet you believe in an idolatrous political ruling class, right? The aristocratic class.
I'm saying that the
And
class of
Pelou
politicians
now
is
knows.
necessary.
Pelou now knows. See, this whole thing about blasphemy and about recognizing God, Pelou is trying to tell you, Claire, that you're off to a bad start because you don't even believe in God.
Do you?
And your secular
you?
Quranism,
Do you?
your secular
Do you?
Quranism, Claire,
Yeah, I don't think you
wants
believe in
to
God,
take
Mookie.
divine laws and strip them of their divine origins.
No, it won't strip them.
Yes,
It will
he's
just
right. He's
be.
right. No, you're
It will
exactly right,
just be.
Mookie. You're exactly right, Mookie. I totally agree with what you're saying, Mookie. Just for the record,
He
you're
doesn't
exactly
believe
right.
in God. I'll ask him. Ask Mookie if he believes
It
in
doesn't
God.
matter what I believe in, Claire. What matters is that we're pointing out that you're a hypocrite, Claire.
No,
And
I.
even
Claire,
Pelou,
How am I a
That's what I'm
hypocrite?
saying. You've been
even
lying on me.
Pelou,
You're a liar.
Even
no,
Palu,
Palu
Claire,
basically
even
says,
Palu just pointed out a moment ago when you called Christians stupid and idolatrous. Even Palu pointed out, yes, but because they believe that Jesus is God, it's not idolatry, which is something I tried explaining to you the first day I met you,
yes, I
and
know,
you refused to acknowledge it
I
because
do.
you're a stubborn,
No, I
hypocritical,
acknowledge it. I've been saying,
No, you didn't,
fucking
Claire. You
garbage
didn't.
piece of
I've
Claire,
trash.
you
been
didn't.
saying that they
Claire,
have a
you didn't.
different definition of
Claire, you're
idolatry.
lying.
So I do
You're lying.
acknowledge
You're
it.
lying. You're lying. We caught you, Claire. You're lying now. You're just lying
No,
now.
look, we can rewind and you will hear me saying that
Yeah, we can rewind. Yeah,
the
you're lying.
Christian definition of idolatry is different to the Jewish and Muslim definition of idolatry. And I said it several times, so I don't know why you're denying this.
Claire, you have a jihadist Muslim that believes in the First and Second Amendment. He believes in free speech, and he believes in his right to defend himself and his free speech and defend other Americans' free speech. Do you believe in that right, Claire?
Of course I do.
Do you believe it is right for that pastor to be arrested?
Of course I don't. I mean, I don't know why you've known me for a long time. You're asking me the stupid questions?
And yet you appeal to the authority of that same ruling class.
Thank you, Mookie. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. So who should I appeal to, really?
Well, first you should learn how to be honest, Claire.
No, I'm saying
before you learn who to appeal to, you have to decide to stop lying.
Let me speak. You will see that whoever has done the wrong thing could only be subject to an authority above him, right? So if the police did something wrong, then there must be some way of correcting the police force. The mechanism already exists currently, but it's not being used by anyone because I guess they're all afraid of offending the idol of gay marriage. And I'm saying that's wrong because the wrong set of laws is being followed. Hi, Obi.
It's been a while, Claire.
Yeah.
I see that you've made a new friend. You've got some sort of African co-host now.
He's a Sierra Leonean cannibal raised in a trap house in DC. And he believes in jihad and he's armed.
He's armed, is he? Well, how far Claire has fallen? How far?
Who's LeBron talking?
What? Go back to Africa. Go back to Africa.
Who's talking? Where's Levant?
Hello.
Okay, I'll have to remove you now, OV, if you have. Okay, I will remove you. All right.
Oh Jesus! Too much fun.
Say how many drinks have you had?
Oh, not enough drinks for this stream. I'll tell you that much. But I mean, Claire. I mean, is this how far you've fallen? You've got a nigger.
Well, Claire, you let him on. You deserved it. You knew what would happen. Palu, you have to realize something now, Palu, because now you can't plead ignorance to not knowing what Claire's all about, and you have to know that. You have to know now, Palu, that when you talk to Claire, you're talking to a kafir. You're talking to a non-believer.
I know that.
She is the definition of a blasphemer.
I know that.
She worships the ruling political class that she deems the aristocracy of society.
No,
I know
look, don't
you do that.
Domingo, are you talking about Jews when you said that?
Claire, I'm quoting your words. You
I
said
say,
that
I do say, I do
you
say
said the Jews are the aristocracy of society.
of humanity.
Oh, sorry, humanity.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's
I did say
that's an
that.
even bolder, more blanketing, sweeping statement.
Well, yes, and I'm saying it is their role to uphold and maintain standards.
That's
And they
right.
haven't been doing it. That's
And
why everything's going wrong.
the standards that they maintain and uphold right now are of arresting pastors that are asserting their beliefs as
No,
per
I'm saying
their
they don't do
pastoral
it. I'm
duties.
saying they don't. They haven't been doing it. That's why we have all this trouble. That's a point I'm making. And there is a hierarchy. And I know police going, God is above everyone. But I'm
They are
saying,
completely against free speech. They are censoring left and right. They are out of control,
okay,
and you worship them.
no, I don't. I'm
Because
saying
you're a
that what you call
blasphemer,
the Jewish
you're an
prophet is
agnostic
a problem with
non-believer,
the
you are a
Mookie,
godless person,
Mookie,
Claire.
Mookie. So, well, you don't want to call me cannibal? Well, you don't want to call me cannibal?
I don't want to call you a cannibal.
I said, well, you don't want to call me a cannibal.
Yeah, I'm exercising my free speech by calling you a cannibal, trap house, drug riddled, delusional, booty chasing
What's the point?
jihadist.
But what's the point of all that? What's the point of all that? I really want to know.
Well, Palu, it's part of the troll game. It's part of internet culture.
I know, but what's the point? Really, what's the point of what's the? I don't get it, though. I really don't get it. Like Mookie, right? What I'm trying to say is this. Let's listen to me, Mookie, real quick. Don't you think that your time can be worth more by having a constructive thinking to actually fix situations, especially if you see somebody you might not like what I am, but you see that people are fighting for your rights, fighting for your amendment rights, even though you might not like that person doing it.
Palu, do you not realize that you've been agreeing with me in the chat while I was backstage this entire time? I've been giving you props, Palu, in pointing out that Claire is a fraud.
I know, Mookie, but Mookie. All I'm saying is that Mookie. All I'm saying is that Mookie.
You don't gotta keep saying my name. I know what my name is.
That's why I talk. Okay, can I have my free rights to talk to? Can I have my free speech to talk to? Right.
By all means, I believe.
Thank you, Mookie. I'm trying to say is that we can actually make things happen if you change your approach from the troll approach to a real constructive approach. We can make things happen globally to benefit everybody.
But I do take a constructive approach, and I do think critically, and I just demonstrated that by coming on here and blasting Claire out of the water.
But you have this scattergun approach. You blast everyone.
Scatter?
Claire, I sniped you. Point.
Claire, I sniped you with precision weaponry.
Okay, there's actually no point.
I exposed you, Claire, with surgical precision.
All you've done is shown your own hypocrisy because you don't believe in anything either, and you're one of the degenerates who don't care about idolatry.
But you're the one that doesn't believe in God. You're the one that doesn't believe in God.
I don't have to. I can understand the theory of God, and I can.
Palu, did you hear what she just said, Palu?
I know. It's ludicrous.
She just said that she doesn't have to believe in God.
It's ludicrous. You're right.
She just said that she is above God.
No, I don't.
Right, it's ludicrous.
I certainly don't say that, but I understand the theory of God and what the hierarchical structure is.
Yeah, Claire thinks that because she can acknowledge the concept of God on paper, that it gives her the moral authority to call others idolatrous. Can you believe that? Can you believe the hypocrisy in that?
It is hypocrisy. You're right. You're totally right. It's ludicrous. It's totally ludicrous. Totally hypocritical. It's totally ludicrous. And that's what I've been saying the whole time. I've been saying that for the last 3 months. It's ludicrous. It is ludicrous.
Get out the way, bitch.
You're going to go now.
Move, bitch. Get out the way. That was a ludicrous joke.
Yeah. But no, okay. I mean, but yeah, and I know Ludacris is a rapper, but yeah, you're right. It's ludicrous as in is absurd. Yes, it's totally absurd. It is absurd.
All right.
Claire,
Have you
Claire,
anything more to say? Have you anything more to say other
Claire,
than you and atheists calling me out for
Claire, your
not
absurdity's
believing in
been
God?
called out, Claire. Your absurdity's been called out.
There's nothing absurd about saying that certain laws would suit society better and be more capable of keeping it in
And I'm gonna tell you why
existence
it's absurd.
than
I'm gonna tell you
intersexual
why it's absurd,
feminism.
Claire.
You can
Hang on, can we hear from Levant? Levant, can you chime in, Levant? Is Claire absurd and a hypocrite?
Hello?
Is Claire absurd and a hypocrite? Let's see if we got 3/4 of the panel against Claire.
Secular Quranism is bullshit.
Thank
Is
you.
what?
Thank you.
Is what?
he said bullshit.
Oh, bullshit. Okay. Yeah, well, for sure. But is Claire
But
though?
everybody knows what it is.
Is Claire a hypocrite though? But because she just said she doesn't have to believe in God, yet gives herself the moral high ground to call others idolatrous. Do you acknowledge the absurdity in Claire Caw?
Yes.
Claire, the panel has spoken. You are absurd, Claire. And it doesn't matter how much you deny it. You can keep denying it and keep feigning ignorance, but your deceptive ways, your
Yeah, but how
deceptive
about
atheist, blasphemous, idolatrous ways have been exposed, Claire.
And
Know
see,
that.
and I'm gonna chime in real quick.
Run it,
And-
tell that, homeboy.
Okay, and my point
I
is this,
think the
Claire.
man was trying to say something.
No, okay. Before Levant talk, I want even for Claire and Levant and everybody, I want to say this. Okay, even if you're being absurd, Claire, the fact that you came against me, started saying, "Oh, I don't want to have this conversation. I'm doing all this." Is you the one that treated me fair? I'm actually having a serious conversation. I'm taking you seriously, but you're being absurd, and you projecting your absurdity on me and trying to go on me to, "Oh, you didn't really have this conversation. You doing all this stuff." I mean, that's really disrespectful, Claire, because I come on and take you seriously and have a constructive talk with you, and you told, and then you came back and totally disrespecting me. You're very disrespectful, Claire. That's very disrespectful.
And what would you do with that type of woman, Palou, back in Sierra Leone? Tell her what's up. You know she'd be getting those hands chopped off, motherfucker. You know it. Word. Even Claire admits that she needs to be publicly flogged. She's said this herself in the past. She's acknowledged it. She knows she needs punishment because she's bad.
Yeah.
So hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband, because everybody was motherfucking idolatrous up in this bitch.
So, Palou, are you a jihadi?
I think maybe we should let the Ben speak.
Are you a jihadi, Palou?
I say jihad in an abstract sense. It means to struggle. So yeah, I'm in an abstract sense, yes.
Okay.
But also in the literal sense.
In the verbal sense. In a political activism sense.
In the cut out the lung of your enemy and eat it on camera and get your war booty sense.
I don't take part in any depraved activities. I'm not depraved.
We know that the only depraved person here is Claire Caw.
Whatever.
Degenerate Claire. False authority worshipping Claire. Sorry, go on, Levant.
So, Mookie, what's your religion? Mookie, what's your religion?
He's Muslim, but he secretly wants to be a Jew. You're muted, Palou.
No, I'm muting myself. I mean,
The vet was asking you, Mookie.
Yeah, Mookie, are you deaf? I was asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were. I'm sorry. When you said Mookie, I get lost in the avatars. My religion, I don't practice a religion.
Okay.
And I'm not a I'm not a jihadist.
So you're
Okay,
Claire
but,
then. You're like
Palu,
Claire.
why don't you work on Mookie and tell him
I'm
to
a, I'm a
believe in
what
God?
event?
So you're basically the same thing as Claire. You're an agnostic.
No, I'm not an agnostic. I believe in God.
Yeah, but you said you don't have a religion.
I said I don't practice a religion. That's correct, and I believe in God.
You don't practice a religion, but you believe in God.
I don't need to practice a religion to believe in God.
Yeah, that's very true, Levon. He's just saying that, yeah, because it's people who, because I understand what he's saying. It's people who could believe in God, but not necessarily have a organized religion. Like that, that's definitely a case. A lot of people.
I should have rephrased that. I don't practice any established, organized, hierarchical religion that exists today.
Yeah.
Are you Christian?
I practice and exercise my faith my own ways in my own personal life.
So does that include jumping up and down 10 times? Is that a ritual?
No, there was no jumping today.
Okay.
So are your beliefs Christian, Domingo?
My beliefs are pure, Claire, unlike your beliefs.
So let me get this
Is it the
straight.
Abrahamic God that you worship?
I believe, I mean, to call the God that I believe in an Abrahamic God, I feel limits
The Abrahamic God.
So I wouldn't necessarily label the God that I believe in as Abrahamic.
Could you tell us about the God that you believe in?
No, I'm not
Yes.
here to talk about my God.
Why
I'm only
not?
here to expose your lies, Claire, your hypocrisy,
I
and your
haven't told any
degeneracy.
lies.
Yes, you
I've just
have.
expressed my
Yes,
feelings
yes,
in
you have.
terms
Yes,
of
you have.
enjoy.
You did. You was lying on me the whole time.
You were
You was lying on
mischaracterizing
me.
Palu and putting words in his mouth, and you were projecting. Yes.
Exactly. You were doing that, Claire. You definitely were doing that.
Okay,
You were
so what
definitely doing
words was I putting in your mouth?
You said, so you don't want to have a conversation, you don't want to abide and conform, and you don't. Well, when all he was trying to do, Claire, was explain to you that before you can discuss idolatry, you have to first acknowledge that idolatry is blasphemy. And to acknowledge blasphemy, you
I
have
do
to
acknowledge
you
that.
have to first start by believing in God, which is something that you do not do.
I'm saying it is enough to acknowledge the concept of God, which most definitely
Precisely,
exists.
which is not true, right?
It's
So
not true.
There
It's not
is
true.
a
You can say it to
theory
me.
of God.
First of all, true, clear. Okay. Even if you don't agree with me, it was wrong for you to lie. Like I'm not the one being constructive, and I'm the one having a conversation. You purposely lied. You purposely misrepresented me on purpose. You purposely lied. Even if you don't agree with me, that's one thing, but don't lie on me. That's my problem.
You said
You lying, Claire. Just stop lying.
there was no point talking about it if you don't believe in God. And I was meeting you halfway and saying the concept of God exists. We can
You're just lying,
imagine
Claire.
what
You're just lying on me, Claire. It's not fair. Claire, I come on and respect you. I come on and actually be serious with you. I come on and take you seriously, and then you being disrespectful to me. You know what I'm saying? That's wrong. What you're doing is wrong. I'm actually coming on. I never trolled you. I come on being sincere, and then you play. Then you flat out lie on me. That's my problem.
And what do we do, Palu, with women like this? What do we do with them? They get corrected.
Domingo,
They get
Domingo,
corrected, right,
do you
Palu?
actually have anything
No,
to
but
say?
he's right. Domingo's right, Claire. He's right because you
Yeah.
right. He's right.
Yeah.
Domingo's right. He's telling the truth.
Okay. So you're saying that I lied about you. I lied about
Absolutely.
you. What?
Absolutely.
Okay. So what is the lie that I told about you?
That I'm coming on the show and not dealing with the issue at hand, and I'm speaking clearly at the issue at hand. And
because I was speaking hypothetically, and
it doesn't matter. I'm speaking about the issue at hand, and you knew I was speaking about the issue at hand, but you purposely mischaracterized what I said, and you did it intentionally. So that's a lie. If you purposely mischaracterize what I'm saying intentionally, you're lying.
we kept going round in circles.
No, we didn't. You kept lying. That's all it was.
What did I lie about?
You mischaracterized what I said intentionally.
And what did I?
By the way,
how did I
Palu-
mischaracterize?
By the way,
what you
Palu,
said?
this is another one of her strategies. Is she'll do this. What did I say? How did I insult
Yes,
you?
I want to
What
know
did I lie
how
about?
Yes,
She
I do
feigns
want to.
she
I
feigns
do want
ignorance.
to. I do
You
want
keep
to
lying.
know. Okay, so
Feigns
tell
ignorance,
me the
and
lie.
she'll make you
Tell
repeat
me the
yourself over
lie.
and over again. See, she's doing it again. He already
Yeah.
answered you, Claire.
You're like 10
He
times
answered
already.
you 2 or 3
Like
times,
10
Claire.
times.
Claire does this all the time.
So let me understand.
This is garden
that-
variety Claire.
So according to Palu, I lied about him
Lying
when
bitch.
I said that he wasn't cooperating with developing the conversation, the discussion about idolatry. And he was basically saying, there's no point talking about idolatry.
No, I did not say no. I developed the thing the whole time. Exactly. There you go. You're starting to lie right now. You're starting to lie. You're starting to lie.
Okay. So I want to be clear about your exact objection, because I found it objectionable that I have understood your position. You believe in God, and you basically said that there's no point talking about idolatry unless I agreed with you that God exists.
No,
And
I did not.
I find that bloody objectionable.
You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. I never said you had to agree.
So that wasn't what you meant. What
No,
did you mean?
you know that's not what I meant. You purposely mischaracterizing what I said again. You keep doing that. You're purposely mischaracterizing everything I'm saying. You're lying.
So I was wrong to think that
this is intentional. You're doing this intentionally.
I got tired of you repeating yourself. You repeated it quite.
You just lying. You didn't tell nothing. You just want to lie. You just want to lie.
So I lied about you.
Why
Not
the fuck
wanting-
you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop the fucking lying.
Right, Domingo. And you have no particular beliefs in this God that you claim to believe in.
So I just said that I believe in God, and now you are going to tell me that I don't believe in God? Okay, Claire.
Maybe Palu would like to talk to you about how you believe in God and whether you believe
Claire,
in God in the right way.
I know you would like to derail and change the subject matter because exposing you is inconvenient for you. I know you would like to do that, but unfortunately, Claire, you have to atone. You have to acknowledge your discretions or indiscretions, rather.
Indiscretions. So my discretion consists of my saying what? Nobody doubts.
No. You just did it again. You're feigning ignorance again. You're like when Fat Tony gets arrested by the police chief in The Simpsons. And then, and he tells Fat Tony, he says, we know you stole the truck. And then Fat Tony goes, what's a truck?
Right. So, Palu.
No, how can we keep the nigga on? He was telling the truth, though. He was telling the truth. He was going, why you keep him out? He was telling the truth on you. He was telling the truth on you. That was a good analogy.
Okay,
Domingo,
repeat again what you think I lied about. What do you think I lied about?
That was great. I want Domingo to come back. I want Domingo to explain it. Hey, Domingo, come back, Domingo. Hey, come back, Domingo. Explain this thing. Domingo, come back. Yeah, Claire, bad times. Come back.
Okay, you're quite capable of this explaining how you think.
No.
Well, carry on. Carry on.
No. Hey, bad times, Domingo. Hey, come back. Hey, bring bad times back so he can explain to you. Because no, that was the perfect analogy. We need bad times back. Nah. You see, all that you did on purpose. You did all that on purpose. You did it on purpose again. Because that's what I'm talking about. It's really disrespectful, Claire, especially to me. If anybody, you shouldn't be that to me, because I'm actually the one. I actually been on here for months
engaging you constructively, taking you seriously, respecting your ideas, and actually trying to develop the conversation. I'm the one person who's been doing that. Me and Tehran, and even Tehran, he shared because of me. Tehran's my friend. He came on here because of me. So I've actually been the one actually being sincere, showing you real love and appreciation, and coming to develop your talks. And for you to treat me the way you treated me is wrong, and for you to lie about it and misrepresent me on purpose, which is lying, it's wrong, Claire. It's just wrong. You're wrong. You're just wrong, Claire. It's something I think you don't know. You're just wrong. It's not. You totally disrespecting me, totally mistreating me, and that's wrong. And you do it, and that's weird. That's why
How many times have you told? How many times have you said that I've lied?
Miss Claire, stop deflecting.
How many times? 2,000 times? 2,000 times? And you
because have you lied 2,000 times? Yes, you because you keep lying and you won't stop lying. Can you stop lying?
And my lie consists of what?
Man, dog, it's over. It's over, Claire. It's pathological at this point. It's pathological at this point. I mean, I've nothing to say at this point. It's pathological. If Levant, you could talk Levant if you want to, because it's pathological. I mean, nothing else for me to say at this point. It's just pathological, Levant. If you want to talk, you could talk. I got nothing.
I'll talk. I'll talk for the remainder of the show then. So yeah, Claire, what's going on then?
What's going on? Where? When? I mean, I'm not quite sure what you want to talk about.
I don't know. Like
the topic of this dream or what?
Don't know. It's up to you.
Okay. So what's going on is the problem of idolatry.
Yeah.
Which is something that Jews and Muslims disagree with Christians about because of the Trinitarian conception of God, of the Christian God.
In Islam, it's called shirk.
Shirk, S-H-I-R-K.
Yeah.
And so there being a problem, there will, so whose definition of idolatry should prevail? So that is a disagreement, because I think all the Abrahamic faiths say there is a problem with idolatry, that they shouldn't do it, right?
Yeah. So
it's 2 against 1 against Christians.
Yeah.
And so that would just sort of resolve the problem, like, the majority wins, the Jewish and Islamic view wins.
Uh-huh.
Because
there's more.
It's Christianity that's the odd one out, because it associates partners with God.
Yeah. So
that's it. I mean, you can be, resolved, in this way. So you can say that the concept of idolatry came from Judaism originally, and then after Christianity came along with the odd view of God, there came Islam, which agrees with Judaism about idolatry. Yeah. And so, so that's how I would resolve it, without roping people into saying you have to believe in God, or you can't even talk about idolatry, which is Palou's position.
Why is it a problem?
Why is what a problem? Why is idolatry a problem?
I can understand why it's a problem if you're like a Muslim or a Jew or whatever, but why? What does it have to do with secular Quranism?
Well, actually, I wasn't even thinking about secular Quranism. I was just thinking of idolatry as a problem, because hypothetically, I mean, just supposing, I mean, as an agnostic, I have to consider both points of view, that, God doesn't exist, and the other position is that God does exist. So if you don't believe in God, then you won't be thinking about that at all. But supposing God exists, and if all good and evil comes from God, then I think we're supposed to conclude that suffering is, I mean, evil is punishment for sin. Suffering comes from sin, and we have to assume that God is punishing us, and so we are to assume, I think, that we have broken the 7 no-hide laws. And I was thinking, okay, we're having broken those 7 laws, which ones in particular would people be most in trouble for? Because I think for the first 5, and that would be murder, sexual immorality, theft, eating an animal while it's still alive, and the commandment to establish a court and legal system. I mean, I think all 5 could be agreed by even atheists to be sensible.
Yeah.
Right. I think on the whole, even if you don't believe in God, you'd agree that there should be laws against murder, theft, sexual immorality, etc.
Right.
So I don't think that is a problem. I think the problem is people don't get the harm of idolatry and blasphemy.
I see. So what you're saying is that there's major like laws which shouldn't be committed. Those are like the major sins, and then you got this other sin which like what you said, idolatry.
Idolatry, blasphemy, because I think that they're quite, difficult concepts to grasp, because a lot of atheists will say, I don't see the problem with idolatry because God doesn't exist, and if people want to worship idols, I don't have a problem. Because I think that would be the kind of mindset that would, be indifferent to idolatry and blasphemy. It's like, well, if God doesn't exist, why would we, get hot under the collar about it? But anyway, as far as the Jews are concerned, they're supposed to be teaching the no-hide laws. And I'm saying they haven't been teaching it well at all, because lately they've been complaining about Christians going to Israel and converting Jews to Christianity.
Right.
So, not only have Jews not been teaching it properly to Gentiles, they haven't been teaching it properly to their own people. Because if Jews in Israel understood the problem of idolatry, they would just immediately recognize idolatry when they see it. So you have these, Christians pretending to be rabbis living amongst Jews, and then, converting them to Christianity. And recently, a lot of these, Israelis are complaining that these Christian missionaries who come from America, because they're funded by Christian Zionists who think that when they've converted enough Jews to Christianity, the Messiah will come.
Yeah.
So in a way, it's like American imperialism regarding Israel as a resource, as well as, the supply of Jewish souls to be converted to Christianity. So, even now I'm saying America is regarding Israel as a resource, to be used for their own purposes. So Rabbi Singer, who's against all this, have been saying, it's shocking that the chief rabbi of Israel and the prime minister has basically said it's okay for these Christian missionaries from America to come to Israel and convert vulnerable Jews who, don't know their traditions, into Christianity. Because if they really understood their traditions, they would know that it is death for Jews to be convicted of idolatry.
Yeah, because of the Trinity, right?
Well, I mean, the golden calf. The story of the golden calf.
Yeah.
So
when
Moses came down,
I'm talking about the Trinity. The Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost.
Yeah. So I'm saying that's worse, because I'm saying it's worse than Hinduism, because Hinduism is just idolatry, and it's not sort of crafted in a way to actually offend the feelings of Jews, because it's like, we just like worshipping idols and, imagining all sorts of stories about them in the same way that the the Greeks did, and they created their deities and their Greek myths. But for Christianity, it seemed to be sort of deliberate. Like if Jews can't have a divine prophet, then we're going to have a divine prophet. And not only are we going to have a divine prophet, we're going to have a divine prophet that is the equal of the Abrahamic God that Jews worship. It seems to me to be sort of deliberately crafted to be offensive to Jews, if you know what I mean.
So who is this prophet?
I mean, Christians believe Jesus to be the co-equal of the Abrahamic God. That is basically what the Trinity is about. Because it says the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are co-eternal and co-equal in status.
Right.
That is basically the doctrine of the Trinity.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying, it is actually supreme idolatry and supreme blasphemy. Assuming God exists, it would be more offensive than just the Hindus worshipping their idols.
Okay, I see. So it's like a slap in the face to like Jewish people then. This whole notion of Jesus being a co-equal to God, etc.
Yeah, it's even more deliberate and more offensive than Hindus who don't know any better, living in India thinking, we're just going to worship Ganesh or Shiva or whatever. But they're not doing it on purpose, but Christians were.
So there's like an intention behind it. Yeah, there's an intention behind it. I see.
Yeah, and then the Catholics say things like, "Oh, Mary, Mother of God." It's like, it's like they can't even be even more blasphemous, even if they tried. I mean, because they've just thought about all the ways and they've done it already, right? I mean, I don't know if you agree with me, but I mean, this is what I sense, of Christianity.
Okay, so we know the Father and we know the Son, but what is the Holy Ghost?
Well, I think the Holy Spirit is. I mean, people think it's a Christian idea, but it actually comes from Judaism. So I think it's something to do with the idea of God not being able to take any physical form. So he basically, he created the universe, he exists outside it, and he can't come back down to do anything. I mean, he might send a few angels to perform miracles, such as get Mary pregnant. I think Gabriel is his messenger. So and the Holy Spirit just is the one that does what God wants him to do. Bad weather, natural disasters, whatever. I think that's done by the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, but I don't understand why can't God enter His own creation?
Because those are the rules that he said that according to Scripture is the rules of the universe. So say no idolatry and God exists. It's nothing like you have seen or felt or whatever. So it's the ineffability of God. I think that's a Muslim saying, isn't it? So the idea is that whatever God is, it's nothing that you have ever seen or felt or experienced, and to pretend that you know what it is a kind of blasphemy.
Okay, Claire.
So that's how I understand it.
Because I want to bring up a point with you. About God is so I know in Islam that it says that God isn't human. He's like nobody knows what he looks like or what he is. He's not man. He's not a woman. He's like we don't know. In Judaism, is it the same premise?
Yeah, because I was talking about the 13 principles of Judaism, and the third principle basically explains that God is ineffable, incorporeal, i.e., he can't take any physical form, So anybody who says I've seen God in the mountain or whatever that you have heard of or seen, that can't be God. So I guess an atheist would say, well, God is this idea that and that's it. It is an idea that you can't put your that it doesn't take material form.
Yeah.
And this idea may be actually true or a lie, but that's what it's about. And if you want to take philosophy one stage further, you can work out the purpose of something, understand it more by asking yourself the reason that it was created for.
So you know when Pelu was on here, he was I was listening to you two bicker, and he was saying that a lot of these heathens and pagans, polytheists. He was saying something. He was saying something along the lines of if there was no creator, then a lot of these pantheons wouldn't exist. I just wanted to clarify that with you. Is that what he was talking about? Or
well, what he seemed to be saying to me was that there's no point talking about idolatry or blasphemy if you don't accept the existence of God.
Yeah.
So I can see the logic of that. I'm just saying, obviously, the whole idea of idolatry is like you're not supposed to worship anything but God, and God is not anything you have ever seen or experienced. So claiming that God is anything, as mundane as an idol, is idolatry and therefore offensive to God. Blah blah.
I think
blah.
what he was trying to say was that Adam. So Adam was the first prophet, and he taught other people at that time about this creator, and then after time, this version got corrupted into many different versions over time, and that's how we get Zeus and Ra and all these other gods and pantheons. I think that's the point that he was trying to make.
I don't know. I mean, I have this sort of reductionist idea of God that once upon a time, people just sort of saw God in everything. So, there would be a God of the mountain, of the lake, of the sea, of the sky, whatever. Because I think animism is actually something that I know modern people feel. When they commune with nature and they feel the wonder and beauty of nature and stuff like that, they have religious feelings and they attribute it to some divinity existing in the thing, in their natural environment, which is usually, something beautiful, the sky or the clouds or whatever. So it's actually a very, ancient and understandable instinct. But so I think, from the beginning, people would worship all kinds of gods. And then, then the idea of one-stop shopping came along. It's like, why don't we just sort of, because, the Greek pantheon is kind of, getting that idea because, there will be all these Greek gods living on Mount Olympus, the Olympians, but Zeus would have a wife and he would have daughters. And when all the gods are fighting each other, he might occasionally, come down and, sort things out. But usually he was doing his thing. So even within the pantheon, that there was this idea of supreme authority, even though Zeus wasn't always in control because he was a bit. His wife would be annoyed at him coming down to mate with immortal women and have half divine illegitimate offspring. So he wasn't completely in control. So that was basically the idea of the Greek pantheon. And before the Olympians were the Titans, and the Titans I've noticed were gods that were about material things. It was about I don't know, Gaia. I think I mean quite a few of them were actually of things. I can't remember offhand what they were now. And then the Olympians were basically more about concepts. So Apollo would be god of arts and science or something, and Aphrodite would be the goddess of beauty and love and persuasion, and then there would be other kinds of god representing other concepts, but they would be ideas. They would represent ideas rather than things, because the Titans, which was the previous generation of Greek gods, would be a different order of gods. But I guess first you have to become material, because ideas don't exist on their own. They have to be thought in the minds of humans who take material form. So the whole idea of man is that we are both material and physical, spiritual, with ideas that that we have and want to that we believe in.
Yeah.
So I guess I think that this is also something to do with angels, because apparently the narrative is that angels don't have free will. So basically they just do whatever God wants them to do, but humans are obviously going to be disobedient because they have been given free will, and this makes us superior apparently to angels, and I think the Muslim view is that it was Satan who refused to bow before humans, right? I think that's a story. And then because he wouldn't bow to humans, he didn't see why somebody born of fire should bow before clay. I think that's what we are. We are born of clay, and therefore he said he would be trying to lead all these humans astray, that God created as higher than angels, higher in status than angels. I think that's a story. Does this sound familiar?
To be honest, I couldn't say.
Oh, okay. So
all I know is that in Islam, instead of humans being made from clay, it's, we was made from water. But yeah,
mm-hmm.
I mean, humans are 60% H2O based, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're definitely material, but we have spiritual aspirations, and we want to live forever, which I assume is the reason why we want to believe in God, and we also want to believe that good will be rewarded and evil punished, which is another spiritual aspiration to perfection. I mean, so I guess that is something. I mean, we don't know if the Abrahamic God was a creation of man, an invention of man, but whether it was or not, it's obviously a great idea and very popular, and people want to believe in it, and
that's where you, Palu, and Monkey disagree with each other, I'm guessing.
Well, okay, Mookie basically hasn't got a view. I mean, he sees himself as basically destructive and mocking, and it's a usual thing people say that how can a theocracy be secular? And I'm saying it doesn't matter. You just obey the rules and everything will be fine. Obviously, it would be better for you to believe in the whole thing, because it will make it easier for you to obey, all the laws. So. If you have a theocracy, there will be people who don't quite agree or don't quite believe, but as long as they obey the laws, society will, more or less be able to carry on in a reasonable way. But when you have people say, I don't believe in all this, and there are no laws that resemble the the sensible ones that people have, the ones that respect marriage and family values, then people will increasingly do what the hell they like, and chaos and criminality will increase. So while you can allow people not to believe. You have to make sure that they would be the minority. But if you have God's laws already in existence and in operation, then you're more likely to ensure that most people believe in God. Because what you're going to do in this kind of society would be that most people will only have children after they're married, and this would be a source of social stability, and this would give a role for both men and women, right? Because it's like, yeah, we're going to get married, we're going to look after our children because we want our children to be a credit to us. We will care about school. We won't be screwing around because we don't want to be cheated on either. There'll be all these considerations that would enter your mind once you get the idea that you're not supposed to be screwing around.
You're using religion as an instrument of control.
Yeah. I mean,
you could have just said that. I mean, that would have narrowed it down.
Well, it seems obvious to me. I mean, obviously, when I was talking about, it could be a noble lie. God could just have been a creation of man. You ask yourself, why was such an idea created? And of course, it's for social control. But anyway, even if God didn't exist, people know. I mean, we have laws because we want to control people.
I think the problem that you have with Mr. Pelu and Mr. Mookie is that they see what you're doing as immoral, because the way that they see it, you're using people's beliefs and religion and God just as an instrument of control, whereas to these people, like to Pelu, it is haram, and the other guy, he thinks it's blasphemy because it's kind of like insulting to their religion. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm showing respect for its usefulness.
Yeah,
it's better than saying it's all rubbish and wanting to trash it and wanting to take people, arrest people and throw them in prison just for saying that marriage is between a man and a woman, which is really kind of what started this whole thing, really. So I'm saying I agree with the no-hide laws. I see the sense of them. I see why idolatry would be wrong, because it would mean that people won't be understanding the idea of a supreme being, which is the most powerful God. It's like it wouldn't be logical to worship any less powerful God if the most powerful God exists.
Yeah.
So okay, so I am accepting the logic of the system of the Abrahamic faiths.
Yeah.
And I don't think people. I think Pelu is just basically saying everybody has to believe in him, believe in his system. Like we have to accept. I'm saying I'm trying to meet him halfway and say people can accept the idea in theory, and then if you talk about the idea in theory, maybe they will want to believe in it.
Yes.
So whether somebody believes in it in theory or actually believes in it, it's fine. Let's not quarrel over it. It's like, if you understand the idea of the Abrahamic God, you can think about, believing in it, and maybe, throughout our lives, we may sometimes believe, sometimes disbelieve, people change their minds about God. I think as people get older, they will, I think people, when people get older, they become religious because they think the day of their death approaches. So they have to think about these things, a little bit more. And also, I think as you get older, you don't want to do all the things that you wanted to do when you were younger, and that which would be sinful. So there is this process of becoming more mindful of God,
Yeah, it's kind of like being afraid of death is another factor.
Yeah, because people will say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I did all these terrible things," whatever, and and yeah, yeah. I mean, the nearness of death, the nearness of danger, will make people more likely to believe in God, because the need for belief in something that is above your corrupt and incompetent political classes will seem more urgent than if you're just sort of young and vigorous and having fun and comfortable and not thinking about these things.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I mean, Mr. Pillow and Monkey or whatever his name is.
It's Domingo, really.
Well,
Yeah.
Domingo, but whatever. They see this ideology, this Frankenstein ideology that you've created, and they see that you've used aspects of their religion to create this Frankenstein ideology, and they might feel insulted by that. That's all I see from this situation, and then you're having an argument on these grounds, and you're saying one thing, and Pelu and Domingo are saying another thing. They're calling you a hypocrite because you don't believe in God. But at the same time, you say that you're agnostic, and you think that a lot of people out there should believe in God because it will straighten them up, and you can use this to manipulate the masses and to end degeneracy in your own version.
Well, but manipulate in the sense of okay, all laws manipulate us, because they're saying if you do this, you get punished. If you don't do that, you'll be rewarded or whatever. I mean, just parking is it will manipulate your behavior. If there's no if there's free parking on Sundays, then you will go and park there and shop there on Sundays. So it obviously affects our behavior. So, but we obviously want the right laws to affect our behavior in a good way rather than a bad way.
Yes. So in actually, now that I think about it, what you're doing isn't actually that taboo, if that makes sense, because technically speaking, all ideologies were created by people. So it's kind of like it's not really taboo what you're trying to do. It's just that when it comes to religion, it's usually people think of religion as being divine, divine scripture, divine origin, not made by people. And I think that's where it gets a bit. But the thing is, you claim that it's not a religion. Secular Quranism is an ideology, so there shouldn't be any of this
It's a legal
taboo
system
around it. Yeah, exactly. So from that standpoint, I don't really see it as that taboo.
Yeah, because I'm saying you don't have to believe in it. I mean, for Western countries, people, most people are not Muslim. If I'm going to go around saying Sharia for everyone, I mean, people will know what to think of me doing that. I'm just saying, if you're a nationalist, and I think a lot of the pushback against liberalism is nationalism, because a lot of people are just saying, why is our government doing this? Why doesn't it care about us? Well, why is it doing all these crazy things? And then a lot of nationalists admire people like Putin and people who leaders who are obviously governing in the national interests of their country. And I think people would be happier if they thought that their government cared about them. And this seems to be, about social conservatism, which is about marriage and family values, and which is about patriarchy. While we at the moment live in a time of extreme feminism and matriarchy, which is what I think is unsettling a lot of people. I think a lot of women are not happy because they kind of feel, cheated and pumped and dumped when men won't marry them, and men don't want to marry because if they're just motivated by sex, why would they, pay for the most expensive form of sex, particularly when they're feeling bluey about the future. People won't be wanting to do things like marry and have and plan for the future when everything is unstable, when the laws keep changing every 2 hours, when you just don't know what you might be arrested for.
Yeah.
So the contrast of our politicians changing their minds about the rules of lockdown and whatever every 5 minutes to the eternal and universal laws of God. When you think, most people will probably agree with it. Most people who are human would want to be governed in the national interest. They would have ideas about not wanting to be murdered, not wanting to be stolen from, not wanting to condone, well, not agreeing with gay marriage, for example.
Yeah.
Because the whole idea of gay marriage is that if you make same-sex couples, if you allow them to be married legally and give them the same status as married couples, there's a kind of inherent unfairness, because it's actually it's harder to be somebody having children, having more children, trying to provide for them and worry about their education, etc., to dual income, no kids sort of situation.
Yeah.
So obviously, married parents should be given a higher status than unmarried parents, and certainly same-sex couples.
Right. And obviously, so the people who are, legitimately having children will be, say, scrutinized in the society, whereas actual married couples with children will be, the ideal. So this will in turn make sure that there are less illegitimate children and that there are less broken homes as a result.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to stigmatize divorce again. It's like, if you got divorced, it's like, yeah, you have had a failed marriage. You don't just say, we just grew apart. It just happened. Everybody does it, whatever. It's this idea of taking it seriously. So people choose their sex partners.
Yes, and also you have like a lot of boys without like masculine role models as well. You've got them raised by single mothers. There's no kind of role model for them to look up to and aspire to as well. It has a lot of social implications. You've got dads paying child support, and you got the mum having full custody of their child because she decided to divorce the man who was married to her. And it's kind of like the system is, some men have been screwed over by the system. And yeah, I mean,
they won't want to do it again. If you got divorced for no good reason, a man won't want to be in a hurry to marry again. He'll probably never do it.
exactly.
So you're destroying their potential for fatherhood and to be a good father just by not abolishing no fault divorce.
Exactly. And the thing is, well, there's a lot of men who are going into this MGTOW movement where, they're going their own way and they're not having children. They're just out there. They're just, screwing around with a load of women and sleeping about. And it's like, it's not fulfilling. You want to have children. And then when it's too late, they're kind of like screwed over because they wish they could go back in time and actually, change things and have a family.
Yeah, and it's unstable. That's the thing. Sometimes it's like, maybe if you accept that, you're in it for good, so you accept it, you get used to the idea of being a parent or a husband or a wife, and you get used to the whole thing and you accept it, and then it becomes better. It's only when you think, oh, but I could have done this, I could have done that, I could hook up with this person or that person, and then you create doubt within the person, and then discontentment, and then the idea. Well, people often talk to themselves over shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? Because they think, oh, I could have done this other thing. I didn't. I made a mistake. I married this person, and now I'm unhappy. But I could still be happy if I went off with this other person, And so all these things, in a way, drive people mad.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that with some people that I know in my life as well. Poor sods. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like for women, if they get knocked up and they have the kid, it's just like nobody will want to marry them, And if they did it for silly reasons, that they will have virtually destroyed their whole lives.
Yeah, the thing about women is it's easier for women to if a woman's makes a mistake, it's easier. It's much more easier for them than if a man makes a mistake. I mean, to be honest with you, there's so many desperate guys out there who I'm being serious. There's so many desperate guys out there who'll do anything for one sight of a pussy kind of thing. Even if you're a single mum with 2 children, you're gonna still get these types of beta male cucks, after you. Whereas if you're a man, it's more difficult. If you have generally speaking, it's more difficult for men to find partners.
Yeah, I think women find it okay. It's much easier for a woman to induce a man to have sex with her than it is for her to induce him to marry her. But anyway, it's like this is the fundamental inequality between the sexes. It's like women will always have more offers of sex than they are prepared to accept.
Mm.
That is a crucial difference. People don't acknowledge it. A man, okay, yeah, he can be attractive, whatever, but he still has to work for it.
He has to work for that pussy. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's and that, of course he has to, because that is the way, and the woman will be testing him, and so she should.
Yeah. Whereas if you're a woman, if you're like a lady, and all you have to worry about is, you have to act normal, which isn't that difficult, and you have to look good. That's all you have to worry about. You don't really need any, type of personality or, bravery or any qualities like that. You just have to be yourself as a woman. Whereas as a man, you have to develop your character, develop your body and everything, so that it's desirable to the opposite sex.
Yeah, exactly. So actually, a woman doesn't really have to perform. She just has to, smile demurely and agree with the guy. But the man has to pay for everything, make the move, risk rejection, be marriageable in the first place. So I guess he needs his male privilege in the olden days, so he can pay for everything and seem dashing and debonair and full of charm or whatever it is that will interest the woman.
Yeah.
And usually it would be height and looks and money and prospects and
one thing that I don't understand about the whole dating game and the dating situation in the 21st century is that a lot of people say that if you're a man and if you're under 6 foot, you're manly. I just don't understand that. I'm 5'10" myself, and I wouldn't even describe myself as a manly. I would say below 5'9" is a manly, not 6 foot. That's just taking the mick.
Well, yeah, I think I would say maybe manly if you're 5'2" or 3.
Yeah, exactly. Not if you're under 6 foot. I mean, that's just having really high standards, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think every woman wants a man who's 6 foot. But I did have a petite friend, and she was like, I want a tall man too. I'm not, and then she kind of met this guy who was only a little bit taller than her, and she just hated him. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's like he's one of those sort of small guy, big personality, really very, I don't know, sensitive and, I guess insecure because of his height. But anyway, he was just slightly taller than her, but she was petite, and she sort of felt that she shouldn't be mean about him, but she just couldn't help it. Everything about him was wrong. He was rat-like. He was insecure. He was this. He was that. So. Yeah, I mean, I do see that it would be difficult for men, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? I would love to to do a kind of game show program. It's like, yeah, you transgender people, let's see how you play the role of the opposite sex,
Yeah.
and just see how you can control yourself. It's like, for women, just shut up, don't say anything, and let him do the talking, and do all the pretty feminine things, cook and whatever, and it's like, yeah, that's enough. But obviously, there will be women who just can't stand it. They want to say all these things and do all those things. And I guess for men, it's like they don't want to do all these sort of dashing, or they can't do it. They can't earn all that money and, do or whatever. So, yeah, and I guess because we have no role models and no rules now, people don't know what they're supposed to do, and they get things wrong. And I think instinctively men will always prefer some, woman who's very feminine. They go, wow, she's so feminine and petite and blah, blah, blah. And women too, it's like, they kind of want a masculine man. And the other day, I was just talking about, femininity and masculinity, and some woman was saying, you shouldn't talk about things like that. We don't need labels. So I thought, well, but people kind of need to know, what they want or what they're supposed to want, or, or even discuss what they like and why. And suddenly, there's all this censorship. You're not even supposed to talk about these things anymore, which I think is completely crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And I guess, basically, what we're saying about idolatry and blasphemy is that we should expect a degree of censorship or self-censorship in this.
Yeah.
Because, if we had a society that disapproved of idolatry and blasphemy, then well, we're kind of we would have a different kind of society to the one we have now. And I guess I'm saying it would be better, and there'll be all kinds of people who say, oh, that'd be terrible.
Yep, pretty much, I guess. I mean, so what do you think of this, like, what do you think of the Labour Party and, like, Keir Starmer and the current Labour cabinet? Because I'll tell you one thing, like, I was listening to the radio last night, and that's all they've been talking about.
Really, I thought that the Conservative Party was sort of more, in the news because of the flat thing. But what have they been saying about Keir Starmer?
So like,
it's just so boring.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was listening to it last night, and they kept going on about the Labour cabinet and shit like that, and like, I was like, okay. So what they were saying was that people didn't like Keir Starmer. Like, most of the people in the Labour Party don't like him, apparently, and this and that. And there's kind of like a Game of Thrones thing going on in the Labour Party. And they're saying all these things like he's too left wing, he's too this and that. And also, they're racist. They don't like Muslims, apparently. The Labour Party, something to do with, the Israel-Palestine conflict, and the Labour Party is ignoring the Palestinians, and that's put a lot of Muslim voters off, the Labour Party, and it seems like the Labour Party is losing a lot of its, support. You got, the blue Labour supporters up north, and then you got the Muslim Labour voters, and they seem to be turned off by it, and they're voting for other political parties. So it seems like Conservatives are in the league according to the polls.
Well, I don't agree with this system. I just don't see why you should have the ascendancy, that you should even take turns. It's like, now it's the chance of the working classes to have their government rule, and then, now it's a time for the middle classes. It's like, why can't we just have one party that will balance the conflicting interests of different groups, in a way that is fair and makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I see people on Facebook, on these Facebook groups that I navigate sometimes, and I see some people comment and say, I'm a lifelong Labour supporter, I'm a lifelong Conservative supporter. And I'm just thinking to myself, imagine being a lifelong supporter of a British political party. That must be so sad.
Yeah, but when they change their principles all the time.
Exactly.
It's like we know the Democrats were the party of the KKK, and now they're the woke party. It's like, if they change their policies like they change their underwear, why would you be loyal to them?
I mean, it's just, you got to be the most boring person ever to like. Anyway, yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, I mean, the whole organization of much of society is so crazy.
And a lot of these people, and the thing is, though, Claire, a lot of these people support these parties. It's like people supporting football teams. Like,
thank you. I was just thinking that.
Like Arsenal, Chelsea, all of that stuff. Like, you got these people, and it's like their loyalty, their number one loyalty is not their country. It's not their religion. It's none of that. It's their football club, and I'm just like, really? Wow. You must be an absolute cuck to like for your like football team or this political party to be your number one loyalty. You know what I mean?
I'm reminded of people saying football is a religion. Do people? It's like, that's so disgusting. It's like, football is your religion. Really? So it's just purely tribal. It's like football hooligans. You got to beat up the supporters of the other football team just because they are not in your team.
It's like misplaced. It's misplaced tribalism, where tribalism should be placed. It's not. It's not there. It's placed in other things such as Star Wars, football, the Labour Party, all of this nonsense, instead of the actual tribe, actual nation where it should be placed.
Yeah, and the whole idea is that if you read the Torah and the Quran, it's like God approves of tribes and nations. It's like, this is a good idea. We approve of it. And if you follow these laws, you will have a great nation and maybe even a great empire, because, of course, Islam is also an imperial religion. And so it has this flexibility of, if you have warring tribes in your territory, maybe these rules will be fair enough and people will agree to, put their differences aside and cooperate, because the rules seem fair enough. And it's like, yeah, well, what's your problem? Why would you even want to stop yourself from doing that? And it's like, and with China, obviously the West is completely discombobulated by the idea that, China is caught up. And you think, okay, what have they done right? They've done right by having their one-party state, because it's like, at least there is a supreme authority in their country. They have this idea that, we have the party. The party is the head and of the country, and obviously the people are the body of of the country. So there is a head, there is a body, and within the political party, there is a hierarchical structure and certain rules. We don't know if they follow it properly or not, but it seems fair enough to me. They certainly have more rights. These party members of the Chinese Communist Party, it's like, yeah, they have a right to legal representation, they have a right to training, they have a right to criticize party policies, and whatever. It seems a lot more than the rights of any political a party member of a political party in this country, because if they don't like you, they'll kick you out. And it doesn't matter what party you are in, because they'll say, you don't like it here, you go join some other party then. And then they kick you out. But of course, once they kick you out, you're damaged goods and nobody wants to have you anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like one of those things, a lot of these people who join these like political parties, it's like huss. Like they don't actually talk about what they actually believe in. It's kind of like bottled up, because obviously when you're in the spotlight, when you're part of this organization, there's kind of like a what you can say and what you can't say kind of thing, if that makes
Well,
sense.
they're scared to talk politics, because I've joined a few political parties in my time, and it's like, if you want to discuss politics, you don't expect any discussion of it within a political party, because everybody would be too afraid of saying things in case somebody in the party says, you said the wrong word, and I'm going to get you kicked out of the party because you said the wrong thing. So actually, there's not a lot of rational or honest discussion going on. It's all about how to campaign and itty bitty things about administration and local politics and whatever. So no important issues are ever discussed. And I think even now, amongst our political classes, they're too afraid to discuss anything, because it's like everything is taboo now, right? I mean, even for us, I think we actually have more free speech, even though we complain, than people do.
Exactly.
People in the political establishment do, because I don't know what you thought about Boris saying, I would rather the bodies be piled high than go into a third lockdown. That was what he said, wasn't it? Or
Did he actually say that?
We don't know. But it's like, I'm not no fan of Boris, but I'm saying, he can say that. He was probably joking, but he was just saying he didn't want to go into a third lockdown, and neither does anyone else. I'm not going to condemn him for that. I'll condemn him for other things, but not for that.
Boris Johnson, he is quite funny sometimes. Like how he said, like women who wear burqas, they look like post boxes. I thought that was quite funny, actually.
Yes, and so we kind of, and it's like, okay, even if it's about his stupid flat, it's like, I bet his Carrie Simmons nagged him to death about, it's not enough, the £30,000 per annum allowance that we get for decorating the Downing Street flat is not enough, and the one I want is 58 grand. That was the thing, wasn't it? And you probably think, well, it's a bit much, maybe I can get a donor to cough up or something, and this got completely blown out of proportion.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't think a man would just be saying, £30,000 to, prettify my flat is not enough. It would be a woman saying, no, that's not enough. I've got to have it done by this woman, or that man, that interior decorator. So, anyway, okay, it's a silly thing. I'm no fan of Boris, but it's just stupid. And this sort of thing just makes people just sort of sad and angry that they're being governed by people like that.
Yeah. It was funny though when he floored that Japanese kid
because he was so keen to win. I suppose that was a sign of bad character.
Yeah.
But But yeah, why can't we? You see, they're all completely unprincipled. These public school boys. It's like,
I mean,
when
they're
you
all
talk,
public school boys, exactly.
they believe in nothing because they it's like the British don't have a religion. That is a problem. That's why I go on about Islam so much. It's like, there's nothing else. There's nothing else around. What else are you going to have? What else are you going to be? You're not going to be Jewish, are you? You're not going to be Hindu or Buddhist. So,
Yeah.
there's only one left. Sorry.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I mean, I won't say anything on that. No comment.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. It's obviously an explosive subject, but the thing is, they don't believe in anything. So what they believe in is how can I be seen to be doing well for myself?
Yeah.
That's all they care about. So it's always money and status, and they don't care how what they do to get it.
Yeah.
So they break all the rules, and then everybody hates them, and soon they'll be gone. I mean, it's not exactly a sustainable strategy.
Well, I mean, I guess.
And the thing is, why are we having these really young prime ministers? It started with Tony Blair and his lot, New Labour.
Mm-hmm.
And you think, why? Why did they get in? And there's actually a BBC article saying they got in because the female voter voted for them.
No.
Yeah, it's like, they're sort of handsome enough. I mean, I guess enough female voters could sort of think of themselves as saying, I wouldn't mind him as a boyfriend or a husband. And at the time was John Major, and nobody, John Major was the opposite of sexy.
I guess it's like the Chad versus the Virgin versus the Chad meme.
Yeah,
it's like that.
Yeah, no, I think after New Labour, it's like, then they had to choose Cameron, who was really quite young, but so he didn't know anything. And basically, and then he was Prime Minister for I think.
You know what, Claire? All I remember of David Cameron was he kept going on holidays all the time. That's the only thing that I remember.
Yes.
Like when there was riots going on in London, when shit hit the fan. Like he was like down in like Cornwall when it was all happening, or some like country abroad. I can't remember now, but yeah, he was like always on holidays all the time with his family.
Yeah, and now he's obviously in trouble for sleaze and getting what was it? Getting this job he's not supposed to get or something.
Yep.
And I guess that's because they've still got so many years ahead of them because they were such young prime ministers, and they don't stay for long enough to make any difference. So they got to scrabble around for money. And well, the whole system is wrong. It's like the young ones. Why do they have to be young? Because the female voter likes them. Is that it? Yeah. I mean, is that how you choose your prime minister? Because the female voter prefers it.
I mean, it's the female vote. The female vote is something which is global. Every country allows women to vote nowadays.
Well, I don't think all should be voting. I mean, it's like just make you will encourage people to want to pay taxes if you say only people who pay taxes get to vote.
Yeah.
And then people will think, oh, pay taxes. I want to earn enough money, so I pay tax and get the vote.
How about prisoners?
Some idea of that, but it's I don't even want to vote because
How about prisoners?
They shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Well, there's a lot of people who think that prisoners should allow to get the vote.
Well, I know that they're trying to lower the voting age to 16 because there are not enough stupid people around to vote, apparently.
No, but seriously, though, are prisoners allowed to vote?
They're not, as far as I know.
Okay.
I know
Well,
there have been
yeah.
proposals to give them the vote, but I don't think it's
Well,
happened.
a lot of people. I've met loads of people that think that they should. I'm
What
not gonna
reasons do they give?
I'm not gonna comment. I'm not gonna comment on this, but they say like they think that they should vote because they're citizens of these countries, and every citizen should have the right to vote.
Why?
Well,
I mean, only taxpayers should have the right to vote.
well, don't they pay tax?
Well, I don't think prisoners would be earning anything, would they?
No, I guess so. But yeah, no comment. That's all I'll say.
Well, okay. The only people who should be allowed to vote are people who are, considered respectable, right-thinking members of society.
Right. And what would that consist of, Claire?
Or somebody who hasn't got a
Job.
Yeah, I mean, somebody who hasn't been convicted of a crime.
Okay, somebody who hasn't been convicted, somebody who's working and isn't on benefits, and somebody who is above the age of 18. Is that your three?
Yeah. Somebody who pays taxes,
Right.
and somebody who isn't a criminal.
Okay, so let's say the royal family. Royal family don't pay taxes.
Well, they can't vote.
They
The
can't?
Queen can't vote.
Oh, I thought they could.
Let me check. I'm sure the Queen actually can't vote. I don't know about Charles, but I don't know which. Can the Queen vote? I know she can't.
No.
It's actually quite restrictive. I think to be the monarch, and yeah, you can't say anything either.
Yeah.
It's like it'll just get reported. Any wrong word, and apparently you can't even wonder about the shade of your grandchild.
Yep. I mean,
that's racist.
No comment on that. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, the rest of the royal family, I don't know. I guess her kids can't vote.
Mm-hmm. So yeah.
I mean, not that it makes any difference, because if it made any difference, they'd ban it, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So yep. If they do lower the voting age to 16, what are your predictions?
Well, we'll just get stupider voters, wouldn't we?
I mean, I guess so. I don't think, personally speaking, it shouldn't be 16. It should be like 21 or something like that.
Yeah, I know. Hitler actually said in Mein Kampf, he said, nobody should support any political party before they're 30 because people are stupid and they'll just they'll choose the wrong party and then they don't want to admit they're wrong and they'll just double down and just carry on in this way because they don't want to admit they're wrong.
Well, to be honest with you, Claire, I mean, a bit random bringing up Hitler and Mein Kampf there.
Well, I think Mein Kampf isn't a book of complete nonsense. I mean, he does say quite interesting things about all sorts of things, and I think this nobody under 30 should engage seriously in political activism until his views have settled after some experience.
Secular Mein Kampfism.
I'm going to give credit where it's due. I mean, I just don't want to be mean about. Actually, it's one of a book that I would recommend people read. He does.
Brutus Diaries. Have you read the Brutus Diaries, Claire?
The Brutus Diaries.
Yeah, I'm not making that up. It's an actual thing.
Never heard of it.
So Brutus.
What the YouTuber?
Yeah, the crazy. Yeah, he actually wrote his own diary, and like
Right. Okay.
there's this guy called Top Cat, and he read all the passages of the diary. Like if you got time, you should look it up. It's hilarious.
So there's a blog containing Brutus's diaries.
Yeah. So it's a blog, and like it contains like his ramblings and stuff. It's like it's pretty funny. That's all I say.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about Brutus's religious beliefs? He believes in he's a Krishna worshipper, isn't he?
Well, the thing is, you can't take him seriously just because.
Yeah.
How
I mean,
can you take
he
somebody
doesn't take you seriously. That's the ironic thing. He says the same thing about you.
Well, I think Islam is just has more street cred than Hinduism, if I can
Yeah,
say
but the
that.
reason, like, he goes on about it, and it's like he uses it to like justify his racism.
I don't see how. It's like, here's a
Yeah.
white nationalist who's Hindu. How are you going to use that to justify your white nationalism? I don't see how.
So according to him, right, apparently there's this guy called Bubble Parder, and he went to like Europe in the 1960s, and he brought Hinduism to the West, and he was saying like all these things, like he doesn't that white people are the real Aryans, and Hitler was a good man and stuff like this, and and he was making claims that pretty much the whole thing about Hinduism is to like keep the races separate and to like prevent race mixing from happening. That's why there's a caste system in India, according to him, but it's mostly very kind of abstract. It's mostly him talking. It's not really, set in stone. It's just his opinions on it and what he thinks.
Yeah, because officially the government, the Indian government, have been trying to abolish it. But people hang on to it, I suppose. But I know Gandhi tried to abolish it, but it was too entrenched. And I thought it would be horrible to have a caste system. Imagine, like, oh, you're just born in this group, but and you can only clean toilets forever.
Yeah, I mean that's a bit too much. That's kind of evil, in my opinion.
It's worse than apartheid.
It is.
Yeah, so although not technically racist, it's like apartheid at least.
I mean, but technically speaking, it is kind of racist, because if you look at it, the people at the top of the caste system are genetically different to the ones at the bottom. Technically, they got more kind of Aryan blood in them.
Yeah, I think genetically, all these different groups are in fact different, ethnicities, right? They're actually ethnically different because they're not supposed to intermarry, right?
Yeah.
So, so they're actually creating a different ethnicity. So it's so incredibly divisive that they were easily invaded by these Barbara the Great, right? The Mughals.
And here's the thing that Brutus says, right, which doesn't even make sense. So according to him, he says in his diary that before the Muslims invaded, Indians looked the exact same as like modern day Europeans, and apparently when the Muslims came, in India got darker. Like, that does not make any sense. Like, because technically speaking, the Muslim invaders, probably would have been lighter skinned than the Indians themselves.
Yeah, and of course, I think that there's something about Alexander the Great, and he got to India, didn't he? And then he left his generals, and they must have been Greek-like, and they. But actually, I remember years ago I saw this BBC documentary, and there were these sort of two tribes, primitive tribesmen living in the jungle, and one group was saying, "Oh, that lot, they're so dark." And it's like, yeah, as far as I can see, they're the same color, you know. But you know, there were these tribes, these primitive tribes people, you know, being racist because you know one tribe was slightly lighter than the other. But yeah, I mean, it's so obvious that you know Hinduism has failed, and actually, you know, one of the things about Hinduism is that it's a name that was coined by the British when they colonized India, because it's like we need to call these people something. We need to call the religion of these people something. So we're going to call the religions of the peoples of the Indus Valley Hinduism. So you know, this was a name given by the British to these people.
So wait a minute, because I didn't know that, first of all, but I do know this. Buddha said that in like the actual Hindu language, they call India Brata or something along those lines.
I don't know what that means.
That
What is
means in that's what they call themselves.
Oh.
Brata, apparently. But yeah, so where does Hindu come? What is the etymology of Hindu then, and Hindi?
I guess Hindi is a language of the people of the Indus Valley, but you know, it's an empire anyway. You know, India
That's
is
very
international.
interesting. That's very interesting, Claire, because Hindi, like in some languages, Hindi means turkey, like the bird,
Oh,
and it gets deeper than that. So, but they call turkey like the animal Hindi, because apparently because of peacocks come from India and they get confused for turkeys, don't they? Because they look similar.
right. I didn't know that. I wasn't thinking of that.
Yeah, I mean it's it's kind of confusing. There's a lot of like loopholes and stuff, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's it.
Oh. I mean, obviously, it's a very ancient language, so I guess you know when people want to go back to something, you know, they like the idea of being Indo-Aryan, and
Yeah.
I mean, I know some. I don't know if you've heard of Jason Rizal Giuliani, who's
Yeah, he's half Iranian, half Norwegian, and has close ties with Richard Spencer, I think.
that's right. I
Yeah.
managed to ask him a few short questions yesterday in that Zoom meeting. But basically, you know, I'm thinking of him because everybody's saying, "Oh, because you're not Muslim, you can't blah blah blah," and so you know because he's creating this new religion called Prometheusism or something.
Cringe.
Yeah. So I asked him what his religion was, and he said philosophy. So he's obviously atheist, and he's also very anti-Islam.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then he's saying, "Oh, you know, obviously, what he's planning to do is create a new religion." And I thought, well,
good luck with that, mate.
yeah, it's like, why would anyone choose your newly created religion when I guess better ones around? You know, because it's like it takes ages to create a religion. You know, people just reject it. It's like you know, Scientology. I mean, they're still rejecting it.
Yeah.
So I just don't know. It's like, you know, these apparently intelligent academics. It's like, yeah, I'll just create a new religion and everything will be fine. And, you know.
I mean, I guess it's kind of a bit, you know, silly. And like, I was listening to one of his streams.
Oh, were you? And I mean, they just seem to be Mithras this and all kinds of stuff, but it didn't seem to cohere to me into you know anything that I could make out. You know, made sense. And I thought, well, why don't you use secular Quranism or even Islam? I mean,
You know what I think, Claire? I think to myself, you got these people, and this is how they spend their time. Instead of actually learning something useful, they do this stuff with their time. Like that's that's just what I think. They could be doing something so much better than this. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, I tried to ask him questions, and it was like, just enough, Claire. Thank you, goodbye. It's like okay, but I thought.
Yeah.
If I could ask him, it's like, oh, philosophy. So you're thinking of a priesthood of philosophy, philosophers, and he said, yeah. And I said, well, who is to decide who is wisest, who qualifies? And there wasn't any answer to that. It's like I don't even care. I can just make up stuff, and people will listen to me. And yeah, I guess they do.
Hello, Amihud.
Hi, Aaron.
Hmm.
Aaron Amihud is from Jerusalem.
Oh,
But he's gone quiet.
Mazel tov.
Shalom.
Yeah, he went to the toilet probably.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
have you seen the film? Have you seen the film Conan the Barbarian? I only seen it like 2 days ago.
Oh, is it any good? I mean, I read.
Oh yes, a classic. It's classic. It has Arnold Schwarzenegger in it, and funny is there's like a snake. There's like a snake cult in that film,
Mm-hmm.
and like all of the followers follow this guy who's like half snake, half human.
Mm-hmm.
And like he tells one of his followers jump off the cliff, and then they're like, yeah, okay, master, and then they jump off the cliff and die without any hesitation. And that just made me think about what you and Pilu and the other guys were talking about. It just made me think of that.
Sorry, can you say again what happened?
So like the snake priest in the film, he has like a cult, like a snake cult, and he tells one of his followers jump off this building, and then the person replies, yes, master, and they jump off the building without hesitation and kill themselves.
Wow.
Yeah, like that level of control.
Yeah. And you think Mr. Pilu is like that? Do you?
I don't know. I mean, I don't really know, to be honest, but yeah, maybe.
Well, I mean, I'm basically, saying I'm going to try to see things from both point of views, like, as an atheist and as a theist. So, these, if both ways of thinking come to the same conclusion, then it's probably right. That's my thinking behind it anyway. So that's why I've got to be an agnostic, because it means I have to think things from both points of view. So if it checks out from both perspectives, then it's probably right.
Yeah.
So that's why I have to be so firm in my agnosticism, though I feel I'm being bullied into belief.
Well, personally speaking, like, you shouldn't really let anybody try and change what you believe in. You should believe whatever you want, in my opinion. It's just that, yeah, I mean, I would say that I'm the same as you, Claire, honestly. Like, I want to see things from like both points of view, or 3 points of view. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Yeah, I mean, technical analysis, I don't know if you've heard it, but it is this method that, market trade, people who trade the stock market and, whatever, these things, they try and work out the bottom and the peak of the market, and when the price is going to change, and there are, different methods to decide when the price is going to go up or down. And they try a range of methods, and then they can say, aha, that's when it's going to, carry on downwards, or carry on up until something else happens, and they have a different different ways of checking the same thing out. And I think that's got to be the way to do it, because otherwise people will say, oh, but you're an atheist and you always think in this way, or oh, you believe in God, you'll just be so unquestioning and whatever. And I'm saying, really, I'm going to think of it from both points of view. So I'm saying, yes, God is useful because he gives us laws.
Yeah.
And you can tell that the group that has a religion will last for longer than a group that hasn't got a religion. And if they all have religions, then the group with the most powerful God lasts longer.
So what do you think of Buddhism then?
Well, Buddhism is actually atheist. So, and it's kind of a made-up religion in the sense that, it was none of the stuff is written by the Buddha. So it's all these, priests coming after him, writing essays on philosophy about Buddhism. It's like, well, that's not good enough. We want laws. We want to know what we're supposed to do. So you talk to Buddhists and they'll say, the four noble truths, the eightfold, path or whatever. And it's like, they can't remember it. You ask a Buddhist, that's my parents, they don't remember it. It's like they have some idea of certain principles, but to apply these principles, it's not so easy. And then you can know, the Jews, I go on about the ones in Israel who have been converted to Christianity. It's like they don't spot it when people are trying to convert them. It's like the moment they say Jesus lives, it's like, you'll know that they're trying to convert you, or that he's going to come back. They're going to try and convert you. But if you don't, apply it, you won't realize it. So when somebody says to you, Jesus loves you, Jesus lives, it's like they're thinking that Jesus is still alive, and therefore they think he's divine, and therefore they are guilty of idolatry. And that's what I think anyway. So Aaron is back again. Maybe he'll speak to us properly this time. Hello, Aaron.
What's up? How are you doing? You hear me?
Yeah, finally.
All right.
Nice to hear your voice,
Boomer
Aaron.
Tech. I take Boomer Tech to another level since my medical problems. So, what's up? Claire, when are you going to become a Noahide so we can just stop all this nonsense already with this Islam? You met a nice rabbi already, so why don't you just become a Noahide?
That's not the idea.
I know it's not your special little idea, which isn't so special. Just give up.
I am.
Go
I
to
like
the
to think
roots.
I'm already Noahide,
Well, no, you're not. You want to promote Islam.
But that's Noahide.
No, it's a bunch of it's a big heavy weights. Noahide's just what is it? Seven quick laws, and you're on your way.
But there's Jewish authority that says Islam is a Noahide religion. So there you go. I know rabbinical opinion is divided on this, but I can find you sources.
Islam calls the Bible a forgery.
No, it doesn't. It says. I'm sure it doesn't say anything quite so rude.
Not in the Quran, but the actual religion. They think that but there is an original Bible, but nobody has it.
Yeah, they say it's all corrupted. The Injil and all that.
No, they think the Quran is the actual.
It's a new covenant. I mean,
no, it's the more authentic Bible than what we have.
Yeah, I've been having these theological discussions with people, and it's like basically, if you're going to be practical, it's like you don't want to be subject to the laws of the Torah because there are 36 capital offenses. You just don't want to do that, even if you're a Jew. So if you're going to choose a theocracy, you would logically and necessarily choose the one with the laws that don't involve you being stoned to death for every little thing, including breaking the Sabbath. So, forget the narratives and whatever. It's like you're going to choose, the easiest way to heaven and the least harsh laws. So if you're not choosing this, then it means you must be an Islamophobe, Aaron.
No,
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
No, the problem is that Islam is it's blasphemy to the Jews. So why would I want anybody to take part in it?
Well, you only say that because you say, okay, well, why is it blasphemy to Jews?
Because they consider they think we have a fake book.
Okay, but
There's nothing more blasphemous than that. I mean, almost nothing.
Yeah, but Muslims believe that it came from God, and it has all the
No.
right references to Jews and
No,
biblical stories, and it kind of echoes that. And
they don't
and
think that
says-
we have the real Torah. They think that we have a fake one. That's
well,
blasphemy.
logic would tell you that you should prefer the one with less harsh laws. And are of more general application, because you should worry about the Gentile not having a proper moral system, and because they haven't got a proper moral system, they have corrupted the morals of Jews, which is why
I know I'm so worried about it that I think that you're wasting your time with Islam. I think that you just cut to the chase and become a pure Noahide.
No, you're just trying to distract me.
No, I'm trying to get you to the core of your mission there.
No, I need to get the rabbis to rank the Gentile religions.
You know what? One thing that where you're really going wrong with is that you look at the Torah, you look at the three religions, Islam and Christianity and Judaism, and you're like, oh, here's three religions, and I'll give you that. They are three religions. But that wasn't the original intention of the Torah. The original intention was like religion is just a piece of the puzzle. It's not the whole thing. The whole thing is nationhood and how a nation is going to do the right thing for God. That's not a pick me up and take it anywhere religion. You know, that's a nationalist document. The Torah is actually more akin to wow, that's my stroke coming in strong, to the Constitution of the United States than it is with Islam or Christianity.
Well, I would disagree, because there is a White House Quran, and George Washington, in his farewell speech, was obviously referring to Islam. If you remember his farewell speech, which they read every February in the Senate.
I mean, I didn't see too many Muslim founding fathers, but
I'm talking about the beliefs, because if you reject the Trinity but still believe in God, you are closer to Islam than to Christianity.
Well, I mean,
it's just a fact.
If you really look at the United States, they're not promoting any religion. They're using God and promoting their nationhood, and that is very consistent to the Torah. The Torah is to have a certain people live within a certain boundaries under God. It's not just universal. It's universal and provincial. It's specific to borders. So you can't just go around and you can't promote Russia in Australia. You know, each nation has its own ways of doing things, and this is consistent to the Torah. So where you're going wrong is you're looking at three universal religions, and they are, but they're taken from a document, the Torah, which was a national document.
Yeah, so the Torah applies to Jews. So yeah, it applies to Jews.
Not just Jews, worldwide Jews. I mean, if it was just the Jews to be anywhere they want to be, then why would we leave Egypt in the first place? You know, why would we leave Egypt and go and establish our own country in Israel? If it's just a worldwide religion, it's not a worldwide religion.
No, I know. So Israel has its borders set by the Torah, right? It actually describes, the borders of Israel. So
right.
the only country that can't acquire empire is Israel. It
Well,
can't
I
go
mean,
beyond its borders.
we're supposed to be an example, so like we're supposed to show the nations of the world that to behave as a nation as well. If the most universal thing in the world, which is God, comes to the Jews, and the one time he's speaking to a whole people at once, and says, "Become a specific nation with specific borders," that should send a message to the whole world that we're not just supposed to have these universal ideas and that are portable in every situation in every place. It's supposed to be that we're having, the world is supposed to be set up in specific borders, and each nation is supposed to conduct themselves in their own way. Under God.
according to Quranic principles. The Quran doesn't deny tribes and nations.
The Quran and the New Testament are just global homo documents. They aren't.
Well, no, they're not,
nationalistic
because the Quran
documents
punishes globo homo.
What?
The Quran doesn't approve of globo homo.
No, they're very global. Everywhere
They're
conquer,
global, but they're not homo.
Yeah, and by the way, if you ever hang around Arabs, you'd see they're kind of homo too. They're very homo.
Well, there are punishments for that sort of thing.
Well, there's punishments because they're really into it.
Well, I'm sure people do get a bit gay with each other, but anyway, there is chapter 4, verse 15 and 16 that says it's not allowed.
Oh yeah, it's definitely not allowed. It's definitely. I'll give them that much. They do but they say the English, when they were in charge in Israel, they preferred the Arabs because they would spend some time in the desert along with the Arabs and find better companionship with them than the Jews. Anyway, so I can't stay long. I just want to say hi and wish you
hi. It's good to hear your voice and
become a Noahide. Just cut to the chase. Stop it with this Islam. It doesn't even belong in. That's why you want to be provocative. But if you want to promote a more secular version of Islam, go to a Islamic country and support it there. You're just in the wrong place in the wrong time, doing the wrong thing. Just become
what do you suggest for Western nations? What do you suggest for Western nations?
I think people like you should focus on. Actually, I'm not so into quote unquote Noahide, but for you, since you like the rabbis and you like how the rabbis do things, maybe Noahide is a good way for you. I think for.
I'm trying to get them to write.
I think for true nationalists, like for a true nationalist, Englishman where you live in now, he should really dig into his history and his culture and find his way. Using the Bible, which is a part of his culture, and using his history and using the truth, and struggle and find his way. But just to throw out 1,000 years of history and say, oh well, let's go with Islam because they're cooler, because
what do you mean by throwing out 1,000 years of history? I don't know what you actually fear of what I propose. What do you think will happen?
You want to consider Christianity just as a thing that can't be touched. But I think that Christianity's got its problems, but I think it can be fixed. It can be worked on. It's something that's obviously it's well known as something that's gone through a lot of changes. And
okay, how would you fix Christianity then?
Well, I think that you're right. I think that they got to get rid of the idolatry. But I think that there's as far as idolatry goes, I think that for a while I think God was okay with it because it was better than. It was an improvement to the paganism that they were involved with before. So since it was since they were improving, then God wasn't so angry with. But I think they need to drop the idolatry. I think you're right about that. I'll give you that one.
Thank you, Aaron. Well, the thing is, once they agree to get rid of the Trinity, I mean, that really will be the end. And we will go, oh my God, we were wrong all the time, and you burnt us at the stake for denying the divinity of Jesus. How dare you? We don't believe you anymore. We'll become Muslim. I mean, I don't know. I think that's probably going to happen.
Well, I mean, you can. That's another road you can take. Why don't you go into Christianity and root out idolatry?
No, but okay. Somebody made a joke. Somebody called Jules Gomez. He actually wrote an article saying the General Synod of the Church of England is considering removing the doctrine of the Trinity because it upsets the Muslims in Britain so much, and we're thinking of removing it. And there will be a vote. And I read it, and I actually believed in it, and I told everyone, and then I realized it was a joke. So I actually did believe it. It sounded so convincing.
Oh, was this a joke?
Yeah, you can actually find. Yeah, it was a joke. It was a joke.
Well, so like they say the best joke is the truth. So maybe it was. Maybe it's more true. But a lot of things start as a joke.
Yeah, but okay, Christianity, maybe it was some kind of sick joke. It's like, but okay, people can ask me like, well, Claire, Christianity was so bad. How come there were 3 global Christian empires? And my answer to that is, and 3 strikes and you're out. And if you don't give it up now, if these rabbis don't give it to these Christians good and hard, and at least ask the Pope and the Archbishop of Canterbury and the patriarchs of the Orthodox Church how and why Christianity is not idolatry, then terrible things will happen to us in our countries.
Yeah, but don't you think that God would look at the nations and say, okay, so you're improving. You have this document that you have now is a lot better than what you were doing before. You're better, 500 years ago than you are today. Don't you think that God would look at a nation favorably in that way?
How are you to measure that we're better, that we're wealthier? I guess God would say, well, I would damn well hope that you will have improved your technology and your science and whatever. All things being equal, I wouldn't expect you to sort of regress. But actually, in the UK, I mean, there's a lot of talking about the dilution of educational standards. So more and more stupid students are getting A's and getting into college when actually they're not very bright. So maybe that's something to worry about. The dilution of
standards. There's no doubt that the West is on a bit of troubled waters in the last 50 years or so. But it's nothing. I don't think it has declined in such a way where it's irredeemable. It's you can bounce back. You can instead of antagonizing your host country who is so nice to educate you and take you in, you should help
Well, I am. This is how I am helping. I'm telling these people things they haven't heard before.
But you're just being provocative.
I need somebody to say, well, Claire, you're wrong because A, B, C, and D. And I don't get that. It's like, we don't like what you're saying. We're going to just ignore you because we have no answer. That's what I get. So it means I'm right. That means I have to double down. Because
in a way that you are right. If nothing's done and they just keep allowing Muslims to move in and they have children, and then not all of them will be, religious. Secular Quranism will be the de facto way that Britain will behave, and then you'll be in heaven 200 years from now, smiling, going, "See, I was right." But I hate to see that happen. Don't you? Which 1,000 years of history, just like washed down the tube. You don't see any.
It won't be washed down the tube. I mean, history is history. The past is the past. So if I'm asking you, what do you fear? If secular Quranism were ever adopted, you won't be able to give me a proper answer. You just say, I don't like the idea. And it's like, what is actually going to happen that you think is somehow so wrong? What you think that there will be beheadings or in public? I mean, what are you actually afraid will happen?
Well, I tell you, Claire, the number of how many gods are is one. So you're saying don't believe in Christianity because you got the three things there, and so follow my way, and you have the zero there. Like both are wrong. So
I'm not saying follow my way and not be.
You're saying
keep telling
secular.
you
Secular
I am
means without God.
agnostic. No, I'm saying I'm obviously following the Quran. I mean, secular Quranism is based on the Quran, and therefore I am following what are God's laws. People may not like my interpretation, but I'm still following the Quran. So, what is your problem? And you have the option of believing in zero gods, 1+ gods, or just one God. You can do those things. So, what are you complaining about now?
But your main criticism with England is that it's idolatry. So you're basically promoting either idolatry or being agnostic, which is also a sin.
No, I'm promoting the rule of law. I'm saying there has to be the 7 no-height laws being properly followed in all countries, ideally.
Well, England has a law system. So
no, we're talking about this poor man, this pastor, and all he said was that the Bible says that a marriage is between a man and a woman, and the police manhandled him and put him in jail for a week, for a night. This is what is happening in Britain. I mean, they're not following the no-height laws. So we need to point this out. We need and I'm appealing to somebody above me in status. I'm appealing to God's chosen people, whose rabbis are supposed to know about the no-height laws. But somehow,
the rabbis would be more than happy for you to become a Noahide and
No. It's not about me becoming a Noahide. It's about them ranking the 4 Gentile religions to show Islam top of the tree and Christianity bottom of the heap. That's what they need to do.
See, that's the problem. You want the rabbis to decide what's better, like throw up or vomit. Not this throw up or vomit. It's like throw up or diarrhea.
Why can't they do it? I mean,
because they don't. Neither you don't want neither throw up or diarrhea. You want the real thing.
I know your rabbis don't want to offend your Christian overlords. I mean, that's why Christian missionaries just fly into Israel and convert Jews into Christianity, right?
But I think the Jews are pretty clear. We're not so keen on either Christianity or Islam. We're not big fans.
Well, most of you
are. We're not going to go, hey, I looked at all the pluses and minuses, and I think that Islam edges out to Christianity, so go with Islam.
I mean, secular Quranism would be ideal for Israel because, it will appeal to the secular Jews, and it would also appeal to the religious Jews because it's at least it won't be this horrible globo-homo laws that we have to follow in Israel. So this is what I'm suggesting. And if Israel were to adopt it, then all the nations would adopt it. And so you lot have to show us the way. Be light unto nations. I'm appealing to God's chosen people. I mean, that's the closest I can get on earth, to appealing to God, right? Because that was what Pelu was going on about, that I don't acknowledge the existence of God. And I'm saying, well, I found, a few Jews, I found a few rabbis, that all have to do. And I acknowledge their status as being a little above that of Gentiles because they were chosen especially by God. So all they have to do is do their thing.
Right. I mean, it's preposterous, and you just want to be provocative, and sometimes when you become so provocative, it just becomes inconsequential completely. You can't seriously think for a moment that any rabbi would say, let's go with the Quran in Israel. I mean, we are people of the book. Which book? It's the Torah. We are people of the Torah, and that is us. So anything else is just silly. It's just silly.
Okay. Forget asking the rabbis. I mean, we'll just ask the secular Jews. It's like, secular Jews of Israel, would you like secular Quranism if you had to choose between secular Quranism or Torah? Do you want a Torah theocracy where you'll be stoned to death for for breaking the Sabbath and picking sticks on Saturdays and being sodomites and being adulterers? You'll just get stoned to death. Do you want that, or do you want secular Quranism? What do you think the secular Jews would say if they had to choose? Come on, they'll be choosing secular Quranism in droves.
Israelis hate Islam.
I know, but
they don't
you have
like
to imagine a
Muslims.
situation in which they had to choose. It's like, you're going to get a theocracy whether you like it or not. Do you want a Torah theocracy with 36 capital offenses? Or do you want, Islam light? And you guys can control all the interpretation. You can say only ethnic Jews can join the legal profession. So no Arabs can join the judiciary or the legal profession. You can do it like that.
Yeah, it's weird. Even after a stroke, it doesn't even get any better. Like it doesn't. It still sounds ridiculous.
Oh, but I mean, okay, but you're saying that secular Jews would choose a Torah theocracy? I can't believe it.
If you want to get like a inside scoop about the Jews, okay, and the secular Jews, if you look at the secular Jews, put this in mind, okay? You look at the secular Jews and you look at the religious Jews, and you go, oh, these are two different Jews thinking two different ways. But all those secular Jews, three generations or maybe one generation back, they were religious Jews. So we basically are either religious Jews or formerly religious Jews. Like, it's not like we're so far away. It's not like we're this different thing completely. The Torah actually says that you won't survive past 3 or 4 generations without God, and it's kind of true. You never see. I bet you there's not a secular Jew that can say that my great grandfather was also a secular Jew.
Okay, so what's your point then?
It's such silliness to say that we're going to accept anything about the Quran. And also it's like below us. Like, if you read the Quran and compare it to the Torah, it's just like, I mean, it doesn't do it for us.
I can understand what Amihud is saying, actually.
Oh, really?
I think what you're trying to say is that a lot of these, like, Jews, secular Jews that you describe, you say that if you go like 2 generations back, then you find out that they're actually from religious. Their grandparents were religious Jews, and you're saying that you don't know any secular Jews who can go beyond that. I think what you're trying to say is that if it was beyond that, then they wouldn't be Jews anymore. They would be like something else by then.
Yeah, right? The Torah. That's how the Torah describes it.
Yeah, and you say that the Quran doesn't do it for you, because I've read the Quran and it is very, how can I say this? It does have a lot of Jew hatred in the Quran, so I can understand why Jewish people would be discouraged by that.
I found it kind of dry myself. Like, the Torah has some pretty cool stories, neat introductions to some laws, like the story of God talking to an entire people. I mean, that's pretty gripping to me. But like, what's going on with Muhammad's,
Whereas with the Quran doesn't really have too many stories. It's mostly just a rule book. It's like a rule book.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I hope you don't think, Aaron, that the Torah is going to be bad. Under secular Quranism, you can read the Torah all you like. I mean, You don't even have to read the Quran at all.
By saying there's anything above the Torah is banning the Torah. Like the Torah is the ultimate book for the Jews, and there could be nothing above it.
Yeah. Well, go keep on reading
It is our
it.
book. We are the people of the book.
Yeah, read it.
That is us.
But okay, if you really believe in it so much, then you would want to incorporate its laws. But you obviously don't take it that seriously as to even consider obeying it. You just think it's a fairy tale, right? A book of fairy tales.
No,
because you
I
don't
want everything
you don't
to
seem
be
to want
implemented.
to follow the laws in the Torah because they're too harsh, right? Imagine
Which
being
laws do you want?
stoned to death for breaking the Sabbath.
Stoning the criminals that's pretty severe. That's pretty, what do you call it? Based. Yeah, that's what the kids say. Based.
Right.
Hey, I'm gonna count the Omer since I'm this dedicated Jew. So I'll talk to you later, Claire.
Okay, well, thanks for coming by and.
All right, thanks. This is fun.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Thanks for honouring my channel with your first visit.
All right, take it easy.
To the channel, as far as I know, anyway. Yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to come.
Yep.
So, how's the job hunting coming along?
Job hunting's going fine. I've got a load of interviews lined up for next week. I'm pretty happy.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I had my second driving lesson, and I did very well. I actually drove myself back home from the testing site, which I'm quite pleased about, and I have better clutch control than I did the first time. So my driving has improved.
And it was only your second lesson, right?
It was only my second lesson, but I was watching a load of these tutorial videos. Like there's this guy who lives in Wolverhampton. He's a driving instructor, and he does driving lesson videos, and they help me a lot. To be honest.
What was the most helpful thing about all?
No, it's like driving lessons. He would record them in his car.
Mm-hmm.
And like I used to watch, what the people would do, how they would change gear, how when to step on the brake, etc. And it just helped me become more confident in driving in real life, because I would watch what they did, and then when I had the driving lesson on that day, I kind of copied what the people were doing in the videos, like from memory, and it helped me.
It's just a matter of remembering things, right?
Yeah.
Like mirror, signal, maneuver, whatever. So you haven't started with the parallel parking and that kind of thing, right?
No, I haven't.
Lesson.
That might be next lesson. Actually, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. You always found it a pain, you have to turn the steering wheel all the way that way, and then you have to turn it, and then you have to look through that window and line something up.
It becomes habit after a while.
Mm.
It becomes habit.
Yeah. Yeah, and well, it should become second nature.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah. So, okay then.
Well, thanks for coming and unwinding the more tense part of this stream.
Yeah.
And, yes, it was good to be able to explain what I wanted to explain, and for you to take my point without saying, yeah.
See ya.
Take care. Bye-bye. Yes, Andrew, Levent is Muslim, if that was your question. All right, thanks for listening. It's a pity Jen won't come on. Are you sure you don't want to come on, Jen? Go on, go on, go on. I haven't spoken to you for so long. I don't think she will, though. She's angry with me. Yeah, Jen and Skip. Come on, Jen. I won't say a word. I won't talk to you. You can come and talk to Skip. Oh, Andrew, why didn't you come on? No, I knew she wouldn't do it. I knew she wouldn't do it. Domingo wants to come back on again. Alrighty.
So, Claire, even after you talk to Aaron, at the end of the day, Claire, it's like what I was said in the chat. You're a godless woman, and that's your problem. That's your uphill battle that you're facing. You're trying to appeal to a religious elitist establishment when you yourself don't even believe in God.
I'm not actually appealing to the religious establishment, since the religious establishment in this country is basically Christian, and they would not be wanting to engage.
Well, on the surface, these rabbis you talk to, on the surface, they are religious figureheads, religious leaders in a sense, but you and I both know that it's all a farce. You and I both know what kind of a fraudulent sham Judaism is. You're really just appealing to international organized atheistic Jewish criminal networks.
Why'd you say that?
Well, because that's the aristocracy that you appeal to.
I'm not appealing to any aristocracy. I'm just only appealing to people who are likely to do what I want. The people I'm trying to get to do what I want are actually a very small group of men. So, and they're certainly they're not and they are rabbis. I'm not. They're not even a class of people. There are a few rabbis, a handful of them, if that. And they would be rabbis in Israel who don't want Jews in Israel from being converted to Christianity, which I imagine they would regard as a racial, national, and religious humiliation, because
Yeah,
they would think of Jews as the people who created the concept of idolatry, and to have Christians converting them in Israel to Christianity must be,
you want
they haven't
criminals
been doing
to
their jobs.
enforce and exercise a set of rules, right? And here's your sales pitch. Your sales pitch is this: if people just follow the rules, everything will be fine.
Well, yeah, that's what rules are for.
Okay, but what world do you live on? I mean, what world do you live on where people obey rules?
What is your solution? Please tell us. Oh, Domingo, who knows everything, whose ideas are so much better. Well, tell us.
I have told you in the past, but you don't listen.
I can't remember, because they must have been so incoherent. I forgot all about it.
Well, you see, that's what you do, Claire, and this is why I have to troll you incessantly.
Yeah,
because you're deserving of it.
You don't stand for anything, Domingo.
Claire, don't you understand, Claire, that
you just take a position against Jews?
Don't
and
you understand, Claire, that you have to be of truth? You have to be a defender of truth first and foremost. Why can't you do that?
I do defend truth as I see it.
If you were a better person, you'd get closer to believing in God.
Do you believe in God?
I already answered that question. You see what I mean?
I don't quite believe you, because you won't tell me. you won't even tell me if it's the Abrahamic God you believe in. You know, maybe you believe in a Jen God, because Jen says she believes in God, but
I
it's not the
told you that I
Abrahamic
do
God.
not put God in a box called Abrahamic.
Right. So why not?
Why? Because that's limiting.
Okay, so it means you don't want to follow his laws. That must be the only reason.
Look,
You don't want to follow his laws. You don't want to follow his rules.
Follow his rules. What are you talking about? Rules are made by men, and they're enforced by men.
So you don't believe in God because the whole idea of Palu is that everything comes from God. That's why he's always emphasizing you have to believe in God or nothing makes sense. Talking about idolatry, talking about blasphemy won't make sense if you don't believe in God. And he goes on and on and on in this vein, even though I've already understood. But anyway, that is his line of reasoning. And when I take that line of reasoning with you, you will get annoyed with me, and you're saying, "Oh no, I don't believe in the Abrahamic God." So, what kind of God do you believe in?
Claire, what God provides is truth, and it is up to men to make rules to protect that truth, and to make sure that truth is not subverted and tarnished.
Right. So, what do you think about the no-hide laws?
What do you think about corruption, Claire? What do you think about systemic corruption in politics?
Here we go
and
again.
Business?
No, why don't you just answer the question?
Why can't you acknowledge that your aristocracy is corrupt
I don't want to
to
talk
the core?
I don't want to talk about the Jews. I'm talking about the no-hide laws. I'm asking you a question about the no-hide laws. So, assuming if nobody was corrupt and they would be enforced, do you have any objection to laws forbidding murder?
But Claire,
okay, you're not going to answer the question because you're going to let your Jew hatred overcome you.
Claire, can we agree, Claire, that whether rules were made 2,000 years ago or 2 years ago, there are people that will violate them, break them, ignore them?
Absolutely. The rules are made to be broken. So what is your point?
Rules were not meant to be broken.
They were made to be broken because, it's like...
No, you don't make rules with the intention of breaking them, Claire. That's disingenuous.
No,
you don't make rules with the intention of breaking them, Claire.
I invent that saying, rules are made to be broken. I didn't...
You know who says that, Claire? Do you know who says that?
God.
Criminals say that. The people who intend to break them say that. But they're not the ones that came up with the rules.
But the people who made those rules...
Or at least they're not the ones that came up with the rules with genuine, honest, good intentions.
Okay.
If they wrote the legislature, if they wrote the laws in the legal department of a big corporation and then passed it on to a politician that they paid off and passed a bill and got it into law, and then they themselves break their own laws and do their insider trading and commit all sorts of insider fraud, then yes, I mean, they're creating rules that they're going to break, but they want to make sure that other people follow their laws.
Yeah, but anyway,
they want others to do as they say, but they will break their own rules, right?
Yeah, people will break rules because I mean the whole idea of the 10 Commandments is that God.
And this is why you have to distinguish what is of God, what is truth, from what is of man, and what is law, and what is legislation.
So you don't agree with the no-hide laws. You don't agree with the 10 Commandments. So you don't believe in the Abrahamic God. So what is the point of saying you believe in God?
I believe in law and order. I do, but I'm not. But I'm not going to limit myself to 10 commandments or Noahide laws. I'm going to use my common sense, and I'm going to use the truth that is discovered through God as an inspiration for the morals that I'm going to set.
Okay, so you basically you're going to use God as your backup to say Domingo.
Not backup. It is the inspiration. It is the it's not the backup. It's not the backup. It's the inspiration, right? That gives you the clarity to create guidelines for a group of people that you care about and that you want to see thrive together. That is where this is where people come together, right? And they cooperate and they set rules and standards.
All right, so you don't quite agree with the no-hide laws.
Rules are created for the greater good, for the betterment of life and of people.
Yeah, I get it. So, but for some reason you don't agree with the no-hide laws. Which ones don't you do? Do you disagree with all of them, or just some of them?
Why are they so important to you?
Because
what?
Because they are the means through which it is possible to decide on the future religion of the West.
The only means?
Yeah. Well, okay. Tell me your ideas then. Let's hear it.
So is murder? Okay, what is murder, Claire?
It's the intentional killing of another human being by a human being.
Okay, and when the state passes sentence of execution, is that murder?
It's an execution.
So, but is an execution murder?
It's a legal murder.
Okay, and is when someone is defending themselves and has to use lethal force and they end up killing their attacker, is that murder?
Yes, but it's justified.
Okay, so we're not against murder then, right?
No. Obviously, for every rule there is an exception. Any legally trained person will tell you that you can do this.
Now,
or you can't do this thing except for these circumstances, or you can't do these things except for those circumstances. So you're just nitpicking.
No. I'm not nitpicking. I'm trying to show you, Claire, that you need to revisit your definition of what murder is. Murder is the bad kind of killing. Execution and self-defense killing, that's justified. That's sometimes a necessary thing. It's a good thing. If I kill a rapist that's raping my child, my killing of that rapist is a good thing. So you need to redefine what murder is. Murder is bad.
I don't really want to. I've already defined it for you. I mean, you're just.
I know, but your definition,
the conversation because you
your
don't.
Definition is so simplistic.
No, it's like I think anybody will say there ought to be laws against murder. I think most reasonable people can agree to that. So you just want this sort of hair-splitting discussion about what about executions or whatever. Why don't you just answer the question about the no-hide laws? You obviously don't agree with all of them. I'm assuming you might agree with some of them, and I'm hoping you can tell us what it is and why.
Claire, what incentive do I have in using those laws as any kind of guide or reference point?
They are a minimum moral standard.
According to who?
I see.
You according to
I didn't create them. So you're basically rejecting the no-hide laws because they're Jewish. That means you're an anti-Semite, right? Okay, we already knew that anyway. So, hi, Skiff.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Claire. Hi.
Hello.
Whose Mookie is that? Is that you, Domingo?
Yes.
Oh, you're always using a different account. So it's very confusing. So you were talking about murder and stuff?
Well, I was just asking Domingo which of the 7 no-hide laws he disagreed with, and he's just going to say he disagrees with all of them because they're Jewish, and it's so predictable of him. And you know that's why there's no point talking to degenerates.
You're so dishonest. I didn't say I disagree with all of them. I asked you was
Okay, so tell us which one.
what I asked you was why are they relevant?
They're relevant because they set a minimum moral standard, and you say, "Oh, but who sets them?" And it's the Jews. I'm going to reject them because they're Jewish. I got it. Okay, everybody gets it that you have a problem with the Jews, and you're going to reject anything that is said to be from them because it's Jewish. I get it. So
Claire,
let's hear your better system. Let's hear your better system.
Is it comforting for you to label others as anti-Semites? Do you
Well,
feel
you're
good when you
happy
do
to
that?
No, you're happy to be because you.
Does it make you feel warm
always
and
go on
fuzzy
about
inside
them,
of your cold,
and derail the
cold, hollow
conversation to show your
husk of a
hatred of
body?
Jews. I'm going to mute myself, and you can talk to Skip.
You should mute yourself permanently.
No, come on. We're guests on her show.
No.
Yes, so you're serious? You think murder's right because it's Semitic to say it's wrong? I don't
No, I
understand.
I asked her to define murder, and she gave this simplistic answer of murder is when one person kills another. That's not what murder is.
Right.
There's more to it.
Right. You need to have the bad intentions, and it has to be planned and stuff, right?
Murder is unlawful. It's unjustified. That's what makes murder murder.
Yeah, I guess so.
Claire wants to use rules that are like ancient and are no longer relevant.
I think the whole thing is relevant because it's not the path to the future, right? Debating these ancient ideas, it's I'm starting to feel like this won't get us anything, right?
Well, nothing's ever accomplished on Claire streams. I mean, they're all shit shows.
Oh, come on. You can say that about pretty much any stream. So it's obviously we're not gonna come up with a cure for cancer or something.
Yeah, obviously, but I mean, at least on some streams you can get to the core of an issue with less resistance.
So yeah, that's a good question from Claire. What's your solution? And I'm thinking we're not talking about that solution, but
Well, listen to what I mean. Well, here's the thing: there are laws already in place that are not being enforced, and the reason they're not being enforced is because of corruption. The corruption has gotten so severe that everything is fucked. But there is a solution. The problem is that no one is taking initiative to enact these solutions, at least not the people who are in a position of authority and have the duty to enact the solutions. This is the problem. This is the fundamental problem that society is facing today. When you have someone that has been chosen by the people and placed in a position of power, entrusted by the people, but they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, that is the fundamental problem we're facing. So when
It's a
Claire says
breakdown of the rule of law.
so when Claire says, well, if people just follow the rules, there won't be any problems. But what happens, Claire, what happens when the people entrusted with enforcing laws are themselves corrupt?
You change the whole system because obviously the wrong people are in charge.
Okay,
right?
but you know, Claire, how that has to be done, right? Historically, you know how that's done historically.
You're proposing a pogrom. It's so tedious.
I'm not. Did you hear me say that?
Okay, well, wait, what do you mean historically?
Did you hear me say that, Claire?
Pogrom? Well, it's implied.
You love doing that, right? You love doing that. You get off on that.
Doing what? Because you actually have no solution.
Putting words in people's mouths.
You're not even being funny. You're just derailing and hair splitting.
I'm not trying to be funny.
Okay,
Claire.
okay. So which of the Noahide laws do you find objectionable? Do you know what they are?
No, Claire, answer the question. What do you do in order to change the entire system?
You propose a change of the system.
Okay, and after your proposal lands on deaf ears, what then?
Well, you talk
Mhm.
to people who might be interested.
Okay, and then when they're not interested, what then?
Well, you will just have to say, well, if everything turns to shit, I told you so. Yeah, well, what do you expect? Do you think I have an army? Do you think I have an army?
That's your solution is
Yeah, I'm
you
going to say, yeah, I told you.
pout and you say, I told you so.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
see?
but you see,
You
Domingo,
see?
you don't even have a solution. You don't even have a
You
solution.
don't even believe in the Noahide laws.
And you don't, do you? Because they're Jewish. You don't.
Because they're irrelevant.
Okay, so tell us about your relevant laws. Let's hear it.
Yeah, sure. Here's what's needed. Here's the solution. Tyranny is defeated with eternal vigilance, right? The tree of liberty is watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants. There are solutions in place.
Okay, so you're proposing violent revolution.
The United States of America has
proposing
solutions.
Violent revolution, and you think that's so much cleverer.
The United States of America has solutions in place. They are well documented. It just takes people to do it.
Okay, you're talking about civil war, are you?
Well, Claire, you just said, how do you change the system? Your
Okay,
solution
so
your solution, Claire, is to sit down and say, I told you so.
Yeah, well, what else can I do?
That's not going to change the system, is it, Claire?
You're so much more effective. You don't even have a solution that you can propose.
No.
So
I already said, Claire,
Hi, Skith. Sorry about that. We already know that Domingo has no solutions.
I think I have an alternative solution to the whole thing, and well, I kind of have been thinking we're always a people who isn't staying on a certain geographical location very long, right? We've always migrated and conquered new lands. And even in America, I think that's true. America worked best when there was sort of unbridled innovation, and when it was sort of frontier land, when people could always expand and try out new things. So I'm thinking, well, yeah, the system, maybe it sucks, but maybe we can just create a new system on Mars or something, right? That's what the ancient texts say. We always set our ships to new lands. So that's where I'm at right now, because I don't see this working out any good.
So you don't agree with restoring the patriarchy?
I don't think it works. I think it's too far gone. The whole thing, it's rotten. It's like
so if it's rotten, how likely are we to organize mass migrations to the nearest habitable planet that we don't even know exists?
People like Elon Musk are. There's still some visionaries with tons of money. So that's where what we need. Leaders with highly successful businesses with tons of money and tons of resources who will create such a thing, a new venture, just like it worked in ancient times, probably.
Okay, but it's going to miss us out because we're not going to be on that spaceship, right?
Yeah, I don't think it will work out in our lifetime. So
no.
Yeah.
But so in the meantime, nothing is to be done.
Well, we can engage in technology and my thinking is engage in health and fashion, because things that truly matter, that make the world a more beautiful place, you know.
Right. So You're not going to participate in political activism or
No, I think
philosophical debate
I don't.
about what
No,
is to be done.
I'm happy to debate and stuff, but I'm thinking that the solution won't be a political one, and I kind of think it never was political. Like the guy who invented
I
the
see
steam
everything
engine,
as
he wasn't a
politics.
politician. It's like this invention, the steam engine. It's a new thing. It will transform everything. It will disrupt the whole political sphere. So it's always technology. It's always been technology, and politics will follow it. And there's also this founders effect, and that's the important part, because I think if we don't embrace technology, some other people will. So do we really want the Chinese to be the first to, let's say, genetically modify humans to make them better? I don't think so. I think it should be us who should spearhead such ventures.
Are they talking about genetically modifying humans?
I think they're already experimenting on it, yeah. And we're still debating
How
on the ethics.
how are they proposing to modify humans?
I don't know. There was some headlines a year ago where they apparently already did some splicing on these stem cells. I don't know.
I think whatever they managed to do at this time would be, pretty marginal. But
yeah,
I'm a little surprised that you don't see the solution as being political. You're just going to sit around and wait for the technology to get better. Is that it?
No, I'd love to engage in it. I'm a bit old, but I'd encourage everyone to participate, right? To sort of steer this whole thing in a positive direction.
How can we steer technology? Most of us are, not.
Well, by going to university, I always hear from the alt-right circles. I always hear, well, you should be a farmer and learn a trade and go grow your own food. And I think it's all horse shit. So what did farmers or cattlemen or something that never shaped the future? They were always on the lower caste, so to speak. So that's not the solution. The solution is to go back to the universities to do engineering and physics and stuff, and yeah.
But you don't think society should be changed in a change to make it more efficient or effective, or get rid of the bad people? Or
all right, let's look at the people who really change society and change politics. That's people like Bill Gates, right? And why? Because he has so much money, because he's so successful, and he's he owns technology, just like I don't know, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, guys who own Google. Those are the people who shape our future and shape society, not some politics guys. So that's I think where the focus lies.
Well, if you haven't seen any concerted political goals being achieved in your lifetime, it's because nobody's even tried. They've just basically gone with the flow, right? I mean, until now, I guess you could say Trump is the one who's swimming against the flow, and he's got supporters who are being treated like basically heretics.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Trump was such a disappointment, that guy.
Well, he didn't really get much support, did he? Everybody just sort of, wanted him to do everything for them, and they didn't really support him, enough, I don't think. But
so, Scythe, did you know that the Chinese have built a quantum computer and asserted quantum supremacy?
Right. Quantum computing too. That's true. A very good point.
And did you know they're using entangled photons, which is my theory? And did you know that probably 4 years ago, some Chinese person used my theory? And used is perhaps
because they copy and steal stuff. That's true. That's a very good.
Well, that's not really my point. I mean, I'm sort of honored that they actually bothered to read my stuff. So I really think that your claims lack any evidence whatsoever.
You mean about the Chinese, or?
No, about caring about technology, because if you did, you'd be studying my stuff. and learning about
I
technology.
don't. You see,
But you're a fool and a liar
No,
who thinks
alright.
that Europeans come from aliens because you can't face facts, because
We
you're
don't come
obsessed
from
with your
aliens.
white skin. It's honestly, it's unrelatable for me. It's like the blue eyes thing. It's like, I can't relate to it. So it's like, this is why I'm glad I could stream with Duvid. And by the way, fuck you, Claire, for insulting Duvid. And yeah, this is what I like about him, because he can like put these things, like he can actually show me ideas that I would never have thought of, because they're just, so outside of the range of my normal experience that they're completely unrelatable. But he dives in, and he's not afraid to look at the darkness of the soul of man.
I think David was on here and called Claire a heretic or something, or an apostate or something.
That
Yeah,
was
it was
great.
on stream a few days ago. I remember.
I mean, like Claire is just constantly taking L's from everybody that she has on.
I don't think he called me a heretic. I think I called him a heretic.
No, he said, he was basically telling you, like, you're the agnostic, right? You're the one that doesn't believe in God. He was basically making the same arguments everybody else has been making. You're godless, Claire, at the end of the day.
Well, I'm not that bothered. I know I'm expected to see things from both a theistic and atheist point of view. So,
But you're racist against Indians, just like Scythe, so you can't really do it. You can't really do it because you're blinded by hatred of Indians. Your only argument against Hinduism is that it doesn't travel well, which is laughable proposition.
It's an ethno religion that has no place in the West, and it's idolatrous and it's failed.
Well, then you're saying Europeans have no place in the
recommending
West.
this poison to my worst enemy.
You're saying Europeans have no place in the West, then?
No,
I personally don't hate Indians.
wherever they are. But I'm saying, can we have a better moral system? That's all I'm saying.
Well, better according to you, who cares only about efficiency? Efficiency towards what? Your eventual self-annihilation, towards over-exploiting natural resources? You want to put the brakes on stuff like that. You don't want to
see Islam
make it
as being. It will.
It's not Islam, stupid.
It will ban you.
It's what you're fucking saying. Don't fucking talk to me, Claire. I didn't come on the stream to talk to you.
Well, you talk to me first. You talk to me first. I'll mute myself.
I didn't come.
Yeah, so Domingo, you could see that she's basically sussed who she thinks is already going to win, has, deceived herself into thinking she agrees with whatever that is, and is now acting like, it's like the typical thing of, like, imagine you're a woman back in the day and there's a foreign tribe invading, and you're like, okay, they're probably going to win, so I better just go with them. Just on a more technocratic scale, I guess.
I think you misunderstand the whole point.
What is the point?
The point
You
is
coming up with a pile of excuses for not doing any actual study? You
it's,
lying about history?
Not everyone can do studies, right? We never had.
Oh yeah. So
right?
should the person who doesn't do studies be speaking publicly and giving opinions as to the future steps forward for people? No. Yet you do it because why? Like, why are you here?
Seth, I just want to point something out, Seth.
Right.
I hear what you're saying when it comes to technology, right? About innovation and the value of innovation, and how innovation is always sort of brings us good things, but it does also bring us a lot of bad things. Now, I just hope, Seth, that you understand and you realize that the physicist, the chemist, the engineer that is a purist of their in their field and is passionate about discovery, when they're working in their labs, right, when they're working on their own and they're trying to achieve things, that is noble and that is a good thing. But it is when the wealthy merchant, or let's say ruler, comes along and subjugates that brilliant mind.
True. That's
And
very
weaponizes his research or monetizes his research to make himself richer. This is corruption.
That's true. No, that's why I
And
always
and if
name
you and if
Elon
you
Musk
think
or
and
Bill
if you
Gates.
think that Elon Musk is some kind of tech Jesus, you really need to kind of like re-examine the whole situation.
Well, he's a visionary. That's
Yeah, I don't think
okay
he's
to
coming
accept.
in good faith. I think he's some kind of propagandist because I was talking about Leibnizian monadism the other day, and he interjects with, well, Newton also invented calculus, completely irrelevant thing. When if you research, it's obvious that if
They
anyone
both did,
plagiarized
right?
anyone, it was Newton plagiarizing Leibniz. So I really
No,
still fail to see the relevance of that. It's like you're always trying to dodge it and come back to these ridiculous talking points like, hail Elon Musk. Like, give me a break.
I don't have anything against Leibniz, by the way. He's a fellow German, so
Then why did you cite Newton? Like, you
Well,
don't have
because
any
they
self-control.
both
You just have to
invented.
parrot this propaganda. Well, Newton
It's not,
did too. Newton invented calculus too. Who cares?
if you
That
have a
wasn't the
problem with
point.
that,
He
I
didn't. He
apologize.
didn't talk about monadism. We were discussing monadism, and it's like
I don't even know what that is, to be quite honest.
exactly. You don't know any of it. You don't know the bulk of the Aryan religion. So it's ironic that you think you're the descendant of the Aryans because your skin is white.
Well, I'm not a descendant, right? I'm like a cousin folk, sort of.
Right.
Cousin.
You know how
sort-
ridiculous
sort of.
that sounds?
No, it's like, all right, imagine my brother migrates to Australia and
I
has a
don't
bunch of
need to
kids,
be
and I have a bunch of
explained
kids.
how
So they're not
families work.
brothers, but they're cousins.
You don't
so.
need to explain to me how families work.
All right.
You mean the brother that married a Hungarian?
No, he didn't marry her yet.
Oh, sorry, engaged,
I think so, yeah. But
mounted, domesticated, tamed.
So what would you think if you were me? Who's working on my science? The Chinese. It's the only people who've worked on it. I gotta say, I have to, give credit where it's due.
did they ever cite your work, or?
Is that really relevant, though?
See, Jen
so.
was the
That's
purist.
really not the point. That's not
Jen
the
was
point
the
I'm making
purist
here.
in the lab, right? Innovating, and then she was usurped.
No, I'm
I
just
wouldn't say
saying-
usurped. I mean, I wouldn't say usurped because the bottleneck is always the human, right? So it's like
She was the
I'm
victim
happy.
of theft of
Well, you
industrial
can
espionage.
arguably you can't steal this stuff. It's arguably belongs to everybody. Yada yada yada. I don't want to go into the specifics. That's not the point. That's not the point. The point is that what's holding you back? That you're not doing it too. Because because the Chinese can apparently see past whatever flaws exist in my personality. That is apparently not relevant to them because they've seized upon the technology in spite of whatever they may not like about me. Or maybe they do. Or maybe they have completely no fucking opinion because it's not relevant. And they care about the result.
Your question earlier was, why am I not like a tech leader who invents?
I'm asking why you're not even bothering to familiarize yourself with the stuff that you're shilling, which then leads you to make asinine comments like Elon Musk is awesome, dude. When it's like
I'm familiar enough, I think.
Anyone who knows anything about this stuff is very suspicious of people like Elon Musk.
Elon is basically an expert at accepting other people's money.
Yeah, but I mean, he literally is the most wealthy man on earth.
This is the funny thing is that you think you're going to convince us.
No, do I need to? I don't think I need. I don't think Elon Musk needs my,
Then why do you keep,
I just named
publicly filleting him?
Of a visionary, of a pioneer who wants to, do great stuff, go to Mars and stuff and such.
I just see him as a company frontman. Because, I mean, that's what he is. He was chosen to be the front man. He's chosen to be the face and the sophisticated sounding voice.
He has the power, obviously, because he has the money.
He has other people's money.
Well, his net worth says otherwise. He isn't.
Well, sure. I mean,
and he's using his quote power to shill Dogecoin. And now he's got his own crypto, so
Dogecoin
good.
made some people very, very handsome amount of money. So I'm grateful.
There was a lot of other people in the running to be Elon Musk. Is my point. Like it could have just as easily been many other people. He's
Well,
not.
that's not his point. His point is that, well, white supremacy is true because Elon Musk exists.
Oh, that's not the point.
Well,
Well, what
that's
is your
probably-
point?
that's
That
probably a
I think
different
that is
point.
your point, though. I think that's the point you keep trying to make over and over and over. It kind of seems like you're trying to poison the well.
How am I poisoning the well? This is insane. I'm
You're
just saying,
making
I'm just saying
statements
we are.
that make people look stupid to espouse.
No, I'm saying
It's like
we.
flat Earth, right? It's trying to conflate legitimate points with absolute, complete, foolish stupidity.
I'm just saying we were always a high-tech people, and I think there is no
That's not
denying
true.
that. No, that's very true. That's like a primal truth. It's like
The Germans
truth.
before Rome were
Not
not
the Germans. I'm
particularly.
talking about the steppe people and all their descendants.
So that is not a thing.
Yeah, that is a thing. That's the essence of
It's not a
whiteness.
thing because there's no evidence in the steppe of any civilization at any point in time
there
being built
is.
there.
All the
So you're not
evidence
going to
is
come
there.
here and tell me that people went into India but magically forgot to build statues where they came from. That's nonsense. So if you want to argue with me on this stuff, you're going to have to put aside your little fantasy LARP about ancient aliens or whatever the hell it is you've deluded yourself into thinking
It's
is
not
your
aliens.
ancestry.
They evolved in the steppe. We know that.
I know that you're lying and can't face facts, and that there's no evidence of anything going on in the steppe aside for some shacks and some fields.
No, they're the Kurgans. There's this.
Kurgans, McCurgans,
Yeah.
McCurgans.
Yes,
Point to me
Kurgans.
evidence. Don't
That's
give
my-
me words. I don't
Yeah,
care
that's
about your
like
fake words,
that's
funny
my
man.
Ancient burial sites.
Ancient burial sites? That's funny because the Aryas burn their dead.
That's fine. Maybe they invented some new customs. I don't care.
Oh, really? They invented some new customs, or maybe it was completely different people that had nothing to do with Aryas and Veda and all that knowledge.
And all of a sudden they speak the same language. This makes
Let's just
no
say
sense.
hypothetically that I'm right. What does that mean about your karma? You're promoting falsehood, which prevents other people from reaching knowledge, which is probably one of the worst sins you could do.
Well, I only see all the evidence pointing to my
But
ideas. so I'm
you're not answering my question. What if I'm right? Or are you incapable of fathoming this?
If you're right, then I'm wrong. Right?
And what does that mean for your karma?
It doesn't change probably because I don't know any
Well,
better.
so you're an expert on karma now? Because I'm pretty sure that
You asked
speaking
me of my
against
opinion.
the truth in a way that deceives others and prevents them from getting to the
ask me of
truth
my opinion
is
and then
extremely
say I'm
bad
not an
karma.
expert. That's stupid.
It's
So
just
Claire,
logical.
Claire's loving this right now. Claire's
You just have to think of
Claire's
it
rubbing
logically.
lotion on her body right now, listening to Jen's
Do you guys
voice.
know what the Colosseums of Rome were? Of course you do. Where they would put people like prisoners or whatever to duke it out with.
But I always
Soldiers?
confuse that with the Circus Maximus. Which one is the Colosseum again? Is it where
I
the gladiator
don't.
fights?
I'll be
or-
honest, I don't actually know, but you're familiar with the
The
phenomenon
Cir-
of
the
people
Circus
watching people
Maximus-
duke it out.
The Circus Maximus was racing the chariots around in circles.
All right.
The
So the
Colosseum
gladiator
was
fights were in
was
the
the
Colosseum.
gladiators, the Colosseum.
All right. Yeah, I've seen the movie
So you're
Gladiator.
familiar with this,
Yep.
right? So imagine that that's real, except the people in the audience are all your ancestors. And everyone alive is in the actual field of the Colosseum.
All right.
And they're watching and judging, and what would they think about you if indeed I'm right? So that's what karma is. It's having to deal with all the junk in the audience being thrown at you by
Yeah, but I-
ancestors, not just
all
your
right,
own
all right.
ancestors, but other ancestors, because it's just one big Colosseum, right? We have to share one big planet. So yeah.
Personally, I don't think my ancestors would be mad if I don't know anything better. If I don't know something better and make an error.
But you've been corrected.
Well,
You've been shown the evidence.
No, I've been told.
You've been
okay, that-
BDFO'd beyond any possible recovery.
Jen, what's in your avatar?
It's like salad with some dread. No,
It's a-
I don't know.
I think it's like fish on some lettuce.
Looks like a healthy food, I'd say.
It looks like a baby vomited on some lettuce leaves.
It looks
I
like a
thought it
healthy
looked
dish.
nice at the time.
I just think
I am
you
honestly concerned about
romanticize
your
this-
soul. I'm concerned about everyone's soul. Like I know I can't reach everyone, but if I can reach someone and tell them to stop fucking themselves over karmatically, I'd like to try.
If Claire had a soul, would you be worried for it?
I tried for a while to help Claire get on the right path, but I mean, I always suspected from the beginning it was fruitless, but I thought that my publicly demonstrating that it was fruitless would be beneficial to others.
You realized it was fruitless once you realized she had no soul?
Well, I can do a voice diagnosis. I can tell what your personality is based on your voice. So within about 2 minutes, I could tell her nature.
So what's my personality?
I think you have substance abuse problems, dull senses.
Oh,
You're confused.
That was
and
a lucky guess, right?
You feel an enormous amount of what is it? Inferiority complex.
And dull senses. Oh shit!
That's just a lucky guess. No, I actually do.
I
so-
could literally teach somebody how to do voice diagnosis, but they would have to understand subjectivity to be good at it, right? Because the bottleneck is always the human, right? So it's always your own sensitivity. And if you have blind spots about your own consciousness, you're not going to see the truth about other people, let alone yourself. Why would I lie to you? What motivation do I have to lie to you? Honestly, I don't like begging, but if it comes to it,
look,
I might beg.
I think you're not lying. You're just sort of delusional at times, I think.
So your self-justification for me telling you that you're full of shit is that I'm crazy, even though
I didn't say crazy.
I'm a genius in physics. It's like those two things don't tend to go together too well.
I think craziness and genius go hand in hand oftentimes, right?
Says who?
I've read it in some magazine. Or
Oh, you
seen
read it in a
movie, probably, I don't know.
magazine. Oh, well, you're right. It must be true then.
No, that
It
Magazines-
couldn't possibly be
magazines
that
still
smart
exist.
people are just smart and should be deferred to in all matters if they're demonstrated to have a mastery of logic. It's
Yeah,
not
but
that.
you could still be wrong. You could be right about
So
one
could
thing and wrong
you.
about another.
So could
Yeah.
you. And you've been right about nothing. So what makes more sense, going with the person who's been right most of the time or all the time or never?
But you're literally having some weird fixation on the Dravidians. For
You
some
understand
reason,
that
I
I
don't
see it as you having a weird fixation on a skin color, which
but-
is kind of like,
Those are at least
this
my
is how
own
I look
people,
at
so
it.
it would be
This is how I look at it. Polar bears, grizzly bears, black bears. They're a good example of regionalized adaptation, right? I mean, some people call it evolution, but I think adaptation is better because it's literally happening relative to the environment. The polar bear's got a bigger build and like white, but it's actually more clear because it wants to let in as much sun as possible, but it looks white, obviously. Could you imagine how dumb it would be for polar bears to be like, we was kangs? And then what would the other bears think if they look at the polar bear thinking like, I'm the best bear and I should be like running your bear countries because my fur is white? I just want to give you a metaphor here. And I want to know, what would you think if you were a grizzly bear?
It's not only the fur color, right? I think a polar bear together with the Kodiak are the strongest bear. So yeah,
Strongest and
polar bear would probably.
but what does
shred
strongest
a
have to? What
grizzly.
is strongest according to whatever arbitrary metric?
Pure
What does
muscle
that mean?
power.
What do you mean strongest exactly? Largest body?
Yeah, largest in this.
Yeah,
if we're talking
because
about bear.
Europeans ate meat, whereas Indians were mostly vegetarians, so they largely gradually got thicker and taller from
Yes.
eating meat.
Yes.
So that makes you better because you ate a bunch of cows,
Oh,
even though the religion says cows are sacred.
Right. Yeah.
So that doesn't even make sense in your own ideology. That your
Maybe we
vis-a-vis
can
your
go
own
off
ideology,
brain.
that doesn't even make sense.
Maybe through our diet and our lifestyle, we could grow.
I
bigger
just
brains.
told you it was because of diet, because there was a different climate and you couldn't grow as much food, so you had to resort to meat eating.
Right. And
I told you that.
Aborigines resorted to whatever they do, and now they.
Stop changing the
they have
subject, you fool.
an IQ
The
of
point is that
3
your
and 10
little hot
now.
take on
Fool.
history has no basis.
Evolution is real, right? We're on the same page here.
that doesn't make the polar bears, quote, superior to the grizzly bears. It means the polar bears are adapted to their environment and the grizzly bears are adapted to their environment. And to speak of one being superior to the other is delusional.
One is superior in pure.
They're both better for their own environment. Okay. If you put a polar bear in a warm place, it's going to be maladapted. Same with vice versa. Do you understand? It's optimized for the environment.
Yes, I agree.
That doesn't directly link to anything about, like,
Would
the
you
term
say that a
superiority isn't even
chimpanzee is
defined in this
superior
context.
to us? Because I mean, if evolution is true, we're just cousins of chimpanzees, and yet we're
I
somehow
don't think that's what
superior.
evolution says.
Oh well, we have a common ancestor not too far back with chimps.
So let me get this straight. Your cousins with chimpanzees and with Aryans.
No, I'm asking you a question.
He's-
We have a
he's
common
cousins
ancestor with
with chimps
chimpanzees,
and
right? And we evolved different from them due to
He's
environmental.
cousins with Aryan chimps.
No. Would you say you're superior to a chimp? After all, they're just
I think I know where this is going.
Yeah, I think so too.
And you
So
want to say something superior, and then I'm going to say state your criteria for superiority, and then I'm going to be able to prove within about 2 seconds that you don't even meet your own definition of superiority.
my point is, we evolved bigger brains than chimps, right? As
And
we evolved
elephants have
brains
bigger
than-
brains than you.
Right, that's true.
So your logic is garbage.
No, it's not.
You have
We
a
also, evolved
you are
from
cherry
incredible
picking.
stuff.
You are
It's not
cherry
cherry-picking.
picking
I'm just saying we
in
evolved
support of a
different from chimps in the
foregone
same way as
conclusion.
we evolved different from Aborigines and other peoples. It's not even
You
controversial.
have a foregone conclusion, and you are now cherry picking. That is not science.
Well, to be fair though, elephants have bigger everything than us. The key factor is the brain to body ratio, brain size.
Yeah, that's true. Like crows, and ravens have pretty big brains for their
And
bodies.
I believe orcas have us beat on brain to body
Oh
ratios.
wow, that's interesting.
I think they're the only animal that I might be wrong, but it's something I remember hearing one time.
I think it would be more correct to say that the energetic ratio between actual, like, conscious cognition, like, for example, a cat is very smart, but its intelligence is all in its muscles. That's why they say cats always land on their feet. So it has a certain type of intelligence, but it's not like book smart. It's not as smart like a dog is smart. You can't teach a cat to do commands, right?
I think
So
Claire's right. We should talk about polyamory or something else.
intelligence is a function of how much of your mind's
Polyamory.
energy is going into conscious cognition, which is correlated with what you're alluding to, but
Let's talk
let's
about
not
Claire's
delude
10-year,
ourselves.
10-year affair. Sith, do you concede that Jen is smarter than you? Yes or no?
Probably. I don't know. So- I don't particularly care, to be honest. And that would answer
You
my
should care. You should care about how you're judged in the court of public opinion, aka the Coliseum of the undead. You should care because they're real. And you're saying I don't care about something real, and it's like, well, why not? You should.
All right. I'll consider this. So would you consider that that maybe we evolved differently, different people?
Do I concede that people are different?
Yeah. Peoples.
Well, different how?
As far as temperament goes, right?
Yes.
Every trait is inheritable. And such.
Not every trait is different because we have essentially the same digestive system and we can interbreed. So there's a obviously degree of sameness, and then there's differences that are that come about from a variety of
Yeah, it's like
factors.
wolves and jackals
So
and
what
coyotes.
exactly is like? At no point am I going to concede your position. Why are you starting with these vagaries and then trying to whittle it down to something palpable? Like, just skip to the end point.
Yeah, my end point is that, and you contested it. My end point would be that our people were always a high tech people, a people who didn't stay in one place too long because they always invented new ways to sort of migrate, right, with high technology. So that's my point.
I don't see evidence of that.
Well, we literally invented the spoked wheel and the horse to carry us to new places.
And the Bhagavad Gita,
Yeah,
which
we
is
invented that too, probably.
you invented the Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah, we at
So,
least
so
invented the
tell me
language.
about it. Tell me what the major moral lessons are from the
I
Bhagavad
didn't
Gita.
read it.
Exactly. So how do you know you invented it? And how do you know you invented any of it for that matter?
Because it was written in our language, basically.
But Aryan religion is an oral tradition and considers the written word degenerate.
Well,
so you're contradicting the tenets of your own quote heritage.
Why would the written word be degenerate?
Well, imagine you're my student and you want to learn from me. How am I going to teach you? I can speak to you. I can go through various aspects of your experience and try to clarify them. But the most efficient way for me, most efficient is the correct word for me to teach you, is to reveal it to you through direct demonstration.
Perhaps in the short term while you're alive, but after you're dead.
But you've never met me in person. Like, oh no, of course I understand that. Like, this isn't about dead or alive. It's about like, we'll just restrict it to this one lifetime. But like, it's hard because you never met me in person, right? But if you had, you'd understand that there are tons of domains where you learn directly through experience, like pretty much any trade, right? You have to go and be
hands-on learning.
You have to go and basically watch the person who already knows how to do it and then emulate them. That is considered the highest form because it's revelation. So it's being revealed to you. So that is conveying a lot more information than a book could. That's why it's considered degenerate. It's not considered false. It's just relative to
less efficient. I wouldn't call it degenerate though.
Shruti. Well, degenerate is relative, right? Like Shruti is the primary, which is revelation. Smrti is the secondary, which is remembrance. And then everything other than that, like even Smrti is degenerate relative to Shruti. So it's like, and then written word would be down the scale.
Okay, so degenerate in that sense.
Not worthless, but like a compressed version of it, of the original. Like there's a signal, which is there's no such thing as observing the signal purely because of quantum mechanics, right? Because observation is waveform reduction. But we're looking for the maximum fidelity, right? So we can't have lossless compression, but we want second best to lossless. Well, sorry, we can't have pure signal going through and actually measure it. We can have lossless compression, or we can have way shittier compression. And reading is a very compressed, basically, versus being right there with a sage who can directly initiate you is less compressed.
Yeah, the spoken word is uncompressed. The written word is simply an aid in retention and an aid for record purposes.
Precisely. So it's absolutely valid but it must be understood the context in which it's valid. Otherwise, people get to the point like Scythe where it's like, well, it's true because I read it in a book. It's like, no, you got it backwards.
It's true because someone told me.
It got written in a book because someone wanted it to be true. That doesn't make it true or untrue. But you have to understand that that's why anything gets written. And not everything that people want to be true is.
You know, here's an interesting fact when it comes to polar bears. While polar bears are the largest of bears, the most physically imposing, and
Is this about the bite power?
No, this is
No.
about ferocity, right? Because in the warmer months, when the polar bears go further south and the Kodiaks go further north, there's a time in the year where they kind of cross paths. And if polar bears, let's say, are feeding on a whale carcass on a shore and the Kodiaks show up, even though the Kodiaks are smaller, the polar bears recognize the alphaness of the Kodiaks. And the Kodiaks will literally chase them off and claim the carcass.
Oh wow.
Dravidian bears rise up. Aryan bears BTFO.
No, I named.
But everyone's worried though about the polar bears, right? Because they're drowning and they're dying and they're skinny. No one gives a shit about the black bears. No one's out there saying, black bear lives matter.
Well, it's a real shame.
Because there's so many black bears. Polar bears, I guess, we're led to believe that they're, a rare commodity.
Yeah, man. Isn't
So it looks like Claire wants to end the show because she's not the center of attention, and there's actually something interesting being discussed that doesn't revolve around her. So she's just going to be a sore loser.
To discuss
how very masculine of Claire to end the stream because it's not revolving around her.
Yeah, but to be
I mean,
fair,
I guess in a lot of ways she's a man in a woman's body, right?
I will say about the polar bear and the Kodiak, they're probably the only land animal I'd be really scared of. It's probably the only animal that can take a man in single combat, I think.
A lion could absolutely take a man in single combat. What are you talking about?
I'm not sure. There's like reports some South African dude who killed a lion with his pocket knife. So I wouldn't fear a lion, I think.
I mean, well, I don't know what kind of pocket knife he had, but if you're introducing weaponry, then then man's at an advantage.
Yeah, but I'm just talking like a pocket knife as a weapon. I think that would be enough to.
Like what? Like a 3-inch blade?
Let's say a 5-inch blade.
So how is that relevant to the discussion, or have you conceded my point that you're totally wrong and promoting dog shit?
Sith, do you submit
to lion?
To the lioness?
Yeah, to the lion.
Yeah, to the lion. You just played
to the elephant. Do you submit to Vishnu? Do you submit to Shiva?
I don't even get Jen's argument, to be honest. She's just against our people, and that's basically what it boils down to.
So because you can't address my arguments, yada yada yada, I hate your people.
No, I did address your argument. You're just saying I'm wrong.
I've heard a similar line of reasoning.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Do you know where?
No. You want me to guess, or?
Well, there's no shortage of evidence of people calling everybody who doesn't agree with them evil and wanting to kill them and destroy them.
Right. What's your point, Jen? Come on. You're just arguing for argument's sake. We're not.
I'm responding to your promoting falsehoods. I mean, what did you do in the chat? You just promoted lie after lie after lie after lie, and I'm basically asking you to stop. And you're like, well, what does it matter? It's like, well, it does matter. Why don't you care about your karma?
Sith, do you recognize Jen's authority?
No, of course not. Not on this issue. Of course not.
So where do you get the idea that you can just put lines between expertise?
Well, I've read the stuff, right? I've read about the Andronovo culture, the corded bear culture, the city.
You
in
read
Berlin
stuff
was-
that someone wanted to be true. Congratulations. That doesn't make it true.
I didn't even only read one source of one quack or something.
You wrote something that was written by more than one source? How
Yeah.
many publishers?
I didn't count.
The
Oh.
Noahide laws were written by someone that someone wanted them to be true.
There was one interesting genetic study done by whatever. The
No,
Max
it wasn't interesting at all, except for failure losers who have nothing to hang on to but their white skin.
I just draw.
Well, guess what? I have it too now, so you can't deny what I say. Ha ha ha. I'll have the last laugh.
No, you're saying
Har har, hardy har har.
Because
You're
guess what?
saying
Your
that-
views are extremely not popular.
You're saying that the highest culture on earth were the same people. Who
I'm not
only
saying that
toilet.
because that's something you're projecting onto my views. I didn't actually speak about superiority or inferiority. That's something you're projecting, and that's because of an inferiority complex. People who haven't accomplished much, of course, they want to force things into a simple dichotomy. See, Claire. That's just not how things are in reality. Reality's complex. People change. Sometimes they change a lot. And you're saying it's because you hate me and my people that you say this stuff. Do you think anyone believes that?
You instantly dismissed the Terran mummies, for example, right?
I don't
Earlier.
care about anecdotes
You-
because
yeah,
the only
you
thing
don't
that
care.
would
That's
convince
an
me,
anecdote,
the only thing that would convince me was that if your people had a greater mastery of the Vedic canon.
Well, there's a simple explanation for that.
I don't care about excuses,
It's
loser.
not an excuse.
I
it's
care
an,
about
it's an
facts.
explanation.
I care
And the
about facts.
explanation is we did invent.
I don't care about excuses, loser. I care about what you can demonstrate, not what you can rationalize to yourself as true, because you've had nothing but time to deceive yourself into thinking you're not a failure.
That's pretty personal, to be honest. It's not very nice.
Really? Because you're basically raping my wife in public. That's how offended I am for you to speak of my religion this way. So you're talking about being offended. Well, congratulations, you have 0.1% of how I feel right now.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not offended. I killed my ego a long time ago. Okay.
Yeah, that's funny. You know, it's not possible to kill your ego, right?
Well, I think I did.
You think you did. So you have the impression in your ego that you've killed your ego. If you didn't have an ego, you couldn't talk right now.
Oh, is that how it works? Well, then I guess I didn't.
Well, you probably, successfully undermined the stability of your ego and denied its integrity long enough to have negative side effects like your fuzzy consciousness and need to constantly ingest drugs to cope with the banality of your horrible life.
Look,
Why not just face what it is that you actually can deal with right now? You're not going to fucking
fine.
change my mind on this shit. So why not focus on something you actually can change?
Well,
Such as your substance abuse problem.
I did change. I stopped drinking for like 3 weeks.
And
So
then
that's good. Oh, well, to be quite honest, I'm kind of on benzos right now, so that's not good, but it's an improvement.
that's, I guess I appreciate you being honest about that, but it's just like, is this the direction to be going in?
Well, I'm promoting self-improvement, right? Health.
But
and
you're
high
not
fashion.
practicing it. You're not practicing it.
I
It
am.
You've
makes-
got
it
the
makes me-
cart before the
it-
horse.
I'm thinking of that scene in Uncle Buck when Buck tells his brother, "Yeah, I quit smoking cigarettes." "Oh, that's great, yeah." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm onto cigars now." I'm thinking 5-step plan, cigars, then go to pipes, then go to chewing tobacco, then go to nicotine gum.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that? You can't.
Yeah,
always
it's a
win
plan.
battle
It's
in one
it's steps, right? Baby steps.
Yeah, but apparently I'm this
Although
is
I'm not sure booze is the right. I'm not sure benzos is the right direction
no,
to
but
go from booze.
yeah, but
It might
I've
be
read
the
it
other
on
way
the
around.
internet, right? And so I ringed my old buddy and such, and he supplied me. But apparently I've been taking the wrong kind of benzos all the time. It's like those lorazepams they're called, and they're the wrong kind. I should have specified. Valium is the other kind. I should have. Whatever. I think it's
Yes, so if you want
no
to have
problem.
beliefs that necessitate drugs to facilitate them, agree with Sith.
No, I'm strictly against drugs. I think they're not good. Right.
But you're on drugs.
Well, yeah. Well, not at the moment, I think. But the point is, you kind of can't, you can only, do as much as you can do.
What does it say to you that no one's managed to challenge me on my rejecting the Aryan invasion theory for as long as I've been rejecting it?
Your theory doesn't have a leg to stand on, to be quite honest. I've
Then how
told
come
you
no
about
one's defeated me in a debate? How come
what-
nobody's challenging
what's
me
the
to a debate? It should be
What's the
easy
debate
to
like?
defeat me.
Okay, I give you some genetic study, and you say, oh well, it's because people want it to be true. It's all bullshit or something. That's not reasonable to discuss it with you, to be honest.
The question is who inherits the Arya legacy? You want to claim it's your people. I want to say it's the people who have the best understanding of the Vedic canon.
No, obviously not. Who inherits it? Obviously, the people who inherited it are the miscegenated descendants of a mixture of people. They inherited it, and I
So
don't
that's
think
my
you can.
position. My position is that the people who, earn it should inherit it. The builders, the knowers, the teachers, etc. You're saying Morace, something that has no precedent in the Vedic canon whatsoever, in the manner that you're alluding to.
Well, it has
I'm
precedence in
pretty
the
sure
whole
I'd win.
caste system, and you see that Brahmins, even today, the highest caste, and they have the whitest skin and the
That's actually
most
not
white
true.
features. That's
I've heard
absolutely true.
multiple testimonies of Indians themselves telling me that the southern Brahmins have more accomplishments.
Oh, well, it's probably some diversity hires or something.
Diversity hires. These are
Hmm.
native Indian Brahmin.
Yeah,
Right.
no, I'm all
So
with
you're
the
just
Dravidian
gonna
Lives Matters
you're gonna
movement.
dismiss the testimony of swaths of people
Yeah,
because
kind
they're
of. I'm
dark
going with the
skinned.
majority. I'm going with what I see with my own eyes, and if you look up pictures of the lowest castes and compare it, then you'll
Then why? I mean, it
see
seems so
the one
weird.
look
It
more
seems really
swarthy.
weird that nobody agrees with you in India.
Yeah, they can't. They're
But
state
wouldn't
mandated
the
not
lighter
to
skinned
agree with
Indians
this.
have some incentive to agree with you? But they don't.
As I understand it, is they're heavily discouraged because it threatens Indian unity. So they don't want any racial thought to come up. It threatens their identity.
But Aryan invasion theory is promoted incessantly in India.
I don't think so. I think they're
You're
the odd
lying.
ones out who.
You're
I'm not
lying.
lying. It's
There's
not a
a
lie if
huge
I say
contingent
something
of
incorrect.
traditional Brahmins who people have been trying to genocide for millennia due to their stubbornness and adhering to their traditions, something you wouldn't know anything about, Christian.
I'm not a Christian.
And that yeah, you are in my eyes. But yeah, so they don't agree with it. It's only the academics that agree with it.
I'm pretty sure Sith is a pagan.
He says he is, but being a religion is about what you believe and how you believe and how he believes it as a Christian. So in my eyes, that's what he is.
He's a cyber pagan.
I'm sorry, but I just say
transhumanist
what I see.
pagan.
No pagan order would have you.
It's not even. I don't think paganism is that organized, to be honest. I don't think I could be wrong.
Disorganized things don't survive.
That's fine. I don't mind. I
Kind
don't
of like
care.
the Chaz or the Chop.
Yeah, look, Taryn Poole, he says it's nonsense. So why would Taryn Poole also say it's nonsense? What reason does he have to lie? You know, it's like you've got a lot of people who don't agree with you.
Wow. All right. Wow. We found one guy in chat who disagrees with me. I think well, better pack my stuff and concede defeat.
But he
Well,
also
the-
concedes that it's not his field of knowledge. But he's not convinced from what he's looked into.
The genetic evidence doesn't even support your theory. It supports that it was indigenous people in India till very recently.
I've read different stuff. To be honest, I've read that that northern India
Stuff
is
that people wanted to be true.
significantly different, and they share similarities with the steppe people, more so than the southern Indians. So
Yeah,
more evidence.
a bunch of raiders, a bunch of nomadic raiders are responsible for civilization in India.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
That's supposed to be something that science agrees with.
Yes, if you don't dismiss the whole Indo-European language, then yes.
I don't dismiss that Sanskrit is the root Indo-European language.
Oh, it's not the root. The root is in the steppe, obviously.
Oh, right. The non-existent raider, rapist, nomads, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's what the science is. Look,
So let's see your best evidence. Show me your best evidence of these steppe raiders.
Well, all right. If we go there linguistically,
Just show me actual evidence. Don't show me a genetic study. Show me actual physical evidence, please. Because I can show you physical evidence in India of the great civilization built there. So let's see your best evidence.
So not genetics, then maybe something like the language itself, how it evolves. There's a whole branch of
that doesn't isolate
research.
a steppe, fool.
Well, it does say the language evolved to be something like Sanskrit there, and to be something
really
like
doesn't. What is that? That's not true. That's again, you're pointing to a study. It's like, show me actual evidence, please.
I don't understand what qualifies as evidence in your mind.
Perhaps a temple.
A temple built in the steppe, I presume.
Well, you're the one making the claim that it was steppe raider nomads that civilized India. So I'm saying cite your best evidence.
Well,
you're saying language, genetics, two fields you have no experience studying and no idea about, and we disagree on the axioms because I'm not going to back down that Sanskrit's the oldest Indo-European language.
And it magically spread to Europe. How?
Have you ever heard of something called walking?
Yes.
Okay, imagine that repeated a bunch of times. Because some random Gotras in India decided they'd rather colonize an empty tundra than remain in the cities, the technologically advanced cities, and they'd forego that for much simpler, less technologically advanced frozen tundra because they wanted to LARP as kings. Presumably, they were the Germans were cousins of some kings that didn't want to live in the shadow of anymore.
So basically, you think the invasion or migration went the opposite way?
I don't really know if you want to call it an invasion or a migration, and I would have to look at the genetic evidence myself to know to what extent there was assimilation, if there was assimilation. I don't feel confident to speak on that because I would need to actually see them. I need to see the evidence myself.
Honestly, I don't think you've even looked at the evidence. This sounds crazy, and I've never in no source have I heard of this theory, this spread of the language.
You're positing Proto-Indo-European as a fact when even Wikipedia admits that there's no evidence and that it's a wholly reconstructed i.e.,
Right,
hallucinated language.
all the Kurgan hypothesis, the Urheimat hypothesis.
But you can
yeah.
see that there's no evidence for Proto-Indo-European language, and that which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
So you're going to dismiss it. You're saying, okay, this is.
Well, you're going to assert something with no evidence. I'm going to say it doesn't work like that, bub, and then we're going to have a stalemate because we apparently disagree on what constitutes science and historical study.
I think there's enough evidence. So you're correct in the sense that maybe it was just a hypothesis because it was about language, but when the genetic evidence suddenly
You know,
agrees with this,
that's actually a good
theory,
point. That some Germans have actually been the scholars who have gone against some German scholars have vehemently denied the Aryan invasion theory. So are you saying those Germans also hated themselves?
No, I'm just saying they're wrong. They could have different.
So what's
reasons.
their motivation for saying it?
I don't know. Maybe the evidence wasn't there yet. There certainly wasn't any genetic evidence back there. So who knows?
So you're sure there was no genetic evidence?
Back in the day, what time frame are we even talking about? When you say
I don't think you know what you're talking about. I mean, how far back do you actually think the genetic evidence is accurate for? Like DNA degrades pretty quick after death, so you gotta
recent.
You gotta be pretty careful when interpreting historical things. I mean, the farther back you go, the more decay there's going to be, right? So you can't just. I don't know how you can be so sure, honestly, when you have so little evidence, and you have so many people disagreeing with you. It's like if a huge contingent of people were disagreeing with me on a key thing, I would probably investigate it and try to reconcile that.
Okay, do you concede that the Kurgan hypothesis is the most accepted theory of the linguistic migration or whatever it's called?
I suppose that depends who you ask. I would also ask why that's relevant.
Well, you ask for evidence, so that would be strong evidence. And I know it's just Wikipedia, but it says it's the most widely accepted proposal.
So Wikipedia is always right?
No, I just said it's not always right, but.
So it's right when you want it to be right, and then it's not true when you want it to be not true. So how do you know?
Do you think it might be correct? Let's ask it that way.
No.
All right.
I think it makes sense to acknowledge that Sanskrit is the oldest Indo-European tongue, and also acknowledge that past that, we may not, it would be, accept the complexity of answering questions beyond that as well.
I think we're at an impasse, right? That's not going anywhere, Jen. You just dismiss the most widely accepted model. It's and then you don't care about
Big Bang is also the most widely accepted model, and it's wrong. I didn't accept it.
Right. Okay. So let's summarize. The same
So
person who
ad
denies the
populum.
hypothesis
Ad
also
populum
has
is
to
not.
deny the-
Ad populum is a, what do you call it? A fallacy.
You're also deny the Big Bang theory, and I think, all right, let's put it that way. I think the Big Bang theory is very dull, right? I never was much interested in it, but nonetheless, it's the most widely accepted model.
But that doesn't speak to whether it's true or not, just that it's popular. I mean, I think
yes,
geocentrism
right.
used to be popular, right?
That's I don't even know if that's probably was true. Yeah, sure.
So at the time, the conversation would be, me saying it was heliocentrism and you saying, well, everyone thinks it's geocentrism, and thinking that that's some kind of BTFO.
True. Yeah, okay. Just your beliefs are out there, right?
If you really are so, here's the thing: if it's widely accepted, there should be a ton of ways to defend it logically. You shouldn't have to cite that it's popular. Like I don't. The only time I'll cite the widespreadness of my applications of theories is to explain to people that bodies of knowledge already exist on these subjects, right? Like eigenvalues and matrices and stuff. That work already exists. Not just saying, oh, the evidence says it, the evidence says it, the evidence says it. I fucking love science, bro.
Yeah, I'm against those people.
You are one of those people.
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not one of those people.
Well, rewatch this stream and tell me you're not one of those people. You're just a different kind.
I'm promoting technological advancement because
No, you're not. I
yeah,
already told you the Chinese have you completely BTFO. They've got a better photonic quantum computer. You're losing. You don't care about technology. You're not studying quantum photonics. You have no good
and
reason not to.
that's speaking to the earlier point. You asked
You're
me
just
why
too busy
why
being a
don't
drug
I
addict.
invent a new? Well, no. No, it's because I don't have the brain for it, and to be quite frank, most
That's
people
fucking. You have the
most
brain.
people
You don't
don't
have the brain for
it,
that, but you have the
right?
brain to interpret history, an arguably more complex domain.
Yes, I'd say so. Yeah, sure.
Do you understand that history
I
is
have the
probably the
brain to.
hardest thing you could study from an actually getting concrete answers point of view, right?
I have the brain to give history a positive spin, right?
No, you don't. You don't have the. If you don't have
interpret
the
it in a
brain
way
to understand
that has a
science,
positive
you can't do
impact on my
history.
people.
History is scientific because
Yes,
there's
it is.
a tremendous amount of interpretation involved. So you don't understand science, so you can't do history.
I understand it well enough, I think. And,
No,
and
you
my
don't.
whole point is
You
to
don't understand. You don't understand the first thing about it, which is skepticism.
look, if we
You've
can't,
swallowed this Aryan invasion, Big Bangology, hook, line, and sinker. So you
if
failed
we
at
can't,
skepticism. You
if we
failed at the
can't,
very first step of science. The first step of science is skepticism.
yeah, I don't care about that. I care about giving this whole thing a positive message in a way.
How do you know what positive is? Because to me, what sounds like you're promoting is self-destructive.
No, it's not. Absolutely not.
Says you, who is a drug addict and knows nothing.
It should be uplifting, right?
It's making me offended and depressed, and that tends to spread.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, but I don't believe you.
What's the truth? Why would I lie?
Why would it depress you? You said it yourself.
Because
in
it's
your
like
words,
watching a
drug addicts
person
said
drive
something
a sword into their own chest and say, "Aren't I doing a good job?"
By what?
Me
By
saying,
promoting
"Woo."
self-improvement and technology. This is ludicrous.
You just keep saying technology, 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 like that means something.
Yes, it does mean something. If
No,
we
it
don't,
doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's just a buzzword.
I don't think so.
Well,
think,
really, your opinion is irrelevant.
Look, okay. I think I'm trying. Look, all I'm trying is to steer my people in the right direction. Right.
Then submit to the fact that you don't know what that is right now.
Well, I said as much. I said try to barge in the universities, get your chemistry, physics, electronics degrees, right? Build stuff. And if you can't, then devote your life to health and fashion.
So you have a degree in chemistry?
No, I don't.
No. Physics? No. So you're giving advice that you wouldn't follow yourself. First mistake.
Well, I'm too old.
That makes you a hypocrite.
My brain.
Don't speak outside your domain of expertise. If you haven't gone through with something, you can't speak to how difficult it is, and you shouldn't speculate as to what other people should do unless you've already walked that path.
Why would I need to walk that path? I can still
because
get
that's
my
what
armchair
humility is. That's what humility is. Humility is walking the path before you even think about fucking opening your mouth even one time. You have 2 ears and 1 mouth.
All right.
2 eyes and 1 mouth.
So I can't give any life advice until I was in that same exact position and experienced it for myself.
If you haven't walked the path, you should not be giving direction. That is the height of arrogance.
Okay, I mean, it's not entirely wrong. I guess there's a point in there somewhere.
I would like for you to know the depths with which I've experienced love and pain because they come together.
Yeah.
And right now you are closed off. Your cup is very small. It doesn't have much room for love. You need to let it get bigger to fit all the wonderful stuff in it. And right now you're hanging on to something. It's poison, but you can't see it because you're fucking blind.
Oh man. And now that's life advice from you. That's very dear. Thank you.
I will, I do care a lot about people, and I have clarity of vision. So yeah, I can do this.
Oh, I just read the chat. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I think you have a negative outlook.
That's
So-
projection.
No,
Remember, everything you think is true about me is actually true about you. Because I'm a sage, because I have clarity, I have nothingness where most people have a lot of attachments. I just have a nice, clean, smooth, silky nothingness.
all right. So you gave your armchair analysis, right? Your remote psychoanalysis, psycho whatever. So
I just want you to stop hurting yourself.
all right, now let me give you mine.
I don't
think
care
you-
what your 2 cents are. You don't have any authority.
Yeah, but you obviously fled into some sort of delusion.
Everything is projection. So if you want to analyze me, all you'll be doing is giving me advice on what your problems are, which I already know because you blab them constantly. You have an inferiority complex. You're trying to overcompensate for it.
I don't even know how to respond to that, to be honest.
It's science. It's called science. It's archetypal, right?
Yeah,
Like it's
science
called
says the
pattern
same as a
recognition.
fact, so I don't even know what kind of science you.
Pattern recognition,
refer to.
because I went through the process of being a pleb, commoner. So I'm aware of the range of emotions that they experience, so I can transcend them to some extent, and I can speculate as to what drives people to act in whatever way they act because I already have the template for it. Don't you understand that what people say is a consequence of what people believe?
I don't know if I agree with any of that, to be honest. What's this even about, Jen?
It's about you.
Is this some kind of intervention? I should see the light of the dharmic truth, or
That was the name of my book, wasn't it?
was it? I don't know.
I used to say people should a lot in my last life, and I kind of decided that that wasn't a very good rhetorical strategy, and maybe Duvid influenced me a little bit. Maybe Claire, even just by seeing an example of what I didn't want to be, but since I'm, LARPing as a scientist this life, I would, rather than say should, just say facts and extrapolate. If you continue on this path, it's going to get worse for you.
Do you sincerely believe in the whole rebirth and different lives?
I was reborn 100 years after I was killed, specifically to win this very debate. Ha ha ha. So yes, I do care.
So you actually know your past identities?
You
or-
know what time preference is, right? The longer timeline you incorporate into your cognition, the better judgment you have, because that's going in the direction of case selectedness. It's not a binary. It's something you can progress towards. It's
True.
a spectrum.
Yeah,
You can go
I know
towards the
about time
K
preference.
end or towards the R end, and you want to go as far towards the K end. Why? Because that will ensure the longevity of your civilization, right?
True. Yeah. I know
That's
about
what
that.
civilization is. It's when we were very primitive, we were still striving towards more case selectedness. It just looked different at the time. And that's what civilization is just getting churned through the meat grinder of the finiteness of natural resources.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
So
Could I
we've been
formulate a
around for a long
counter-proposal?
time. So what gives us the fastest and easiest and most pedestrian accessible means of lengthening the time horizon is accepting reincarnation.
Yeah, but either it's true or it's false. You can't just choose it. That's nonsense.
Even if it was false, we should still think it's true, but it's true, and I'm the proof.
And suddenly the science goes out the window. I imagine.
Conservation of energy. If the mind has energy and energy is conserved, then the mind is conserved.
Not really, right? You
Well,
have your
that's
mind
how
is
it works.
energy, and it's devoured by worms or something, and they get that energy, and it's basically dissipated. What does the conservation of energy have to do with this?
Well, does the mind contain energy? Yes.
Probably very little, to be
Really?
honest.
I
Yeah, I
think it's
think the
quite a
whole
lot.
brain activity is like a few watts. It's not. It's maybe enough to power a small LED lamp or something. It's not that much energy.
Well, it's enough energy to move your body around, isn't it?
Well, that's the whole metabolism, right? It's like
You
burning
don't really know
sugar.
how that works either, do you? You don't
Well,
know anything
kinda.
about strength of the spirit. It doesn't even sound like you believe in a soul.
Maybe not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly. You're not sure about anything, yet you're so sure about certain things, and it's like it doesn't work like that. Even someone who's a sage has a certain amount of not being sure about stuff because it's
Okay, so I'm a
silly.
sage now because I'm not sure. Thanks.
That's why I'm saying that the sage is not as brash and brazen and confident in their opinions as you are.
Yeah, so if I'm saying I'm not sure about the soul, then that's sage-like.
No,
And you
it's
say you're
not. All
absolutely
sages
sure
accept
of
the existence of
reincarnation,
souls.
so
No, I'm sorry, but any sage accepts the existence of a soul. A
oh,
person who
okay,
denies the soul is an atheist materialist.
okay. And you're absolutely sure about reincarnation, and that's
But your personality didn't come from nowhere. It's the only explanation for your personality.
it
It's
comes
the
from
only
my
it's the
genes.
only possible explanation for not having the identical personality as your siblings. So I could go on and on, but this is foolish to deny.
Yeah, they're like random environmental factors.
Yeah, so when you invoke the god of randomness, I already know that you're an idolater of the atheistic religion of evolution. Genetic randomness. There's very little that's random in this universe.
well, it's for all intents and purposes, it is kind of random, right? We can't. I
You
mean, that's
can't
like quantum
prove that.
mechanics.
You can't prove that. You're just
It's true.
asserting it from
Yeah,
nothing.
it might be all deterministic, but we certainly don't know the rules behind it.
Well, deterministic and random, those two things can't coexist.
Yeah, I'm saying it could be ultimately all deterministic, but we don't have the model to predict anything, so
Well,
we
you don't.
just say it's random.
You don't.
Oh, but you do. Okay.
You don't have any answers. That's my point. So when are you going to get the humility commensurate with your knowledge?
You literally said you're 100% sure of reincarnation, and you derive some
Oh,
morality
that's
or
just
something
conservation of
from it.
energy.
And
That's just what everyone has believed always. And what I'm saying is, even if it's not true, consider it a noble lie because it increases the time horizon. And if you weren't
suddenly,
terrified,
noble lies are
if
completely
you weren't
acceptable.
terrified of it, yeah, I just proved why it's a noble lie, but it's not a lie. So even if it
Trying to
wasn't
have
true,
it
the
both
thing is, you
ways.
fail either way. You have no argument against it, even if it's false, which it isn't.
You're trying to have it both ways. You're saying, well, even if it's false, but it's 100% true, and you presented evidence for none of those two claims.
I just presented evidence. I said conservation of energy. Now I can go through the whole proof, but you don't even accept that consciousness is a thing. You think that the body is the
No, I
same
think
thing as
consciousness is a
consciousness.
thing. I'm just saying that the
We
eternal
don't
soul
agree on
is
any axioms at all.
the eternal soul is certainly not a proven fact. It's up for debate.
Says
Scientific
you.
people. Yeah.
There's a lot of people who would not even bother entering into that debate because they think it was stupid. I'm
Yeah,
willing
maybe.
to enter into that debate, but you're not willing to accept the facts, even though there's tons of evidence
No,
for
you're
them.
just saying there's a fact that the conservation of energy proves the immortal soul. That's well, sounds like nonsense to me.
That's what the Aryans believed, you imbecile.
Maybe the Aryans were wrong.
You want to know the people who didn't believe in it were Christians. Before that, everyone believed in reincarnation. So you're going to bet on the Christians being right.
No, the Christians had
You
their
are
whole
betting on the
system.
Christians being right if you deny reincarnation, I'm afraid.
They have an eternal soul too. I'm saying it could be non-existent. It could be not eternal or something. It's who knows? Look, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I will, after my death, enter the halls of Valhalla. That's my hope. But maybe
Yeah,
it won't
that's not
happen.
going to happen. You're on a downward trajectory now. You're going to get worse with each reincarnation because your karma is shit.
All right. So okay,
You will
we
you will
established that
lose everything you do not continue to earn.
Okay. I think I'm fine with that. Could you tell me how you know your past identities? You said you died some 100
Because
years
it's
ago or something.
personality that reincarnates. It's personality that reincarnates, and I have a big personality, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So I imagine if I was reborn, right? So do I Google my ancestor or my
You're no one.
reincarnated
You're no
self? Or-
one. You're no one. There's not going to be a record of your past incarnations because you're nobody.
So I was
You're not
a humble
important.
pig farmer or something.
There's
Okay.
no way you rose to any achievement. Listen to you.
Okay. And you
So
were
you're just no one. You're not going to find yourself. There's no answers there. That's why I tell people that the past life regression LARP is largely a waste of time because it matters far more what you do in this life than what you did in your past lives, myself included. The only reason for the citation is that I want people to stop denying this law of nature.
I'd love to know your past identity, to be honest.
Mm.
Apparently some highly achieved Indian, was it?
That's what I'm saying is irrelevant. I just don't think these conversations are in good faith.
I'm interested. I'm seriously interested because to me it sounds like a
Then just
narcissistic personality disorder.
read.
But,
Oh, okay, Freud. Thanks for your 2 cents. How about you hold back on your hot takes for like 10 seconds? See if you can build up some self-control. I have a blog.
no, it's always
Anyone
the same
can
with
read it.
your reincarnation LARPers, isn't it? You always
Well,
imagine
you're
yourself
always
to
the
be,
same.
oh,
You're always
I'm
the
the
same with Aryan
reincarnated
Kangs,
Alexander the
LARPer.
Great and Barbarossa and all these
You're
great
the one
leaders. And
LARPing Aryan Kangs, buddy. You're projecting again. It's like you're the one. You're the fucking one-trick pony here.
you're not even you're even ashamed to say who your great reincarnated identity is, because you know it's ludicrous.
Yeah, you're not worthy.
Okay. So you're not even admitting it, because you know I just ridicule it because it's ridiculous.
Yeah, because I've decided I don't want to talk about it to someone who's such a fool. Because if we enter into that conversation, you're going to say things that are going to make your karma worse. And so it's like, I'm not going to partake in making your karma worse.
Oh,
I'm trying to make it
thanks for that.
better.
Yeah, and it's absolutely nothing to do with your pride, right? It's always for the
Pride.
good of myself.
Pride is for children. I speak of honor. Something you apparently know very little about.
Well, I'm not very honorable. I guess so. But
You're
never
proud
did
of a
very-
sandcastle that you built that gets washed away every night. That's what pride is. Thinking a sandcastle is cool that you built on the beach that gets washed away every night when other people are out on the water sailing.
That's did you read all these wise metaphors in a book?
I just need to look into the void to see whatever I need to see. I don't really read many books anymore. I do read various publications and such, but I spend most of my time contemplating because that's wisdom, man, not being a pinhead who reads infinity books.
Yeah, I think true wisdom is to admit that
I
you're
don't
not.
think you know anything about true wisdom, dude.
Oh yeah,
If you
right.
did, you'd have recognized wisdom.
Can I finish the sentence at least, or will you continue to interrupt?
I don't think you have anything. I think you're just probably feeling bad that I'm just drilling down on you right now, and I'm saying, just let go of the false belief that's poisoning your soul. Just let it go. It's not that hard.
Look, if I'll just say this sentence. I think wisdom is to admit that you're not the highest being, and to
Says the person who says that he's the heir to the Vedic Aryan lineage.
this is not what I said. And to
Pretty much it's what you said.
consider smart points of smart people, and to maybe admit that those people are smarter than oneself. So that's how we grow. That's that's the point. To transcend.
So now we have full blown insanity here, where he now thinks he's the sage and is going to teach me a lesson. So this is what happens when people just double down on cognitive dissonance. They just become monsters.
In your view, you're the highest authority on morality.
Again, it's
on
projection.
philosophy.
Again, projection. You don't know the first thing about me.
Well, I know that you constantly correct me in a very dismissive way, even when you have no leg to stand on.
I think I have a pretty strong foundation to stand on.
That's a textbook example of a narcissist, to be quite honest.
Okay, Sigmund Freud. You ever heard of something called tall poppy syndrome?
Tall poppy syndrome?
Yeah, it's where you're fucked in the head, so you try to cut down people who know more than you do, because you essentially have like a mind virus that's seeking to sabotage.
Oh, that sounds harsh.
Yeah, so that's what you're suffering from right now. You're trying to cut me down for being excellent, but it's like you bringing me down to your level of shit doesn't make you any better. It just makes it easier to deceive yourself that you're not shit.
To be quite honest, I don't think you give me any other option, right? You're not open to anything that
So
might
you have
your
some arguments that
ideas.
suck, and then when those fail, you resort to insults.
How's that insulting? I asked you about the reincarnation.
Well, you just said I have some sort of like narcissism thing. Like, of course that's insulting. That's meant to dismiss what I'm saying. And then it's like, why do you keep dismissing what I'm saying? It's like, it's good to dismiss false things. You're supposed to dismiss false things.
No, the point is this: you're an expert on history, on science, on even stuff that is apparently agreed on by science, like Big Bang. You know it better, of course. You know it better than all the experts. So this is kind of, it seems like I can't possibly change your mind because if all the experts who invented the Big Bang theory stuff couldn't change your mind, then how could I possibly do it?
Well, they're more than welcome to try, but it's just they're not going to defend it because they can't, because they have no idea how.
Yeah, because you read their stuff and then you dismiss it because they disagree with your theories, which you accept as absolute fact.
I disagree with singularities being consistent with science because that's a fact. I mean, you can disagree with my assessment, but I don't think you can infer my intention. My intention is simply the pursuit of truth, something you apparently don't understand.
No, that's the point. Your pursuit of truth is not your goal.
You think you know me.
Yeah.
But really you're just projecting.
I call it post-alcohol clarity, right? I can see it pretty clearly. Your whole thing is that's just
so you don't know much about science, don't know much about physics, don't know much about anything, but you're an expert on psychology now.
I know about people.
Evidence? Oh, right. You didn't think to get any evidence. You just thought to memorize some random one-liners that you thought you could throw out in a debate when you were absolutely having no success whatsoever.
I can see how protective you are of your little pet theories.
You're the one who's
Alone tells
protective
me
of Aryan Kang's pet theory. And
you
you're sad
admitted
because
I
I
could
said
be
it's
wrong.
not true, and now you're, acting very cringy.
I suppose I do. Man, I don't know, Jen. What's this all about?
I don't know. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing these things?
Are we still about the Aryan invasion stuff, or is this?
Well, if Aryan invasion's not true, nothing else you believe is true. Just all your beliefs stem from that.
I guess we could agree that the Aryan invasion theory is just as true as the Big Bang theory. No, I'm.
So you
I'm
want
just
to
saying
live
that,
in a different universe. You want to live in a universe with different axioms.
Look, I don't know the ultimate truth. I just have a gut feeling that that this is the way to go, right? To sort of escape from this place.
There's no escape.
Yeah, there's. You talked about
No.
time preference.
There's no escape.
And you see time as the ultimate dimension when it comes to a civilization.
I really think you should stop surmising what I think, because you're
All right,
mischaracterizing as
all right,
badly
all
as
right.
Claire here.
All right, let's just say time preference is one metric to sort of estimate the worth of a civilization, right? A high time preference.
Now, I didn't
civilization
even
will-
say that. I said that people should strive for that on an individual level. I didn't speak to civilization level.
Okay. So anyway, my point would be that yeah, that's time preference, but there's also a sort of spatial preference. So the way I view my
Well,
people
time
is that,
space is entangled, buffoon, so there's really no
yeah, but
distinction.
point is we don't expand in time as much as we do in space.
Yeah, we don't expand in time, right? Even though today's Thursday and yesterday was Wednesday.
The point is,
But we don't expand in time. Is that what you're saying?
we're a people who don't plan for the next hundreds of years, but we plan for the next hundreds of miles. You know, that's my point. This is a different kind of thinking about the whole.
It's not, though.
Well, isn't it? That's
Time space is
another thing.
entangled. That's like
High
literally lesson
technology and
1.
expansion. That's
A long
basically
space
theory
and a
about-
long time preference is the same thing. They're entangled. You oaf.
No, all our stuff we ever built crumbled. Right? We
Or didn't
stay
exist
there
in the
long.
first
It
place.
crumbled. We went someplace else. That's the whole
Or
history.
it didn't exist in the first place. There's always that possibility.
The point is, we have to continue this lineage
Why?
of explorers and of pioneers because it
Why?
worked. Because it worked and it uplifted
No, it didn't
the whole of
work.
humanity. Right?
I don't think it worked very well. It seems to have really depleted the natural resources and caused a tremendous amount of resentment
Well,
towards
then we
Europeans.
find new resources.
Which on a finite planet, right? So that attitude is doomed to extinguish itself.
Well,
because it's not
one
consistent
planet.
with reality.
There are other planets. There might be.
Oh, so you're one of these asteroid mining people? Like, that's literally the height of delusion.
Well, we also might find ways to harness the power of nuclear fusion, right?
We might we might turn into purple ponies tomorrow, by that logic. Who cares about speculating on
200
unprecedented?
years ago, people
It's a waste of time
couldn't
to
imagine
speculate
that
on
we once
unprecedented
have,
things.
nuclear power plants. So who's to say what happens in a few decades or in a few centuries?
I think it's imprudent to speculate that unprecedented things are likely. It's extremely effing moronic.
It wouldn't be unprecedented. We always found new ways to deal with our problems. So that's why I'm saying you're pessimistic.
Arguably not true. Colonialism isn't new. So I don't really see how colonizing the Americas then implies asteroid mining. or Martian colonization.
Colonizing the Americas gave us great breathing room and great room to try out new things, to
To
be
become
explorers and innovators.
degenerates.
Yeah, and then over time it becomes degenerate, so we
So you
move
didn't
somewhere
expand
else.
very well, so that was obviously not a good idea.
What do you mean?
You didn't expand very well. You were terrible lords. Never asserted any, vision. And now it's getting worse all the time.
Yeah,
So
now it's a time of
yeah,
decadence.
but
So we
yet
need
you
to
don't
find a new
have
place to
any. You
expand
don't
from.
think back and think that maybe the way or the colonization itself, the way in which it was done, that there was a problem with it. It wasn't a good idea. That it wasn't right to run
No, I think it was
roughshod
great.
over natives.
Oh yeah, Russia did the same thing too, right? Yeah, Russia is a great
That doesn't make it
great
right.
expansion too.
That
Why
doesn't
not?
make it right.
Why not?
Well, you're saying let's impose jungle law when it suits us, and I'm saying if you impose jungle law, then you're leaving the door open for that type of law to be imposed on you, i.e., might makes right, i.e., skullcrackerocracy.
Yep. Basically.
So if that's what you want, then that's what you'll get. I just don't think that that's what you want, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't think even imagine we could have a colony on Mars. There probably
I don't
aren't
think
any.
that's particularly cool to strive towards. I think that's pathetic,
Yeah, but
degenerate
we
LARPing.
wouldn't have to displace natives at least. So
I think
rest
it's
assured.
pathetic, degenerate LARPing to think that you can fix your problems by going to Mars, which you can't.
I think we can actually.
Only somebody who is completely ignorant of science and technology would think we can go to Mars.
Well, okay. I won't cite Elon Musk again. I think, but he
What
thinks
does
it's
he
possible.
prove? He had a thing blow up on the landing pad. You think that's inspiring a lot of faith that on Earth he can't even land a rocket without it exploding?
Well, not yet, but I'm sure they figure it
So you're
out.
saying just because there's been some progress, it'll keep going forever. Have you ever heard of diminishing returns or the logistic differential equation or literally anything?
I've heard of diminishing returns. Sure,
That's a very real thing, right?
it is.
So you're saying we're always going to have some huge leg up technologically, and I'm saying no, there's diminishing returns, and you're going to have to pay the price for all the past bad karma as well. So rather than incurring more karmic debts, why don't you start improving your karma rather than just doubling down on making it worse? That's all I'm
Well,
saying.
look, I'm also promoting improving karma, as you call it.
No, you're not.
Absolutely.
You're saying agree with me on Aryan Kangs. That's bad karma. So don't tell me you're promoting good karma. You're not.
No, I'm also promoting good karma by promoting health and high
It's
fashion.
bad karma for someone so ignorant as you to think that you know what to promote to improve people's karma. So right off the bat, I know you're wrong.
You talked about the ancestors judging someone, right? That's karma. So
That's
so I
part of
think
it. That's
all
part
right.
of it.
So I
Part
think
of part of it
ancestors
is
would
the judgment. Yes.
ancestors would approve of having good health, a strong body, right?
Do you have those things?
I'm working on it.
So until you do, you should take a vow of silence. Because
Why?
you don't know how hard it is to get to that point, and you shouldn't be
Well, I
advising others
do.
because really all it is deferring your own responsibility.
I do know about it though. I know how to work
No, you
out.
don't. You don't even know it well enough to embody it, so you don't know it at all. You're just flapping your lips and speaking nothingness.
Look, I have a bench, right? Even a cage. I'm doing my
The funny
workouts.
thing is that you think that you can convince me. You've already convinced me that you're a fool through your oral testimony.
Hmm.
It will be difficult to dissuade me of this opinion. I take the things people say very seriously.
So you're saying I'm not engaging in physical workout and so I should
I'm saying
talk about
you
it.
have shit karma, and those with shit karma shouldn't dare advise others on how to live
How do you know my karma?
by your beliefs,
Oh, okay. So if
by your willingness to insult me. Anybody who's willing to insult me, especially publicly, oh my God, your karma is absolute dog shit.
Okay,
Absolute
and that's
dog shit.
are you some reincarnation of a
Some sort
Indian
of
deity or
teacher
something?
who knows a bunch of really important stuff who you dare to insult because you're afraid of the knowledge? Why, yes, I am. And yes, there is proof. And if you don't agree, read the blog. And if you don't like it, go to hell.
You won't even
No one
tell
else
me.
has been able to predict red shifting. I can predict red shifting. If you don't agree that that's predicting red shifting, you're wrong. So go ahead.
If you can predict it, then why not send your findings
Fuck
to
you.
some?
Fuck you. Fuck
I
you
don't,
for daring to tell me what to do. Who the fuck do you think you are to
I,
give me advice, pleb?
I didn't.
Who
I
the
didn't.
fuck do you
I
think
didn't
you
tell
are?
you. I asked. Right from a logical standpoint. Why wouldn't you send these results in and get a Nobel Prize or something?
I have no idea. Why are you suggesting that I should?
Well, I certainly would if I had some groundbreaking new
Good for you.
finding.
Go fucking do it then.
Let's share
And
it.
don't deign to give me advice. I am sharing it. Dumb fuck. You just don't like the manner in which I'm sharing it. It's like, oh, I'm sharing it with people who are what do you want to call them?
Cranks.
Commoners. I'm sharing
Oh.
it with commoners. Why aren't you sharing it with elites? Because I want to share it with commoners. And if you don't like that, I don't care.
Okay.
Why are you such a snob? You're a commoner. You're not even fit to call yourself a commoner. You're not even in civilization.
Yeah, right. I'm like a serf in your mind. Yeah, I don't even know how to respond to that.
At least a serf serves the Lord and has a scrap of honor in that manner.
That's true.
You don't even have that scrap of honor.
Hmm.
Because really, you don't understand what service is. It's a philosophy of service. It's how can I make things better at this exact moment in time. You don't know how to do that.
What? No, you told me about your cool theories, and you would certainly, I think, make the world a better place if more people knew about it. So, I mean, that's why we have those scientific journals and such to spread knowledge.
Oh, is that why we have them?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
It's the idea of science, right? To sort of accumulate and spread knowledge and.
Because from where I'm standing, it seems to be to promote the Big Bang Theory and the Aryan invasion theory.
Okay, so you have a beef with big science. I take it. A bone to pick, so to speak.
Well, when science hasn't advanced in 100, arguably 500 years, one has to start asking questions.
So, okay, you dismiss the scientific community, or what's? I don't even understand what the point is.
I dismiss abuse of the scientific method, whether it comes from the scientific community or not. Obviously, the scientific community has had some positive results, but I would be being unscientific if I didn't acknowledge the errors of interpretation. It's nothing personal, and to their credit, a lot of mainstream science outfits have conceded the validity of several of my hypotheses. So,
Oh yeah,
authority is a flexible thing.
Oh, so that's what it is. That's what
Yeah,
it is.
authority
I
is a flexible
understand.
thing. Some
No, I
people can
understand
lose
now.
authority and some people
All
can
right.
gain
Imagine
authority. That's kind of how it works.
I imagine I have my weirdo theory, right? If I share it with some, I don't know, commoners, as you told them, absolute lay people who don't
You are a
understand it.
commoner. You
Right.
are a commoner.
So if I share it with those people, they can probably criticize
You
it.
are a commoner.
I have the upper
Commoners don't
hand.
have the capacity to push back on
But
transcendental
if
theories.
I show my theory to an actual
Most
scientist,
most
he'll
noblemen
rip it
don't have the
apart, and
capacity to
so
push back on theories. So don't go telling me that
you're afraid.
random
You're afraid if you
people.
share it with actual scientists, they rip it apart. They disprove it or something.
Again, it's like you don't know what I'm thinking here.
Well, I can
That never occurred to
speculate.
me. That honestly never occurred to me.
I can
And
make
you don't think
educated
that they've
guesses.
tried? You don't think that I've A, showed them the stuff, and B, that they've tried? I showed them the stuff in 2016, dude.
Mhm.
Yeah, so
Let's
you don't know
say
what you're fucking
very-
talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't think that I would have a way to deal with this type of bullshit conversation?
Well, you probably have some story. So what's the deal?
Yeah.
You shared it with the scientists,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they said what?
Well, there was mixed reactions, obviously. Some people are very attached to certain methodologies, and other people are more attached to ideologies. Okay, so the ones who are, depending on how someone identifies them, that's going to be a different response. So some people wanted me to share with them the information and diagrams, and other people, as you can imagine, didn't agree but couldn't say why.
Okay, and so to those open-minded, you
So
were
they should have been able to disprove it, but obviously they can't because it's worded in a way that it cannot be disproven. Hello, logic.
yeah, that's
You
the
understand
logic
that
problem.
some logic is better than others, right? And that some logic is quite literally impossible to deny.
You mean systems of logic, like logics?
So do you think the West uses a perfect transcendental logic, or do you think they have a flawed understanding of logic?
I couldn't say.
So you couldn't say. So you don't know. So you clearly don't have much of a command of logic yourself. So let's just say that that suggests there's an incomplete understanding of logic in the West.
Right.
Can it be completed?
I couldn't say.
You couldn't say. Yeah, so you have humility here, but arrogance in other places that is completely inconsistent with your humility here.
Well, I don't even know what you're asking of me. If we have complete logic, if there's better systems of logic or something.
Yeah, it's so
maybe, I
sad.
don't
Like
know.
you don't even understand the question because you can't think this way.
Is it important?
Gee, I wonder, is transcendental logic important? Well, it gave me the unified field model, so I guess it depends on whether you think unified field models are important.
Yeah, that's like the everything theory, right? I've heard of that.
But of course, you haven't researched it because you're too terrified of what it means if I'm right.
No, I'm just
Because it
I just
means
hear
not
it's
only are you wrong, but you're super wrong, and now you're pushing against me in public and trying to make me look bad, so you have bad karma on top of being super wrong. So obviously you
oh,
haven't
that's
researched anything
projection.
I've said.
That's projection right there.
You haven't published anything, so it can't be projection. I'm just flat out calling you out that you're scared to read my stuff
No, I
because you
mean
know it's
projection in the
right on
sense
some
that
level.
you accuse me of making you look bad. I think
I think you're trying to. I don't think you're having much success.
So look. All I asked from earlier was how your brilliant theories aren't published. That's all.
I
Seems
published them
off
on
to
my
you.
blog. You just don't like that I didn't attempt to publish them in a mainstream journal. It's like, I don't care what you think. If somebody wanted to publish my stuff in a mainstream journal, all they had to do is ask. And if you want that to happen so much, you fucking make it happen. Not super keen on doing this tedious stuff. Okay. And it's not up to you to tell me what's important as to what I should prioritize in my endeavors. Right? Get off your high horse. Just admitted you don't even know if the West has a transcendental understanding of logic. Therefore, you're not really fit to make any assertion involving logic because you can't even judge the validity of your own logical assertion. You're essentially making the same mistake as Claire. Is her logic correct and transcendental? Of course not. It's cherry picked, interspersed with absolutely illegitimate debate tactics. Who's going to attest to the transcendental nature of Claire's logic?
I don't want to talk bad about that stuff.
But you don't mind calling me all sorts of bad names. So you have more respect for Claire than me.
No, well, Claire isn't as rude to me. So, but for what it's worth, I think I think secular Quranism is sort of a weird theory too. So.
Well, I guess this conversation is fucking pointless anyway. I don't want to waste my time with this anymore, but yeah. Hope some people got something out of that. And yeah,
So you don't want to talk about blasphemy and such?
haven't you blasphemed enough?
Yeah, that's what you accused me of, but I don't understand your blasphemy. You interpreted it as blasphemy when I criticize you, so that's very odd to me. That's
I don't think I said anything about blasphemy.
well,
You said something about it.
you said it's really bad for my karma, and
It's bad for your karma to be promoting that which is false, yes. You're arrogant and ignorant, and that's a very bad combination.
you explicitly applied it to yourself as I don't know, some great authority on the matter or something, if I remember correctly.
All right, well, if you doubt it, then find another expert who can dethrone me. Good luck. I would love to meet this person. I mean,
So
there
it's
should be a bunch of
it's
them, right? If it's the mainstream view, there should be a gajillion people lining up to defend it. Eh?
you literally place yourself on some pedestal of a deity, I think.
I think you're projecting.
No, absolutely not. I think that's what you said. You said it's very bad for my karma if I disagree with you, right? With you as the highest authority on
It's
well,
bad
basically
karma
everything.
to dishonor someone who is pursuing
Yeah.
knowledge, yes. That doesn't mean I'm divine or whatever the hell you're alluding to
Well,
with
it's
your
tantamount to
hallucinations.
divinity, the way I see it.
I said transcendental. I didn't want to invoke divinity because I know that you're largely atheistic people, so didn't want to get stuck in this very trap. Yet you invoked it. Why? You think it.
No, I'm just
You
I'm
wouldn't
just
be the only one. I happen to not agree. You're entitled to your opinion. You think I'm divine. That's fine. I just
so
don't
so you're
believe
not
that the Supreme. I don't believe the
so you're
Supreme
not
takes birth.
denying it, right? When I
I
say,
don't.
well,
I
you're divine,
deny. Listen to me. I deny that the Supreme takes birth. Okay, so that's just what we've always believed, and we're not fucking changing it now. Period. End of story. I know that's not going to be popular, and that's fine because I owe it to the world to tell the truth. And you want to have this pedestrian view of deification? It's like I don't want to go there. This is about facts and how they're established.
No, it's it's about who establishes facts and
Well, obviously, when you go to court to testify and you're an expert witness, they have to check your credentials. So obviously,
and so my point is
character
in
establishing someone's character is integral to credibility, but it is not the sole factor.
well, but the point is you seem to be the only authority who can really establish facts.
That would seem crazy. I
It
believe
would.
on this
It
very stream, I
absolutely would.
cited that a Chinese outfit had made a photonic quantum computer, so
Well,
they're
thanks to
now
your
able
theories.
to establish truths
Don't sell
within the
yourself
range
short.
of that device. So for you to say that I'm the only one is like that's insane. I just acknowledged the accomplishments of the Chinese here. Like,
Yeah,
what are you smoking, dude?
accomplishments based on your theory, as you
It's
pointed
it's
out.
not my theory, fool. It's the knowledge. Okay, I don't fucking own it. This is the thing. You think everything is just like that I'm hoarding. Like, I don't know
Based
what
on
you're
the
fucking
knowledge
thinking, dude.
which you so benevolently shared with the world.
I shared a part of it that I calculated would minimize the harm.
So in praising
But
the
don't
Chinese,
for a minute
you
think that that's
praise
all of it.
yourself in a way.
Don't for a minute think that that's all of it.
All right. Yeah, but so this praise for the smart Chinese who built this quantum computer is sort of a praise for yourself, because after all, you came up with the knowledge. So
Well, it would actually come down to somebody else who was accepted as an expert to judge the validity of my statements. So a failure for a pleb to disprove my statements is not a sufficient barrier to entry into legitimacy, right? Because failing to disprove and prove, those are different standards of evidence, right? Just like disproving something is a different standard of evidence than counterproving.
oh, I wouldn't know about that. What's
See,
the difference between counterproving? What's that? I don't.
okay, well, traditionally, okay, if someone is going to come at you with a position, it's considered an improper debate tactic, not a fallacy, but an improper debate tactic to just disprove their thesis. So it's a necessary but not a sufficient condition. You
Okay.
have to disprove as well as counterprove what is actually. Now, note that it's not going to be correct necessarily, but your goal is to be more correct than your opponent, because we understand tacitly that this is happening within a domain of subjectivity, so that this notion of objective truth may not even be something that we have access to or can define.
Oh, okay. Okay, I understand. All right.
Yeah, so just disproving someone is not enough. So I would, if someone's, you can understand how they're different standards, right? Like, it's not really very compelling to just have someone's argument be disproven. This is why atheism kind of fails. Like, even if people quote unquote disprove the contents of whatever religion and then invoke atheism, that doesn't really work.
True. Right. It's like
Because you're not counter-proving, you're just disproving, but you're not even doing a particularly good job of it because you're failing to contextualize what it is that religion is as a social mechanism versus the contents of the religion, right? Data versus metadata, and understanding that it's actually metadata that's far more predictive. Like, I'll give you another example. If you really want to know about a person, you take what they write and say. Okay, you get like 2,000 to 3,000 words of it, and you put it into a word cloud. This is a really cool website for people who don't know about it. You just like put in text, and then it makes a word cloud, which is like a distribution of words that get used, and their size is proportional to their abundance.
all right. Yeah.
Are you following what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Basically understand?
Yep.
Yeah, so those words are more indicative of what the temperament of their soul is. So with Claire, you think of all the words she uses, like they're also spiteful, right? And categorical dichotomies of reductionist moral binaries. So you could see that really pop out at you versus yourself or myself, and just to see like what's really operating, because the majority of cognition is subconscious. Probably 90%. You could estimate with like 90% of cognition or sensation or whatever you want to call it is subconscious, and 10% of it is conscious. So the inference from that is that metadata, i.e., statistical distribution of individual word forms, is more predictive of a person's mind state, because that is averaging out for the conscious, because the majority of information is unconscious. But the only information you have access to is conscious. So the way to correct for conscious bias is through statistical inference.
Yeah, I'm following you so far.
Yeah, so if you guys want to try that, it's a lot of fun. Any writing, really. It doesn't have to be mine or whatever. Just an author that you like, and try a meta-analysis on their word form. And if you have like a diary or whatever, you can sort of meta-analyze yourself, right? Like every couple months you do a word cloud and see like how's, like, trying to diagnose your own subconscious, because we can't necessarily trust the content of the conscious, because that's what we wish was true, right? It's like the book thing. It's like, oh, I wish it was true. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I haven't really thought about it.
I'd be careful about this word analysis thing, to be honest.
Why?
Well, it's like big data, right? They they can basically.
Oh,
If they
so
have
you're scared of technology? Ooh.
well, no, I'm scared of the people who at the moment control it. So basically, what they can do is, if they analyze enough of your posts, it could be anything really. It could be Facebook posts, it could be your diary, or as you said, some large body of text. And so, if you, well, let's say, want to say stuff anonymously, they will infer who you really are just by, well, just by your words. Basically, it's
So
it's
you're
possible
scared of
to
technology.
of this sort of artificial intelligence. Yeah, I'm kind of scared, to be honest. Sure.
It's not artificial intelligence. It's just my intelligence.
No, I mean the algorithms that analyze your text and such.
Okay,
Sure.
so you're scared of algorithms now. Show me on the doll where the algorithm hurt you.
But do you not think they're going to use this knowledge in a possibly harmful way? I'm surprised. It's,
I'm concerned about what's in front of me right now, which is a man who is going down a very bad path that I would like to see change.
all right. Yeah. Now it's me on the bad path. Ooh. Please.
Well, try to be scientific. Look at the results of your life. Is there anything that anybody would ever want or envy about your life?
Jen, I told you earlier, all I can do is try to
No, you could be
improve.
humble. You would be better served to be humble.
Okay. Yeah.
Just tell the truth. I got BTFO by Jen Sharp, and now I'm
honestly,
going to be humble.
I think I'm
And you guys should be humble too, so you don't
extraordinarily
have to
humble.
undergo the beatdown that I did.
Well, honestly, Jen, I'm the most humble person you'll ever met. I'm extraordinarily humble.
Bullshit.
No, that was just a joke. That was, I think Donald Trump said it in one interview. It was funny. No, yeah, maybe I could be more humble. I don't know. I don't know if it's worth anything.
It's a great source
Sure,
of personal strength to be
but
humble,
I
definitely.
but honestly, I find it very ironic this appeal to humbleness coming from you. So
Well, you've never probably seen anyone who is truly humble. You just saw people who dog whistle humility and who pay lip service to it, but you never met a truly humble person because there just aren't that many of us.
you're quite the opposite of humble, I'd say.
That's your shitty, uninformed opinion.
Yes. Yeah, it is my opinion.
Right. So my opinion is that
Who
you're
else would it
delusional
be?
to think that you can judge me.
Yes, because you're the highest being. Of course, I couldn't judge you. I'm just no, I'm below a
Well,
surface.
you are judging me.
I-
You're saying that I'm arrogant. You're passing the same judgment on me that hundreds of you have passed. And each time I've resented you for it.
You still haven't told me what this great Indian what is it, a demigod or something? Your previous identity.
I already explained you're not worthy. Have you already forgotten what happened literally minutes ago?
Yeah, I thought maybe you'd have changed your mind by now, but last
Really?
I was wrong.
You thought I changed my mind?
Well, I give it a shot. I think because I'm really interested. I think
No, you're not.
think
You're
it'd be
just
nice.
looking for something that you can latch on to ridicule me again. Well, I'm not going to be party to your sabotaging of your own karma.
Um,
There
well,
is no
maybe
way we can have that conversation in a way, given your low knowledge, that it won't cause impoverishment to your karma. So I'm doing you a favor.
okay. No, maybe I'm out of my out of my depth of knowledge and stuff. Maybe it's useless to even talk about that.
It's more than useless. It's actually hurting you to continue to believe this stuff.
Uh,
And I can see it because I have great vision and you can't. So it's like, I'm just trying to hopefully get you to maybe see it. You're the one driving this dagger into your own chest.
All right.
And all
So
I'm
so
saying is take it out because you're killing yourself.
so you're talking about karma and philosophy and religion and such. I was recently I started reading this small little book by a man named Alan Watts. Do you know him?
No,
Know
sorry.
of him? He's like this really crazy Buddhist guy. Buddhist, I think. Well, kind of Buddhist. Well, but if you don't know him, then it's of no use. So it's a book
Well,
about.
it doesn't really matter what his name was. You could just summarize his philosophy if you
Well, I haven't read it
had any
yet.
idea what it was, but doesn't seem like you do.
I haven't read it to completion yet. I'm afraid.
So
I mean,
why'd
it's
you
about.
bring it up?
Well, I'm just wondering if you have some pointers. What would be a good way to, karmic growth or something? Would that be a good idea in
Burn all
your
your books.
opinion? Oh, okay.
Burn all your books and pray for forgiveness to the noble and benevolent ancestors to forgive your numerous transgressions and beg for guidance as to how to proceed further and vow, if you mean it, to sin no more.
So that would be positive change in your in your mind, in your ideology.
Well, it would be positive change in your mind. It wouldn't
Burn
affect me very
books,
much.
burn books, and build up delusional pictures of my ancestors to whom I apologize for.
Delusional. You're
Well,
currently in a delusion.
I'd be
I'm
making
saying
them up,
end
wouldn't
the
I?
delusion. Oh, I guarantee you they're very real. Wishing them not real doesn't make it so. It just makes them furious.
No, I know
They're
they're
not
real.
all enlightened. That's the thing, that they're flawed just like you and me. They're not all enlightened. Most of them aren't.
So books are of no use then.
That's not true,
You said I should burn all my books.
because that would be good for you. But I wouldn't give the same. I mean, some people I recommend that they read books. It depends on the person. But for you, you have too much of an attachment to the written word, and you need to break the attachment by symbolic sacrifice, which is why I said rather, exaggeratedly for purposes of performance, to burn all your books. It's a figure of speech.
All right. Yeah, so
You
that
must let go
helpful.
of the illusion that represents real truth. It may represent some facts, but that's not the same.
How did you start your journey then? Was it this ritual of burning books and praying to your ancestors, or was it something else?
I have had to get rid of books before. I think I threw them in a lake. I don't think I burned them. That was one thing that I did. I'm not you, though. You're just at the very beginning. Like you're outside of the doors. I'm in the palace, right? So it's not the same for you and me.
Of course, you're in the palace. That's no surprise.
And you're looking from outside saying, haha, that's my palace. And I'm saying, get out of my gutter, pleb.
That's funny. No, I'm just wondering what started your path, because this didn't just manifest itself, right? This idea of reincarnation and.
I've made a vow to my guru to teach
Guru, was it?
teach about the primacy of the Veda.
So you had some guru who
Basically, I
faith
promised him
in
I
you.
would prove to y'all that Vedic science is true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
bring
started to
honor,
make
basically
make
bringing
sense
honor
now.
to our traditions, something you wouldn't know anything about.
Did he tell you about that you were a reincarnation of such and such, or
He told it to me when I was such and such.
oh, okay. So all right. So this guru wasn't there in your current incarnation
Well,
state.
obviously, I was able to find him again, but that's not here nor there.
Same guy,
It depends on what you mean by same, right?
or
Reincarnation,
same
yada yada yada.
iteration of the same iteration of the
Same
incarnation,
soul.
same soul. So he was basically some guy who claimed to be some other guy
Mm.
from
I
an
sense you
outsider
lack
looking
faith
at
in
the
these
situation.
assertions.
Oh yeah, I absolutely do lack faith.
Well, of course, you haven't taken the first step.
Well, it's well, it's a sort of a social contagion, right? You have
Right,
this
because
one.
you can't defeat my arguments on their merits, so now you're stuck trying to recurse back into some
No, I
finding
just
some
imagine I should claim I'm the
anecdote,
reincarnation
some
of Alexander
personal
the Great.
anecdote about me. You
That's
want a personal anecdote about me that you can then mischaracterize as evidence for why my opinions should be dismissed.
I'm interested where these ideas come from. What started your journey? And you're telling me they started in early
I am always
2005.
had the basic same approach for this entire life, so there was never an aha moment, if that's what you're asking.
So when you're like a 6-year-old girl, you had the idea that you're a reincarnation of whatever.
A
your mother.
6-year-old isn't capable of holding so much information. So stop fucking with this. It's like you're trying to hit a bullseye in the dark here. It's like you're just throwing shit and seeing what sticks. Like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm asking you, you're just not telling, so I kind of have to speculate.
Yeah, so you could ask it in a non-speculative way, but you choose not to.
Well, I already did ask you, and you gave me a non-answer. You said it was well, okay. So you met a guru, right? Is that it? A guru?
Anyway,
So you're not comfortable with this.
I don't think you're worthy. Again,
No,
yet you're
no, no,
trying to
no, no.
fucking talk about it and you're
That's not
disrespecting
it.
my wishes, so
That's not
fuck
it.
you.
That's not
If
it.
you fucking want to disagree with me, go up against my fucking arguments and leave this other stuff to the side. You can't do that.
Your arguments are only based on your idea of who you are.
No,
and
you're trying to
your
question my
authority.
authority. You're trying to question my
Oh
personal
yes,
authority.
absolutely. Because yes,
Acknowledge the fucking arguments, fucktard. I don't care what you think about me as a person.
your arguments are
Go
based
push back on the
your
arguments.
authority.
Go push back on the arguments as they exist, not your hallucination of what those arguments are. Go see those arguments, push back on them. Then we'll talk about the other stuff.
I
Because as
tried
far
to
as I'm
push
concerned,
back
this
on
is
the
not a good faith
arguments, and you
conversation.
told me that the arguments are fact because you're the authority. So I have to push back on the authority. It's like
The way to do that is to disprove my arguments.
no, the
You
point,
can't.
the idea is to dismantle your authority.
You can try, but you're outside of the domain of your own authority, so you have no idea what it means to have authority. So your own authority is bunk.
Well,
Hence
my
why I've
argument is
judged it
based on
as
authority,
it. I have
thankfully.
judged it at like, why is it that everybody eventually gets to meta-analysis wherein my personality has to be invoked? It shouldn't be, because you
Because
should
in this
address
case,
the
it's
arguments,
key.
but you can't.
In this case, it's absolute key because
Oh,
your
sure it
authority is
is.
based on it.
Then where was your discernment on this level for all the other people you accepted the testimony of?
Like who?
David Reich, for starters, whom
Oh,
you cited in the chat.
the Kurgan hypothesis.
Did
guy.
you interrogate his personality as much as you're interrogating mine? And if not, why?
Because his argument doesn't seem to hinge
Oh, because his argument
trustworthy trait.
seems right. Okay, so
Oh,
his credibility as a person doesn't matter because his argument seems right. And because my argument
No.
seems wrong. Therefore,
That's not what I
I'm
said.
crazy. And now it's your job to prove it. How very original.
The fact alone that it's not very original should tell you something, Jen.
Yeah, that you're all suffering from a similar mental
No, that
condition.
different people at different times come to the same conclusion. That's called concordance in science. If I'm not mistaken.
Concordance in what?
Well, different people talking to you at different times completely
have
independent from
all
each other,
tried to
and they
dismiss
come to
what
the
I'm
same.
saying by
They,
saying something bad about me. It hasn't always been the same bad thing. So
well,
no, there's no concordance. It's the concordance is on the level of people spurging out and insulting me when I point out facts. That's the concordant thing.
your argument is based on the idea that you're a great whatever,
And
a great
obviously you
guy
can't.
in
No, it's not
Hinduism.
based on that. You're trying to make it based on that. You and Claire are the two people obsessed with this more than anyone else because you think it's the best way to undermine what I'm saying, but you don't understand that it only makes it stronger. And I just don't think you're worthy of going into this. I don't think you're coming in good faith. I'm not going to give you line to hang me with.
All right. No,
Address the arguments on their merits, disprove them using
all right.
superior
How
logic,
can
or
I
go
how can
away.
I address something like reincarnation as not a complete truth, as not an absolute truth?
Well, if it's wrong, you should be able to disprove it.
It seems to me that this that the burden of proof would be on your
Is
side.
on the
and
one making the claim, yes. And the claim against reincarnation doesn't hold water.
Would it be blasphemy to criticize reincarnation?
Depends whose God you're defending, I suppose.
Yeah, Claire said it right. Reincarnation is unfalsifiable. So
I don't think
that's
you know what that word means.
It means it cannot be proven wrong by.
So it's right.
No, that's like God isn't. God is unfalsifiable, right?
It depends what your acceptance criteria are.
Yeah, true. But generally speaking, I mean, proving the absence of something is often apparently difficult, and sometimes it's impossible, I think.
So when you
this
figure
case-
it out, let me know. Until then, I don't care what you say.
Yeah, but you should
And
have
never
some
will.
evidence. And I'm just saying the
You're
whole,
just another anecdote in a long line of people who felt that it was their duty to insult me because I had
I
said
didn't-
something that was true
I think
that they didn't like.
no. I think if I'm saying that reincarnation
Yeah,
is
you can deny it
necessarily
and
true,
justify
it's
it
not an
any way
insult.
you want, but I know exactly what you're doing. You're trying to play amateur psychologist, even though that violates the Hippocratic Oath.
Oh, wait,
You're just trying to win the
amateur.
argument any way you
No.
can. It's the same thing Claire did.
I wouldn't
Why does it
dare
always
put
have to
myself on an
resort to
amateur
a
level.
mental disability?
I'm more of an armchair psychologist, to be honest.
You're a fraud, however you want to slice it, and you are insulting me because you don't like that I've pointed out your fraudulence. Same thing Claire did.
That's the first time you mentioned fraudulence, though. You called me all kinds of stuff, but fraud, I think that was the first.
If the shoe fits, you, by your own example, you're no role model. Yet you think you're fit to give other people advice on how to live when you yourself don't even meet that's rather meager standard.
Well, I'm not coming from a high horse and say you must do it like this and that.
Well, you're deigning to judge my mental state, so I would argue you are on quite the high horse to think you could have any insight about what I think. You have no clue.
Well, Jen,
Evidenced by all of your assessments being so very much off the mark.
Seem crazy to me, and I think.
What exactly is crazy?
Well, that you're basically the keeper of truth.
I didn't say I was. I would love to have a bunch of people also know the truth very well. Nothing would pleasure me more. So it would be nice if you could stop mischaracterizing and specifically say what exactly it is I believe that's so crazy.
Well, all right. There's a few theories like the Big Bang stuff that you.
So because I disagree with the Big Bang that nobody agreed with until a couple hundred years ago, I'm crazy.
That you claim that your model, which you came up with, has more explanatory power.
I can prove that by predicting redshifting. So that's not what. Why is that crazy?
That's another very extraordinary claim because
no one has bothered to falsify. I wonder why.
Yeah, but I'd imagine that all the universities would be very excited about this.
They're coming around to it.
Power.
I think they just gave what's his name a Nobel Prize for positing a cyclic universe. So they're coming around to it.
But
I mean,
tell you what, I'll happily eat crow if
you're
that's
not
true.
really making your point. You're saying because you don't agree with some random thing in science that most people have no clue about, you're crazy. It's like I don't think that's quite meeting the.
Look at it
If
from
that
my
was the
point.
standard for crazy, anybody who denied evolution would be crazy by your estimation. Like, is that what you believe?
Wait, do you deny evolution too?
Yeah, she does.
Oh my god. The question is, does everybody who denies evolution are all those people crazy?
No, of course not. No, but
So where do you draw the line?
I draw the line at this, if
And who
someone
makes
says
you
he
fit to
denies it,
draw the line? It's like you can't win this debate. You don't have the authority to draw the line or to make the judgment.
But Jenny, isn't it a bit ironic? Yeah, I mean, you are basing your argument on the fact that you have all this sort of spiritual power, right? And that you are this guru, whatever, and that you are the reincarnation of Dayananda Saraswati. But that's really different from looking at somebody's argument. So your argument is based on your authority. That's the difference between you and David Reich. Hello? Is she just not going to say anything? What the fuck is wrong?
Jen, you're muted.
I think Jen can't handle it.
Well, no, I don't want her to think that we're dogpiling or something. That's
She can handle it, man. She's like a special person. She is truth. She is the best scientist that ever lived, right? I'm sure she'll be able to handle us. Come on, we're plebs, you know.
Yeah, but Conop's, it's pretty obvious that you're only come here to ridicule her. You know.
Is it? Okay, maybe it's a little obvious, but
yeah, maybe you have to go after all because it's not fair. And maybe you.
No, come on.
If you make Jen climb up, then there's no point, is there? If she
but Claire, look, you know, I mean, we're getting like 2 viewers. The whole panel, everybody was falling asleep. I just thought I'd bring some, I don't know, some energy back into the panel. You know?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. I'm too boring, I guess. Ever since I stopped drinking, it's a shame, really.
By the way, are you now falling out with Pelu, Claire? What's going on?
Well, he can't seem to accept that I'm meeting him halfway. It's got to be all the way. Because basically what we were talking about earlier was idolatry, and he was saying there's no point talking about idolatry if you don't accept the absolute truth of God. And I'm saying I can talk about the idea of the God of Israel handing the Torah to Moses, containing the instructions not to practice idolatry, and he can talk about it in theory, and then maybe later people might want to accept it in practice, but you have to explain the chronology of events and how it came to be that the God gave particular instructions not to do it, and why Jews feel they have to carry on that tradition by being dead against idolatry, rather than say, I completely believe in it.
I agree with Belu. I agree with him. If you're an atheist, you shouldn't speculate on this stuff.
Well, it's more
anybody
so.
Can. I'm an agnostic, so anybody can speculate on anything.
Well,
really.
I just think it's like, when are we going to admit that the atheists don't have any better answers than the theists, and therefore this presumption that atheism is somehow more intellectually based is not founded in anything?
Well, I think we just choose to believe whatever we want to believe, and if we choose not to believe, it's because we don't want to obey. So, that's fine. And I'm saying, okay, if we don't obey, we don't obey, and then stuff goes wrong, and then maybe we think we should obey again. This is where we're at now. But I'm thinking, you can't expect a society that is overwhelmingly atheist to say, yeah, okay, but we're going to believe in God now, right now, because you say so.
Yeah, but it makes no sense if you're talking about idolatry and you're talking about the Abrahamic God. If it's not true, Claire, like who cares?
I'm saying
mean-
it could be true hypothetically.
Yes,
so I've
but a lot
already
of
gone
things could be
halfway
true
up to
hypothetically.
meet him by saying, hypothetically, I accept the concept of the Abrahamic God. It is undeniable because that's what we're talking about. If we choose to deny the Abrahamic God, we are still acknowledging the concept of the Abrahamic God, and that will have to do.
So
So
if
you
I
really have
acknowledge
no argument then.
so if I acknowledge the concept of pink unicorns, I mean, do you think that's interesting? You think
No,
that
because nobody cares and they'll just assume you're mad. But if we talk about the Abrahamic God, there is a whole bunch of things that you have to believe if you believe in the Abrahamic God. A lot of people don't know it. I mean, people like Jay saying, yeah, I believe in the Abrahamic God. Oh, but I don't believe in the afterlife. And oh, I don't believe that he sent the Torah. And I don't believe he sent the Quran. But I believe in God and I enter the kingdom of heaven every day. Whatever. It what he believes is not within the system of the Abrahamic God that people understand. And what he thinks is his religion is only his own personal belief. So we have to be very clear about what we're talking about. But just because we don't believe everything about a single system, it doesn't mean that we can't reason using those rules. So
Of
that's why
course
we
we
can say it's
can.
unfalsifiable. The
Yeah.
Abrahamic God is unfalsifiable.
True, but a
because
lot of things are unfalsifiable,
yeah,
Claire. But
yes, I
that makes
know,
them
and
just
we don't
bad
care
science,
about pink
Claire.
unicorns, but we do
No, no,
care
no.
about God
Okay,
because it's
Sarah.
political.
Yeah, but you're saying we should care about them, even though we don't have any evidence that's supposed that we should care about it. Because if it's not true, why do you care about it? I mean,
Because it's
it's just a set of extra wicked
50-50.
rules.
And people can choose to believe or not. And I'm saying people they either want to believe or they don't. They can, if they want to believe in anything, however stupid, they'll be able to find a reason to do
But
that.
where do you get that percentage from? 50-50. That you just
Well,
make that shit up.
because I am agnostic, and an agnostic doesn't want to argue about the existence of God with anyone. It just says they just believe that either case is
Just like you don't want to
it's
argue about the Holocaust.
probably true. Yeah, because it's 50-50. That's what I'm saying. It's 50-50.
Yeah,
That's the
I
whole
think you
position
just get
of an
Behold,
agnostic,
I
and
just think
therefore
behold
that
it's
you
not
get
the
worth
that
arguing
percentage out
about.
transcendental
of your ass.
logic of the West. Behold the transcendental logic of Western mythos embodied perfectly in Claire Ka.
I didn't create agnosticism.
And by the
I don't know
way,
why you did.
welcome,
There's no
Tara.
need to credit me with it.
Welcome, Tara.
Hey, how's everyone?
Well, we're good, I think, except
Hey,
Claire, maybe.
thanks for not partaking in the insult fest of me in the chat, Taryn. I appreciate it. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. I don't have anything to insult you about, so I
Not
don't
yet.
engage in that. I don't think I throw around insults anyway, so that's not my style.
Nice. So, what brings you to the show?
I've been listening for the last hour or so, but I was kind of busy, so I thought I partake now that I have some time.
Oh, nice. Are you a spiritual person?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim, so
So you're got a good practice going there?
I'm all right. I'm not the best. I have my own shortcomings, but as far as what I feel is the best description of God and what He wants us to do. And when I say He, I don't believe God has a sex or gender, but I think it's the best description of God and what He wants humans to do on Earth.
Yeah, the Jews call him Hashem, which means the name, so you don't have to, call him a he or a she. Maybe that's the best way. I don't know.
It's clear that he's a dude. Come on.
Well, I suppose if anybody invented him, it would have been a man.
I suppose so.
Mm.
I mean, most theology is interpreted through the lens of men anyway. So
True, but doesn't this scripture sort of suggest that he is sort of more masculine than feminine, right?
no, because even in the name, Allah is neither masculine or feminine, if I understand correctly. Maybe somebody who understands better can correct me.
That's consistent with because Allah is the Arabic word for God, so it predates Islam. So yeah, it would make sense. It would be consistent with other I don't want to say conjugations, but declensions of the time where the God article was impersonal, so neither male nor female, like a different category.
Well, no, it used to be very clear which these gods in old Arabic were. They were female and male. You had Alat and Manat and
That's
all
your
these.
interpretation.
Well,
That's
no,
your like
that's
pig-headed,
no.
block-headed
That's an
interpretation as
inscription.
the colonist, right?
That's in the
That's in
inscriptions,
scripture
honey.
that someone else interpreted for you, right?
No, he's
Inscriptions.
right. He's right. But the Quran rebukes the Arabs for believing in things like that. That gods have sons and daughters and females and males and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would say like the Abrahamic God comes across as rather masculine in what he does, what he cares about.
I mean, the fact that we just can't get around the he part is, that kind of that already kind of gives you that picture. But like in the body school, they really try hard to divorce themselves from all type of any type of describing God like his creation. But I guess
Do you have anything that says that man is made in the image of God in your scripture?
No.
Because
No,
that
he's
appears
made
to
out of a clot of
suggest
blood.
that appears to suggest that
We
man
don't.
does have a God aspect, right? I think
It
Domingo said
depends.
it was
Does it say
theomorphic.
that he was? Does it say that he was made in the image of God, or does it say that Adam was
Well, I
made
was
in
I
his
was
image?
raised Catholic. I was raised Catholic, so I'm familiar with what they teach in Catholicism, which is that. But I was asking for you if you were familiar with this idea because I
Yeah,
didn't
I
actually
was
know.
raised Christian as well, and I'm familiar with that uh, verse, I believe. And I'm just wondering if it says that Adam was made in his image, or does it say that Adam was made in God's image? Because if it says Adam was made in his image, I've heard interpretations where saying that Adam was made exactly how he was. He wasn't a baby. He was made exactly like a man. He was made in his image. How he was made is exactly how he stayed for the rest of his life. But that's one understanding I came across concerning that verse.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just familiar with the Catholic one, so that was just what popped into my head. Like I don't
The,
want a big theological debate with you or anything,
no, it's okay. It's
Well,
all right. I'm not really too fussed if whatever opinion anybody holds. I'm not a Christian for one, so I don't. It can go either way for me.
But isn't it relevant for you, Pelu, if you're an Ibadi Muslim and your creed
Pelu isn't
is
here, is he?
No,
oh
okay.
sorry. If your creed is sort of anti-anthropomorphism, then
Yeah.
that becomes a problem, right? Because if he's created in the image of God, he resembles God, so therefore he resembles humanity. So that makes him anthropomorphic.
Yeah, but we don't have anything like that in the Quran, where Adam was made in God's image or in His image, however you want to spin it.
All right, but what do you think? I mean, so doesn't the Torah give you any guidance of how to interpret the Quran? Because I mean, there's a lots of
No,
loose
it's
verses in the Quran, right? So you don't know all the story about what happened to Moses or what happened to Jesus or what happened to I don't know Jonah or whatever. These things you only know if you know the other scriptures as well. Otherwise, they're sort of loose verses, right?
In a
But it
sense,
doesn't.
you're right. Except for that, I wouldn't say you view the Quran through the lens of the Torah. If anything, you view the Quran, the Torah through you view the previous scriptures through the lens of the Quran, and what doesn't contradict the Quran, shouldn't have a problem accepting. I'm not a scholar, so don't quote me on that. But from what I understand, you shouldn't have a problem accepting. But what contradicts? And I'll let Claire go ask her question. I just want to touch on this point. Yes, as far as the details of the stories in the Quran, it only gives you like, it doesn't go into detail, and you would have to go to the Bible, the Torah, whatever, for more details on these stories. But the point of the Quran isn't to really go into detail about the story. It's more like moral of the story, if anyway. And it only says like, and the way that it speaks about these stories is as if the audience are familiar with them already, and which is evident from the milieu that the Quran was revealed in, where the pre-Islamic Arabs were Christians and Jews, some of them. So they might have
Yeah,
been
I think
familiar with these.
probably most of them, but that's my humble opinion.
No, I'm pretty sure most of them. Actually, I was reading Al-Jahiz, 9th century African Arab scholar from Baghdad. He was talking about all the tribes of the Arabs that were Christian and Jews. Probably more so Jew in the south than Christian up north and in the center.
Yeah, it makes sense. For me, I think these sort of revisionist scholars might have a point into saying like maybe most of the people there were already Christians and Jews, and then the whole thing about like the monafikun, the hypocrites, they are the people who are actually monotheists, but they believe in the sort of the wrong creed of Christianity. They believe in the Trinity, for example. So I think that might have some validity.
Maybe, or just we didn't. Yeah, you might be right. I don't know what kind of Christians they were. I heard something like Nestorians or Miaphites or something like that.
Yeah.
About the narratives, one of the things that Muslims say about the Torah is that it's such a terrible book. There's so much sex and violence. How could such a thing be in a holy book? The Quran is sort of more sanitized, more suitable for children. It has a U certificate, so to speak.
I would say so. I would say so, but I don't use that argument against the Torah. I mean, I understand that it's a more detailed book, so I expect to find things in it. I don't expect to find things, but yeah, it's more detailed, and devil is in the details. I think that's one of the downsides. And yeah, Muslim polemicists use that argument against Jews and Christian about the content, the explicit content in their books.
Yeah, there's actually an interesting episode where Lot, the well, not the prophet Lot, but Lot, and he's of course in the Quran. He's very different than in the Old Testament, because in the Quran he's offering his daughter to a group of raging sodomites to be abused. But in the Quran, it is it's explained by the Quranic commentators as they want to marry off the daughters, and it doesn't say he has two daughters, it says he had many daughters. So it's interesting how the Quran is slowly sort of sanitizing a lot of the biblical stories to make them more appealing.
You're right, and that was one of the you're right, and it is to one of the reasons why I came down was to correct a lot of the I don't want to say to correct a lot of the stories, but I think you said it correctly. It sanitizes a lot of these stories, and one interpretation of that is that Lot it wasn't referring to like his biological daughters, but something like the women of the city. I don't know. There's different interpretations on that. Like I think I read something like women of the city, or maybe women in a part of his house. I don't know. But
you can understand that
it doesn't say he actually had sex with his daughters in the Quran.
No, it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't find anything. You don't find anything like that concerning the prophets. In the Quran.
But yeah, that makes me more suspicious, right? So from a non-believer's point of view, it almost seems as like they didn't really sort of copy the story correctly, and then afterwards they try to sort of justify it. So they make some mistakes and they say, okay, well, it's slightly different, you know. It's actually what the Jews did and the Christians did is they corrupted their scripture.
But it doesn't matter, does it? I mean,
well, for me, it's much more plausible that somebody didn't retell the stories well enough, right? And then afterwards, you have this whole traditions of trying to justify why the Christians and Jews corrupted their scripture.
We don't necessarily. We don't say that I don't know.
Just
There's
tell
also
con-ops. People do religions for reasons that are not always to do with logic, right? Con-ops,
Oh no,
do you even
that's
believe in
definitely
God?
true.
Con-ops, do you even believe in God? You don't believe in
No.
God. So
No,
in
no,
your
no.
eyes, no religion is justified. So why are you picking on Taryn?
no. I'm not really tripping. I don't find it picking on. These are sensible questions.
He's
But
just trying to like have a gotcha moment where you're going to be like, oh yeah, you're right.
No, because I
logically
know
proved it.
Tehran has read this stuff as well, so I'm not.
yeah, I've
Well, the point is,
sensitized myself.
I don't think you're going to change your
Desensitized
mind
myself.
I don't think you're going to change your mind because of what some atheist said. Do you?
No, not at all.
So,
But you know,
point.
it kind
Con-ops, we don't
of
believe
work
in
out
anything.
your muscles a bit.
Maybe. Yeah. I think con-ops is a bit of a lightweight when it comes to arguing, but sure, if that's your intention, it's probably a good one.
I think con-ops
but
just want
I'm
to.
saying it doesn't matter about the stories. What we want, if we feel we want to follow the laws, is that if we're in doubt about God's existence, but we have to have a theocracy, we're going to go for the one that doesn't have 36 capital offences. We're going to choose,
I think I might
the
agree with
least
Claire on that.
restrictive one. If
I
we
agree
have
with
to
Claire
choose
on that. The stories aren't all that important. I mean, I believe they're important, but I think we're missing the mark by focusing on, okay, did Abraham exist? I mean, personally, I believe that these people exist. Looking for, okay, what proof do you have? I guess, I just have to go out on a leap of faith with that one.
Isn't the
But I
main
don't.
point of religion community? So
Yeah,
do you have a community?
Yeah, it's not a.
So Taryn has a community. Okay,
I believe
so
I'm tied to the Muslim community, the wider Muslim community.
It gives him a sense of community identity, con-op. So there you go. The truth, whatever the hell that means, of those beliefs is not relevant. Okay,
No, it's not what. That's not.
That is bullshit. That's such bullshit.
I wouldn't say that's why I became a Muslim, but I more so agree with the descriptions. I think I laid it out in the beginning. I more so agree with the descriptions of God and what is expected from us as humans on Earth from Him in order to maintain a certain level of peace and justice, and to also have salvation in the afterlife. I found it to be the best description of that and the most logical and made sense to me.
All right, but if Noah didn't exist, if Jesus didn't exist, all these stories are nonsense. And what?
Yeah, but Jesus
I make a point about the.
Jesus to not exist is Jesus to not exist is like is not scholarly. Now Noah,
because the Quran acknowledges that he exists and also the virgin birth, right? So there's no, Jesus doesn't exist in the Quran kind of thing, and they want to respect Jesus, and they always
the Quran doesn't say anything about a virgin birth either.
I thought
the Quran doesn't say nothing. No, it doesn't.
It does. It actually.
Where does it say something about? It doesn't say nothing about a virgin birth, Mary virgin birth. You can read that into it if you like through various means such as hadith. But if you read the Quran, if you're a real Quranist, if there's any Quranists listening, there's no Virgin Mary in the Quran.
All right, fine. But my point is, Tehran, and I'm not disputing the historical existence of Jesus here, but I think the other figures are much more doubtable. Moses, Noah, whatever, Abraham. And it becomes a problem because if you say, whoa,
it doesn't become.
Can you please let me out? Let me speak for a bit. So, if these stories aren't real, why would you approach the other sort of mandates and prescriptions of God as having validity. So I mean,
Because the
it is
source,
important.
because the source, because as far because these people might be mentioned in the holy book, but they're also not the source of my religion, for one. And
Yeah, I
then
get that.
two, we don't time unfolds everything. We don't know. The best example I can give is the Hittites in the Bible. For a long time, people who were against the Bible used to clown the Bible about the Hittites. Oh, look at these people; they don't exist. All this whatnot, whatnot. Well, then time unfolds, and we find out that the Hittites did exist. So, I'm not going to put my foot down on something that we might not know now and possibly know later. But as far as the other, what is verifiable, is pretty solid concerning the Quran when it was revealed, the Prophet Muhammad, him existing, Jesus existing. I definitely believe Moses existed, all that other type of stuff. But if I can't prove who they are, I'm not too fussed. I mean, that's because that's not why I came into the religion. I believe that people who are non-religious or atheists try to use these arguments in order to plant things in the minds of religious people. But I believe people who of religion, if they stay focused on why they believe, you'll see that these stories aren't really too much of a complication. And then
Yeah, but
also
they
there's
are, because they are the word
no
of God. If God is
they're
wrong, if
no,
God
it's
is
for you.
wrong,
They're a complication
if God is
for
wrong.
you to believe. They're a complication for you if you were to believe. But see, we're
No,
talking about
okay. So
individuals.
this book claims to be the word of God, yet there are
Yeah.
mistakes in it. So is
There's
God
not what
wrong?
mistakes are. No, what see
But they're
now
not
you're moving the
important
goalpost. Hold on,
mistakes.
Claire. Hold on, Claire. Let me finish my point. You're moving the goalpost. Now you're saying that certain things aren't verifiable. Now you're saying that there's mistakes. Let's stay on topic. Now,
Okay, of course there are mistakes. Well,
what
we have to
mistakes?
say, okay, well, let me give you one example. We'll just go with the contradictions then. Why are
What
things different in the
contradictions?
Quran?
What
Why are things
contradictions?
different in the Quran than in the Bible, for example? Why
Dude, we're
are
talking no inherently in one book. You're talking about contradictions between two books, and we already recognize, as far as internal scholarship on the Bible, also recognize these problems concerning the Bible. There's internal
no, this is
contradictions in the
actually
Bible.
it's a problem of the
We're
Quran,
talking. We're
Taran. You
talking.
know
All
as
right.
well
Okay.
that
No, I don't know.
it's a
I don't know what I'm asking you. Listen, I'm
mistranslation
asking
that
you.
you'll
Don't
say,
pull this. I'm asking what you know. Please demonstrate
okay,
that.
well,
What
all right,
contradictions?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you what the problem is. But are we talking about the Quran here? Are we talking about all the scriptures?
I'm talking about the Quran because that's the one the basis of my religion, not the Bible or Torah.
No, the Quran is a bit weird. They, for example,
I'm asking for the
contradictions.
contradictions. You're doing mental gymnastics right now. Tell me the
I'm
contradictions.
not.
Easy. If you
Okay,
know them,
so okay, for example, what about Al Manat and Al Uza? What about that verse?
what
Why
about
are they
them?
praised? Why are they praised? Have you not
That's
thought
not.
about them?
What do you
And
mean?
then what?
Have you not? Have you read the verse? Have you? Let's. Do you have your Quran? Because I have like two. I have three of them. I have the study
I don't
Quran.
even
I
have
have
to
the
go
one in Arabic.
into the
What do you mean? You
stories
don't
about
have to
Al
go.
Tabari.
No,
Al
that's fine.
Tabari. Why
Look.
are they
See.
mentioned?
This is
Why are
this.
they mentioned in the
Hold
Quran?
on. Why are they mentioned in Al Tabari? Is because Al Tabari was an
What them?
encyclopedic work. Hold
Yeah,
on.
but
Let me
why are they
finish.
mentioned?
Let me.
Why are they
What are
mentioned in the
okay?
Quran?
What
That's what
are
I'm
they
asking.
mentioned? Where are they mentioned?
They
In
are
Surah
mentioned in
Al
the Quran.
Najm. But mentioned in how though? You're being very vague. I'm about to pull up the verse and we're going to see because I know exactly what you're talking about. And you're just
Yeah, they're
trying to
mentioned.
go. You're going based off of an interpretation that you might find
Yeah,
in
but why
Tabari.
mention?
But
But why
why?
mention them
Because
in the Quran?
listen, let me
Why
finish. It's
mention?
not
Yeah,
mentioned.
but I'm just
Why are
asking
they?
you why they're
I'm
mentioned in
asking.
the Quran.
I'm look. Why are they mentioned? Do you know why they're mentioned? First off,
No, I'm not saying I know that why they're mentioned. I'm asking
no.
you why they're
Hold on.
mentioned.
No. What are you trying to get at though? What are you trying to get at so I can answer your
Well,
question? Why are
why
they? Because
would
why
other
they're mentioned.
gods? Why would other
The
gods be mentioned in the Quran?
Pharaoh is mentioned in the Quran, and he
Yeah, but
considers
Pharaoh
himself to be a
existed,
god.
right?
It's talking because it's talking
No,
to an
Pharaoh
audience who
existed.
believed in these things. It's talking to Manat existed. Manat was a fake god that existed. It was a statue. I mean, you can still find some of these things in Saudi Arabia. The Quran mentioning a god is
It
not a
doesn't say that they're
contradiction.
fake, by the way.
You're trying to say that it's a contradiction. Come on, we understand that the Quran does not give legitimacy to these gods as being real, and you're talking about a contradiction anyway. Now, the Quran mentioning other gods, Allah, Al Manat and Al Uzza, is not a contradiction.
Is it not a contradiction if you believe in one God is real?
Is it
That's the
saying
word
that?
God.
Is it saying to believe in those gods?
Well, why is
You
it
don't even know
mentioning
what the
them?
verse meant. You don't even know what the verse says. You're just
I
saying, why
know.
is it mentioned?
Have you think about what is it? Have you thought about Uzzah, Manat, and the other?
Referring to what?
Just referring to them. I think that's
Re-
already like
Think.
weird.
See, no, that's
That's
not weird.
weird.
That's
That's
weird to
weird.
you
Why?
though. That's weird to
Okay,
you
so
though. That's weird to
it's like
you.
a fucking random verse.
You can't even see, and think about it. I can't go on my this
But
verse to
isn't
see
it
what is.
weird? Okay, so isn't it weird that you just mention some gods and then you go on with another verse that has nothing to do with it? Actually, in that sense, like Tabari's explanation makes more sense than any other. By the way, I think you're muted, Tehran.
I don't think this is a particularly
Okay,
productive.
so let's talk about some contradictions then. Let's talk about the alcohol.
Okay, I
The
can resolve the
alcohol.
contradictions easily and
Yeah,
say,
no, but
for
it's a
some
contradiction.
people, just completely avoid it. For others, don't come to prayers drunk. For yet others, sip it delicately. Depending on your constitution and your defects of character. So
Yes, but that's
it's
not what
not
the
a
Quran
problem.
says.
It's not a
That's your
problem.
interpretation. That's your
Yeah,
trying to
it's going to
resolve
be
it.
my
Yeah,
interpretation. So if
yeah,
there's
okay.
sort of
So
three different versions about how to do something, then all are allowed.
it also says that you can't
Listen
drink
what it
khamr,
said.
you
See,
can't
hold
drink
on.
wine.
Listen to what it says right here that you're talking about. 19. Disbelievers consider Al-Lat and Al-Uzza, and the third other one, Manat. Are you to have the male and he the female? Asking a question.
Jesus, what the fuck does
It's
that
a
mean?
rhetorical question. That's
Asking
what it is. It's
disbelievers?
a rhetorical
Yeah, ask
question.
exactly. It's a rhetorical. Like, what am I? You're going to you to have the male and he the female.
There's lots of rhetorical questions in
And
the
it's
Quran.
actually there's footnotes on this on what it's talking about. And this is from a scholar. This was printed in Oxford University
Okay, so
Press.
which translation is that? Which do you have? Is it
This is
Sahih? Is it the
Nah,
Pictal? Which one is it?
because you're late in the game. I got the MAS Abdul Halim, and also the study Quran that was put together by seven scholars. Man, you're talking about the Sahih International that came out of from three women in Saudi Arabia. I know about these translations, and then I
Oh,
also know
Pictal.
about
They're good translations. Okay,
Pictal.
but
No,
okay, so you say
Pictal is a very
Pictal
archaic
is good.
translation. Yeah,
Does it matter?
for somebody, yeah, it does matter. It does matter. It does matter the
Okay,
translation,
so why
especially if
does
you
it
don't know
matter?
Arabic, because you don't know Arabic. Having you're at the mercy of a translator, and just to say that one translator is good, actually, it's best to have a collection of them. If you don't
Okay,
know
so
the
how are you able
Arabic,
to tell which is a good translation, Tehran?
my
How's your
my
Arabic?
my my wife is Arabic speaker. Thank you very
Yeah, but
much.
you know that there's a
Yeah,
whole
yeah, yeah,
ideological
yeah,
process involved
yeah.
with translation.
Okay,
This is ancient
and I
Arabic.
have access. I have
This is
access to it
ancient.
though. Via her, I have access
Okay.
to it, and I know scholars,
Yeah.
and I know
Okay.
scholars
Well,
who I
and they
have
probably
access.
also disagree with
I
each other,
have the
don't they?
tools. So what? I
Why?
don't have no
Okay.
problem. I have no
So
problem with disagreement.
why are you
Why do things have to be
talking over me?
monolithic?
Why are you trying? Why are you trying to behave like Zubida Al Arabia? Jesus
I'm not.
Christ!
I'm just.
Calm
Hey,
down.
I'm letting you know. Your arguments are just weak.
My arguments are weak. So how do you
Yes.
explain the contradiction in the Quran about
You got
alcohol?
what's the contradiction? Because
Well,
I actually did my final paper in
okay.
communications on alcohol in the Quran. Tell me the contradictions.
So, for example, you can go into the mosque drunk, or you can't go into the mosque drunk, presuming that people are drinking, right? Otherwise, he would say, "Don't drink at all." But then in other verses it says, "Well, stay off the khamr." Then there's another verse praising wine. I mean, it's weird.
It's not praising. Verse isn't praising wine, and actually, that it's explained very nicely in M.A. Dreya's "The Moral World of the Quran." It's not praising wine. It's actually using. It's using not symbolism. It's comparing. where wine comes from, that good comes from it and bad comes from the
Yeah,
date
but why
stock.
would they say
And then
that good comes from
there's
it then?
also
Why would
because
you say that good comes from it?
there is good that comes from the date stock. There is good that comes from the
Okay.
fruit that wine is made from. What are you
And
talking
then you
about?
go to heaven, and then you have like wine in cups with like young male cupbearers.
Wine is not wine. You think that wine is forbidden in wine is not haram, or alcohol is not haram. It is strongly discouraged, but wine is not haram in Islamic theology. And if you actually look at the way the verses were
Okay,
revealed,
so who
they
says
were
that? So who says
what do you
that?
mean who says that? What do you mean who says that? Like, this is common. Look at just even the language that's used. The Quran
Okay,
is
so I
explicit in
remember
what is haram.
Yusuf Qaradawi trying to say that. Well, he got lots of shit for even saying that a drink that had
So, yeah, because
0.0001%
yeah,
alcohol
and he's
in
a
it.
scholar. He knows what he's talking about. Just because the ignorant masses gave him shit because of what
No.
they thought.
He never said you could have a drink. He never said you could have wine. He said there was a specific drink that
There's
was
it depend there you, there's
he never
disputes about.
said you could
I was
drink it.
reading. There's disputes about this. I got books from Al Jahiz, who's a ninth century Muslim. I think I've already said this. I got books from him talking about Nabi. You know what I'm saying? And that's the one they used to drink from dates back then, and how it's praised, and how all these scholars got it wrong. This was back in the ninth century, dude. Like, I'm very aware. And then also, if you read M. A. Dreas, I sent Claire this book. I can send you the PDF as well. He gives you context to the verses on why they were revealed. They were revealed in a series of manners. They were revealed in a series, one after the other, to prep people in order to rid alcohol from their system, because it put it in context for people. Hey, look, this thing that you drink, where it comes from, it's used for good, and as well, it's used to make wine. It's showing a comparison right there. And then as the verses come on, all right, look, if you're going to drink, don't come to prayer drunk. And I believe there's another verse intermediate at that. Then it flat out say, hey man, it's best that you just don't drink. And if you read the historical background on that, there's when one verse was revealed, some Sahaba stopped drinking, but then some still did because they were still confused about it. But as more verses, it became clear, and they just totally quit drinking. And that's why the Islamic world haven't had a problem with alcohol. It was laid on people in a series of ways. Look at how alcohol was banned in the United States through, I think, it looked like he left anyway.
Yeah, in prohibition, and it didn't work because
Yeah, because they just flat out banned alcohol in the United States. They just one day they were, people, alcohol was there. Actually, yeah, they outlawed it one date, and they said we're gonna stop doing it on this date later. And then when they banned alcohol in the United States, like, it was just a total shit show. I mean, people were not ready for it. You had people making bath alcohol in their bathtubs through running it through radiators, getting poisoned by drinking contaminated alcohol. You got some of the biggest criminals in United States history came out of that time. But if you look at how alcohol was prohibited in the Muslim world via the Quran, they did it in a series of steps. Kind of like how AA has the 12-step process, the Quran had the 4-step process.
Yeah, I think you have to give people enough notice and tell them how serious the whole thing is, or they won't take it seriously.
Exactly. And then there's a hadith from the wife of the Prophet where she said, if the Prophet had came condemning, certain sexual practices and alcohol right off the bat, people would never have listened to him. So, you have to lay it on people in a way that they can understand it first, and then walk them down the path you would like them to go. It's unfortunate Conops got off, man. I didn't mean to get all riled up, but I kind of hate some of these questions. I don't know. Some of these questions bother me sometimes.
Yeah, chill out, man. And I'm not like trying to. I don't know. I'm not trying to piss you off or anything, but I mean,
No.
you have to spit out like that.
I think you still got to understand that, and I still need to keep in mind as well. Like, I still feel a certain way about, so when even though I'm not Zubida or anything like that, I try not to act like that. I still might have certain feelings similar, when I'm hearing this type of stuff, especially when I'm being pressed about it. But I don't know. I don't have all the answers anyway.
No, but you can just easily give your answer. Like I think the Quran is contradictory. I think many people have observed these contradictions. There are a few ways to handle
Well, you
these.
choose to
You
see
can
them as contradictions when in fact they're
yes,
just
or
options.
you could
They're just
yes,
options.
what you could do is say no. This was, for example, revealed in stages. Well, there's the famous stories about Muhammad saying in stages, well, maybe first not totally get drunk, and then slowly getting people to stop drinking. Yeah, you can think that. I think that is a way of trying to resolve contradictions that are there. And if you come from it from a non-religious point of view, that's what you will think, right? I mean, you would think that of other people's scripture as well. Like you would think
I don't. It
as a
depends.
scientific mind, if it's clearly not true,
It's
you would
you're
actually be
using your own
suspect.
you okay. I don't fault you for using your own epistemology coming to the scriptures. I'm not expecting you to totally hook, line, and sinker swallow everything that Muslims say about their scripture. Of course, you're gonna have a certain level of skepticism, but as well, I don't think you should totally abandon what Muslims have said about their own scriptures. And then also don't try to use it, at least be objective in how you use it. I know people like to go to Al-Tabari, really not having any understanding of his objective and what he was trying to do. Because I'm a fan of his, but I also know that he was an encyclopedia. He was just collecting everything, and I don't feel, and I'm actually that he did. So we can see some of this, some of the fossils of things that maybe Muslims once believed and things like that. But then I just don't like when people try to dig these things up and say this is what, like, nah, we kind of worked past this already. This
Yeah,
might
but
be news.
yeah, okay, that's great, but you work past it. I haven't, right?
No, but no, I'm not saying I did. I'm saying Muslim scholarship. You know what I'm saying? And then as well, you see that Orientalist scholarship has also co-signed on a lot of this stuff. I mean, Patricia Crone being one of them. That saying that Muslim scholarship, classical scholarship, is good shoulders to stand on, and that you cannot. She tried. I mean, her first book came out swinging. Hagarism tried to abandon Muslim tradition, and at the end of her life, she recognized and wrote in her essay, What We Know About Muhammad. You cannot abandon the classical Muslim tradition and think that you're going to approach the Islam in any objective way.
No, but I don't think she would say that you have to. How would you say to accept these hadiths as they are, like stories of what happened, instead of
She was trying to figure out a methodology to sift through the hadiths, one that was more in line with Western academic thinking. And I believe Harold Motsky uh, has a methodology that he feels is sufficient for
yeah.
Western academics.
Let's not talk about Motsky.
Yeah,
I'm not
because
a big fan
he
of
was
him.
a defender of the tradition. He said that these traditions actually go back to the date that he might not say that, okay, they go back to the prophet, but he says that they go back to the date that Muslim scholarship claim that they do. He just won't go say all the way back to the prophet. But
Yeah, but the problem, I mean, these. Okay, so doesn't it? I mean, don't you think it's strange that the more into our time we go, the more elaborate all these isnats or change of narrations have become?
oh yeah,
You know,
from the beginning, from if you
so
look at the
if
early schools, they
yeah, if you
worked with limited hadith, and then all of a sudden there was a
yeah.
boom in hadith. Yeah, this is not news to me. I'm very aware, but see, it depends on how you approach hadith. Now, not all Muslims or schools of thought look at hadith as, say, Malikis don't look at hadith the same way that, say, a Hanbali does. You know what I'm
No, but I
saying?
mean, but it's all true for all the Sunni schools at least, and I think also for the Shia, but I don't know much about them. But it's true that the more to our time you go, the more elaborate all the stories are. All of a sudden, people remember things that they didn't know before. I mean,
Oh,
that
of
is
course,
strange. That is
yeah,
suspect.
and I felt that way as well. Like, how does this person remember these long hadiths and things like that? I'm a hadith skeptic. as well. But I haven't totally, in order for me to divorce myself totally from the hadith, I would have to believe that the prophet said absolutely nothing, and nobody believed anything, and nobody remembered anything he said. Now, verbatim, which Muslim scholarship has already concluded, like, yes, these hadith, a lot of them are not verbatim, but in essence, the content is sufficient. So, but again, it depends on what
What do
your
you
aim. It
mean?
depends
Like
on
yeah, well, it depends on what your
it,
aim is.
it depends
If you think that
it
you know
depends on what your
anything
aim.
about his life, then
No, but
it's very difficult to
no,
say. I mean,
no, hadiths are not. Hadiths were never meant to be used as history. Now, I don't. And then there's difference as far as schools of thought. I believe the Ibadi don't agree with the Sunnis as far as, okay, you can use hadith. You can't use as history. It's not real knowledge, but you can still conduct. You can still derive laws for jurisprudence from them,
but
and things like that.
how if you don't know, for example, what Muhammad did at a certain point, how are you going to make laws from them? Because these chains of narrations are unreliable, as you also admit. So how are you going to make laws from them?
Well,
So
I
you
mean,
might as well just make laws out of thin air.
because actually, especially in the Maliki school, they take what was going on from the first community, the community that the Prophet Muhammad left. And because actually, in a lot of our traditions and a lot of the ways that we practice aren't really found in Hadith. Hadith might corroborate, but a lot of the stuff was lived. Monkey see, monkey do, especially things like prayer. I mean, there's a lot of things that Muslims learn that aren't found in that. Not, I don't want to say aren't found in Hadith, but we don't learn via Hadith. I didn't learn how to pray by way of Hadith. I didn't learn how to do a lot of things as a Muslim by way of Hadith. It was taught,
Oh,
passed down.
is that not in Hadith? I think
It is,
the way you
it
pray,
is,
yeah,
but that's
true.
not, no, how you pray is not
And
in
are
Hadith. Actually,
okay.
you can never from the Hadith construct how to pray.
Well,
You
the
can never
sheer
from,
fact that you're
you can never,
praying. Do you pray 5 times a day, Surah?
I pray 5 times a day, but I'm saying
Okay,
you
but
cannot,
some
the
Quranists do
movements
3 times. Why?
yeah, but some Quranists do 5 times as well. The Quranists is a mess.
Yeah.
They totally abandon themselves from Muslim tradition, and now they're a mess. Some Quranists are fasting now, and some Quranists are not fasting because they believe Ramadan just means burning. And it was revealed, the Quran was revealed in a hot month, and it was revealed, and that's what Ramadan means. While you have some Quranists are a mess. They don't
Okay.
know
Well,
they're
let's go, for example, to the biography of the Prophet. Because without the biographies, the first source we sort of have, Ibn Hisham, or like the text he quotes, Ibn Ishaq, right? So around
yeah.
750. That's about 120 years after the Prophet died, because he died in 632, right?
But that wasn't the
Uh,
first. That's not the first. That's not the first. Even if you read the introduction on Ibn Ishaq, the person who translated said that's not the first biography of the Prophet. There was actually a biography of the Prophet written like 30 years after he died. Peace be upon
okay,
him.
but
So
how do we know that? How do you know that? But I
we
mean,
because
people
well,
claiming.
no, it's not people claiming, but you see remnants of it in later texts. And this is that's
Okay, but
sufficient.
is it a bit like the queue? So, for example, this is how biblical scholars do it. They have a hypothetical text, which is Q, which they say exists, because we find similar
No,
things
but
in
see,
Matthew and Lucas, for example.
but this isn't later scholars saying this exists. These are scholars saying from that time saying that's where they got it from.
Okay, so who's that name? Who's that miraculous individual who had this
No, no, these
biography?
are Al Tabari being one. I'm not talking. Let's not.
But Tabari, I
Al
know.
Tabari was working with sources that are no longer extant. Ibn
Could
Ishaq
be.
was working with sources that were no longer extant. Even
Well,
Ibn Hisham was working with sources that are no longer extant, and they mentioned that they were using these sources. There's a lot of manuscripts that do that. I mean, there's a lot of history taken
true,
outside of
true.
Islamic history,
I
taken
agree. I
from
agree.
sources that are.
I agree. I agree, but I'm just not aware of these. So maybe you have to send them one day.
Okay. Okay. I mean, really, I would like to actually, we could have a real, I would actually like to go study, I mean, really look into these things myself more than what I have. I find this stuff to be really interesting, but, I just, I like hearing different perspectives. I like having not my faith shaken or anything like that, but I like hearing things that are contradictory to what, you know, it's like it's kind of entertaining a bit, not entertaining, but I don't know how I want to put it.
I like it too, especially because I mean, even if we disagree, like we come to a point where you might have to think about something you haven't read before or something. Yeah, you get closer to the truth, I would say. Even though
I would say
you might think like 90% of what I say is nonsense, maybe there's 10% that you think like, I might check this out. And it's not my goal to convince you. It's my goal to, I don't know, get closer to the truth. And I
I
think
don't
that's
necessarily
done with
believe what you're
argumentation.
saying is nonsense. I don't believe necessarily what you're saying is nonsense. I just think how you're interpreting. I think you're just interpreting these things differently than I am, and I think it's because I'm a believer and you don't believe in Islam like that. So, of course,
Yeah,
and also, yeah, sorry.
I was just wondering about also like sources like Ibn Hisham. Like he explicitly says that he quotes Ibn Ishaq, but also saying like I am not quoting the things that might be sort of embarrassing or might cause consternation or whatever. So if you know that Muslim scholars are
And
doing this,
Ibn Ishaq is still something of a. I'm not gonna say embarrassing. I like the work of Ibn Ishaq. I like reading it. Sometimes I just be thinking about it, and I might read some bits from it. But there is some damning things about the Prophet in it. I mean, I think there was one Orientalist that said, "Whoever wrote this biography is an enemy of the Prophet." Uh, but I don't know. That's just one of those things, ain't it? I don't know. But see, I don't believe. I think that we really know far less about the prophet than what's in. I have my own theory behind this stuff that I try to work out. But I
Hey,
really think that we need
have you read that?
let me just conclude on this point. But we need a new biography of the prophet taken with everything we know now. From epigraphy to archaeology to textual criticism, and try to put a new one out there, in my opinion.
So have you read about these Chinese sources about Muhammad? Can you tell us something about that, or do you know anything about them?
No, I don't actually.
So yeah, I think there's this. I don't know what the title is. It's also a book by Hoyland, and I think it's like Islam as other people saw it,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
as others saw it,
yeah.
and
I
he
got the
has like,
PDF for that.
yeah, I think he has like a wealth of sources that, and I never expected there to be so many of descriptions of Muhammad from other cultures.
Oh,
Also at the time, but also a bit later. So that might also be interesting because yeah, we all are trying to find out who he really was. I mean, I don't think it's at all unlikely that he was a military statesman and prophet at the same time. I don't think that's unlikely. But yeah, for the rest about the details of his life, I think many of them are pious inventions most of the
Have you
time.
read in the Eye of the Beholder by Yuri Rubin, where he kind of actually deconstructs the biography of the prophet and say that it was constructed in a manner that you see similarities in the Bible with the birth of or with the early life of Jesus. I mean, flat out. I mean, the you can totally discount the life of Muhammad when he was a kid. I mean, that part you can totally discount about his
Mm.
father walking, having a light shining in him, and some woman wanted to sleep with him first, but he was like, no, I'm on his way to Muhammad's mother. And after sleeping with her, he no longer had the light. Like you can be, or that when Muhammad's mom was pregnant, a light shined from her stomach and bursted all the way to Syria. Like you can pretty much discount all of these stories. Like who was
Yeah,
even there to
and
see all of this stuff? And if
and
this
are
stuff
their
was
names
happening.
not even like their names are like his mom's name is like caretaker. I read something in like the Dutch Islamologist Hans Janssen. He has a whole piece about this,
Oh
about
yeah, yeah.
how the
Sometimes they're not sure about the names. That's common. You'll find that. It's just that now, but see, I believe all this stuff was more common knowledge back in the day, and now we have such a consolidated understanding of Islam in this modern time that the average Muslim isn't aware. Just like the age of you think the age of Aisha is a controversy. The age of Aisha or dispute. The age of Khadija is a dispute as well. I think even that the
yeah.
stronger opinion is that she's only 2 years older than the Prophet, not um 15 or 20 years older.
Yeah, no, it makes it very interesting, but I also think like shaky. But like every religion, I think
I don't know,
it's
man. I
shaky
like this.
foundations.
I like this stuff. I like this stuff. I like that it didn't come package. I mean, as far as the practices are concerned, I believe those are what you know. But as far as the historical bits, I like that there's a bit of mystery and investigation on our part, and that there's still new information unfolding. You know.
That's true. But if you, for example, like there are examples. I'm not so sure who was it, like Waynesbury or I read it in Tom Holland's, which is of course a popular book, but
Yeah, I got that
it's
one
about
myself.
yeah, it's actually quite a good read.
It was entertaining. He's a good writer.
He's a very good writer, so that
You
makes
know,
it a
it was
really
entertaining.
entertaining book. But I
It was
think also, I
entertaining.
mean, there are some things about this, like I mean, how Muslims pray, for example. Like, I mean, weren't the Persians doing the same? Like it's like all these things that you're thinking about that are so-called Muslim traditions that might
These
be
these
copies
were
of
Middle
other
Eastern
traditions.
traditions. These were
Yeah,
Middle Eastern traditions. I don't deny that a lot of the stuff you see Muslims doing existed before 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 Islam with a capital I came about. I don't deny that, but I don't agree. And Jonathan Brown, I actually have a on my YouTube. I have a BBC interview with Tom Hoyland and Tom Holland and Jonathan Brown about Hadith, and Tom Holland tried to say about the Persian that the five prayers came by way of the Zoroastrians, and Jonathan Brown pushed back on that.
oh, Jonathan Brown is that he's that like Hanbali scholar, right?
Yeah, he's
The
an
white
idiot.
guy.
He's really not that bright. He's very knowledgeable concerning Islam academically, but he's not that bright. Like if you read some of the things he posts on Facebook, this guy has I don't I would run it by some. I would run my post by somebody before I post it if I was him.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't read so much about him except when he was I don't know, writing something about slavery and how Islamic slavery was fundamentally different from Western slavery, which I am rather skeptical about, even
Yeah,
though
he
there
got
were of
some
course
crap about that. He
yeah,
got crap about a
rightly
lecture
so.
he did on Islam and slavery.
Rightly so. I mean, of course, you had like the Mamluk slaves, and they were, of course, not. How would you say? They had some serious power at times. But yeah, you don't want to know how they were made, and also that not all slaves were like that. Like if you go to the salt mines of Baghdad, people weren't having a great time. It wasn't all pretty.
Yeah, somebody asked about that yesterday. I think was it you who asked about that yesterday on the live stream, or it might have been some other guy. Yeah, I don't know too much about that. I don't know too much about that part. But I'm not too fussed about slavery. And when it comes to slavery, nobody comes out clean.
Yeah, no, well, that's true. But I think the West and Islamic countries or Islamic empires were the worst. Let's say in mass slavery. Well, maybe the Greco-Roman world was pretty terrible as well. But just like the sheer export of slaves and yeah, it's still terrible. But I
And
mean,
they
it
say
was
that's
a
one of the
universal
things that
institution.
held back the Muslim world is that they didn't abolish slavery. If they had abolished slavery sooner, maybe they would have more technological advancement, and that slavery kind of held them back in that sense, relying on human labor.
Yeah, I doubt it. I think it has something to do with intellectual inquisitiveness. I think at some point when the so-called gates of Ijtihad really sort of closed, it was pretty much over for Islam. Like, I mean, still there were
They
some
never
interesting things that
closed.
happened.
They never closed. Who
Well,
said that they closed? Some scholars
well,
said that they. That's
yeah.
yeah.
Well, you
I've heard
think
that.
you think Al Ghazali is not an influential writer, or you think like okay? So
I don't.
I'll give you one example. I'll give you one example. So, for example, in the late
Wait, do you
19th
believe what
century,
Tyson Neil deGrasse said or whatever about El
well,
Ghazali put the
he
top?
did he. Well, it's one of the people who said that the Aristotelian sort of the speculative philosophy is endangering belief, and we had this in the West as well. Don't believe we had Bernard from Clairvaux, like a
Okay.
very similar guy, right? But at some point we had the Renaissance, and the Renaissance really changed a lot. And the Islam didn't have a Renaissance and didn't have an Enlightenment. And only in the 20th century can you say like all these people like Muhammad Abdul and Rashid Rida and
Yeah,
think of
yeah. Try to play catch up.
modernists. Yeah, yeah, trying to play catch up. And that's also like they didn't want this whole concept, taqlid, the concept of following what everybody did in
And
the past.
they tried to resurrect old dead theological schools like the Mutazilites and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, which
Uh,
I think was a worthy enterprise,
but see,
in
their
my
bodies aren't too
opinion.
different from the Mutazilites. We're only different than them in like 7 points that aren't even significant. And then we're not Taqlidi school, and the gates of Ishihad never closed for us. But we're just a minority sect. And there's been a lot of
Yeah.
reform in the. I know, yeah, Kalu might disagree about, but I don't know. There's been a lot of, from what I've been reading, there's been a lot of reform in the body thought from the classical to the modern, which is one
Yeah.
reason why
I
I
think
believe they
also to
have
a
more
certain
form.
degree in Shiite thought as well. I think they were also more innovative in many
Yeah,
ways.
exactly. That's why it's kind of hard to
I
pinpoint what she is
Yeah,
believe.
true. That's true. But I think, I mean, for example, if you have the 19th century, the late 19th century, so we already had in 1450, yeah, we had the printing press of Gutenberg, and and Islam forbid, like the ulama forbid the dissemination of print. Like they actually
Yeah,
forbid it.
I
And I
know.
think these are really relevant things, that has to do with intellectual culture. So you can't say like, oh yeah, like it had something to do only with technology, but it also had something to do with the culture of inquisitiveness. And I think that is a very relevant fact.
But the Muslims even had a debate about writing things down or just memorizing. Michael Cook wrote a really interesting essay about how, yeah, there were yeah, that Muslims didn't even want to write things down at first. They just wanted to strictly memorize it.
Yeah, yeah. So that's even the case for the Quran, right?
Yeah, that is,
Wasn't
and it
it the
was only by
case that
necessity. It was
that
only
that
by
at some
necessity
point
that,
all these people died in some battle? I don't know which
yeah.
battle it was, but then they thought like, okay, if all these guys who memorized the Quran so well are dying, we need to write it down because otherwise, you know. And I think they say they already had like lots of like scribes and stuff like that, but then they sort of assembled it.
I don't know the compilation story of the Quran. I understand there's
Yeah, there are
I,
two sort of. I think that there's one in which I think Abu Bakr already is sort of warning it, and then Uthman is sort of codifying it. It's not
yeah,
Uthman,
yeah.
Omar. Yeah, Umar is codifying it.
No, I think
So
Uthman was the one who got it.
right, you're
Yeah,
right,
see, I would have
Uthman.
to look.
Uthman.
I would have to look
No,
into
you're
it.
not. You're right. You're right. It's Uthman, by the way. It's Uthman.
But see, but I think there was like good reason for why they were trying to take caution in doing these things, and I kind of see it happening today with how just any Tom, Dick, and Harry Muslim can flip in, uh, go read Sahih al Bukhari. You know what I'm saying? Take hadiths that maybe scholars never even use to extrapolate rulings, and they could be the most crazy things mentioned in the hadith corpus, and just apply it to their life in a way that Muslims in the past could not. I think that kind of, every Muslim is a scholar now. You go on Facebook, YouTube, every Muslim, because they have these texts available, can sit and read them and think they know the deen, when it was
Yeah.
a lot more rigorous back in the day.
Yeah, and
Um,
also like quoting people out of context. The famous even Taymiyyah. That's always such a conservative juror,
and he's
and
not
of
really all
course,
that conservative. And
no,
and
he's quoted by terrorists, but at the same time, like even Taymiyyah is very clear about what the consequence of fitna is and how you have to listen to authority. I mean,
yeah, yeah, I
so
don't agree with. I don't like Sunnis on that either. They have the authority, listen to authority no matter what.
no, but on the other hand, I mean, I think this is a point that my professor made, that he thinks that like with modernization, although a lot of good things happen, there is also some big problems. And one of the problems is that everybody is some kind of theologian now, what you say. and that also means like, okay, like I can just I'm one of the Wahiri. I had an education in what was it, engineering, and now I can just be a mufti, and like if I decide I think it's right to just, I don't know, kill people for my religions and be like a vigilante jihadis, I'm just gonna do that because I don't know, like I'm my own mullah, you know.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that
That
is a
I
problem.
suffered from that. I suffered from that when I first converted. Not really given the, just because I really didn't know too many Muslims, and then the Muslims I did know, I kind of divorced myself from them because they were Sufi, and I was like reading a lot of Humbly texts, and Humblies really despise Sufis, even though a lot of the early Sufis were Humblies. But
Yeah, oh yeah, Tamia was even a Sufi.
yeah, and even Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab was part of a tariqa.
Yeah, oh well.
But yeah, man, I started reading, Ibn Kathir, all these books printed from Saudi Arabia, and yeah, it totally skewed my understanding of Islam for my first couple years until I was exposed to different kinds of thought. But for my first several years, yeah, I was taking in a lot of this stuff. Darul Harb, Darul Kufr, the lands of belief, you know,
Hmm.
Al Wala, Wal Bara, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know unfortunate, and these things, and nobody gives you context to these things, never while I was reading them as a young Muslim, like, oh man, these things were written in the medieval time when there was such thing as Christendom and the Islamic world, but now things are very mixed up. Anyway, I just didn't add context to what I was reading. Like, this stuff was written in medieval times.
Yeah, and I also think it gives you just a lot of like a feeling of, how would you say, like you're special, you know, like you can just you have this religion and now you are like your own, like you're your own mullah, you can put everything together yourself, you know. I think that's I don't know, like it's
Dangerous.
good for people's, yeah, it's good for people's ego, and it's dangerous. And I think the funny thing is that the guys that went on the Islamic Jihad with the book Islam for Dummies. I don't know if you ever read it, but it's not a very good book about
Dude,
Islam. It's very basic.
I've talked to people with that mindset. I can tell you straight up that they do not know anything about these people know the least about the religion that I've ever come across. That's one of the reasons why I like made me really rethink a lot of my positions I was holding, because the people who shared these positions with me, they didn't practice. I'm talking about people who go online, talk big major crap. You know what I'm saying? About there's some big jihad, like, on Dean, these kuffar, you weak Muslims, all this type of stuff. And then you talk to them, man, some of them is flat out said, man, I don't know how to pray, or I don't pray and stuff like that. Like, I don't even know how, and I'm too shy to ask somebody. And I'm like, damn, man, and I started seeing that a lot, you know.
Yeah, it's also interesting why these modern thinkers were so popular. Said Qutb, but also what's the guy in Pakistan called again? Maududi, Maulana
Madudi, yeah,
Maududi. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
And these people were just fucking popular, you know. Like,
But
and
that,
it's
man,
not.
I mean, but the West kind of gave a little bit of uh, they kind of put a battery in the back of a lot of these jihadists by legitimizing what the jihad against the Soviet Union,
Yeah,
and then that
true.
just revived a lot of this literature, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
but I do think like people in the Muslim world, and I think Muslims in general, and you as well. I think you put too much emphasis on what the West is doing. For example, this Pakistani jihad that we're talking about, the jihad that you're talking about, the Mujahideen.
I'm gonna have
That
to
was
disagree with you on that. I put too much
okay. Well,
emphasis on the West.
wait. Okay, well, wait till I make my argument. So, for
Okay.
example, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto was already since the 70s busy with fighting this war. And then Zio Haq took it over. The most of the money came from Saudi Arabia, without a doubt. Like the vast majority, CIA contributed, but most of the vast majority of the money came from Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. So I think sometimes the Western influence is really exaggerated, and there are
No, no,
much
I'm not.
more local players on the ground that actually determine how events will
I'm not
work out.
disputing that. I was just saying I just saying that the West gave. I don't mean any type of. I don't know anything about whatever they gave in to them in financial aid or military. I'm just talking about that they just kind of gave them their blessings, and if for lack of a better words.
Yeah, no, but I mean it's true, but I think a lot of these times the story
And it
is
created a culture. It created a
yeah, no,
culture
true.
where this stuff was cool. And it took a long. I think Umar Lee, if you go on his YouTube, I think he talks about how Islam in the late '80s and or in the '90s, how yeah, it reestablishing the caliphate, jihad because of what was going on in Afghanistan and in Bosnia. All these things were not like looked at in a negative light, like how the Muslim community views them now. And then that kind of just all culminated with what you see happened in Iraq and Syria several years ago.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's strange. For example, for in Iraq, the the Americans were against the Sunni extremists, right? In Syria, they're before it. Also in Bosnia and in God, the other example that you named was yeah, Pakistan or in sorry Afghanistan. They were also in favor of it, sort of. So it's not like the Western policy have just played one role. And I think what you have to see is that these movements are much more deeper structural thing in the Islamic world, that people became much more religious and that people were turning to classical texts and thinking about jihad and stuff like this. And of course, they were reacting to points on the ground. But I think it's also like an internal reason why people got upset. It's not just to do with Western foreign policy.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I don't know too much about what the politics in the Muslim world all like that. Just maybe a little bit, but I don't dispute what you're saying. Could be. I do believe that a lot of what's going on in the Muslim world is because of Muslims. Maybe back in the day, I used to be one of these people who blamed the West for everything concerning the Muslim world. But when you start engaging more with Muslims and you're in their community like I am, you see that there's things going on internally that need to be fixed first. But that's just my uneducated observation.
Yeah, well, I mean, like famously, Abdullah Wahab was also, I mean, he conquered the Arabian Peninsula with fanaticism. I don't think it had much to do with Western interference.
It depends if you believe if you believe he was fanatical. Like there's a scholar, I have a book called Wahhabi Islam by Natana DeLong Bass, and her what she put forth is that Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab was misunderstood, and now it was actually the people he attached himself to who got uncontrollable, and that in the latter part of his life he had really retired from these kind of like distanced themselves from these people, but the beast was already unleashed, and that's why you
Yeah,
see the rise of Saud. He was already married into the Wahhab family, so it was like there's no shaking it now. So that's just one. That's just at least one theory. But most Muslims will probably tell you that guy was the devil, the Dajjal. You know what I'm saying? The Antichrist.
yeah. Well, I mean, for me, I think most of the mainstream sort of Sunni Muslims are right about that. I mean, yeah, no, I mean it. I mean, the guy was a complete fanatic, and he wants to destroy every sort of idolater, whatever, wherever he finds it,
Man, I used to be a huge
destroying
fan of
Sufi
this.
graves and all the
His
rest, and even
his works are not
all the
that. But you
continue.
don't
Sorry.
see none of this stuff in his works, though. That's the thing. I don't know. I know he has a book like with his fatawa or whatever that you'll see English translations float around here or there, bits and pieces at least. But as far as his other books, because I used to be a huge fan of his, you know, I actually like really seriously used to read a lot of his books like all the time. Kitab Tawheed, Usul al-Thalatha, the Three Principles,
Hmm.
his book on shirk. But I don't know. He doesn't really have. I'm telling you, even if I've given his books to his people who don't like him, and they've read them, and they said, "Oh, yeah, we don't find anything in his books wrong in his books, but it's what he did historically that we don't agree with."
But his opinions on shirk must be rather interesting, right? I mean,
They, you
maybe
know,
in our modern context, it doesn't seem like something very strange because we have all these people who are constantly talking about shirk this, shirk that.
yeah.
But his idea that everything sort of is shirk. I thought he was basically a very sort of how would you say shirk prone to say, like he would say that everybody who would, like, I don't know, do something that
Have
he
you read?
thought that was like,
Have you
no, I
read
haven't thought.
from Western from European travelers through Arabia during that time? Because I think their accounts are the most interesting about what was going on in the Arabian Peninsula. Because
No.
you would think that they like are on Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab's side. Like a lot of them say, like, yeah, the only Muslims who were practicing, as far as they could see, were the Wahhabis, and that the non-Wahhabi Muslims in the Arabian Peninsula didn't pray, didn't fast in Ramadan, didn't do anything like what the Wahhabis did, you know. And so I just wonder what was going on in Saudi Arabia to where a man like Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab could even rise to power.
Well, yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't know much about it, but I would say I think it's really interesting to me. Like I would like to know more about it if there would be some Western observers talking about his rise. Because I mean, it's always interesting to me, like this whole Wahhabi movement, also how the Ottomans responded to it as well.
Yeah, I know. But they were working
'Cause I
with the
mean,
British too. The British wanted the Ottomans to
yeah.
get rid of the Wahhabis. I know a lot of people say that the Wahhabis were working with the British, but no, they weren't. Not at that time, anyway.
No, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much of the British involvement was at that time. You know, I can presume like it might be dangerous from some of the trade routes to India. Might be dangerous, but other than that, I don't know. But then again, there was no Suez Canal, so I don't know.
So if you
I
want a
don't know
different
what
perspective
happened.
on Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, yeah, Natana DeLong Bass, her book Wahhabi Islam,
It
she
sounds like a
writes.
Dutch person.
She might be,
The Lang Bas?
yeah, DeLong Bass.
Yeah, definitely sounds Dutch.
But she wrote, like, he was actually for women's rights. He was trying to open the door for ijtihad again. He was using reason to understand the hadith. One Sufi scholar said that her book is trash. He hates it. But Sufis hate Wahhab though.
Well, and maybe rightly so, right? Because probably he trashed all their sanctuaries,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Fair point, right?
he did. Yeah, he did. And then his band killed a lot of Muslims after that.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that the Islamic world will heal a bit. It's not going very well.
We got to go through it. We have to go through it. In the Quran, it says, God gives it to people in turns. We're having our turn. I know I don't like saying Europe had I don't like saying dark age, because I don't believe Europe had a dark age, but Europe
Mhm.
has something similar that they had to go through to get where they're at today. And I think you
Well,
said it
what I
best.
would, yeah, it's like the 30 Years' War, like the wars of religion. I think that's the best analogy, if there is any.
I think, I just think that we just rigid fundamentalism isn't going to work. And then I think we just need to take our whole intellectual tradition. We need to take our intellectual tradition in total. This thing can't be pigeonholed into one school of thought or understanding anymore. Because we if you take our whole intellectual tradition, we have a lot of great thinkers. But it's just that some schools of thought, like the Islamic philosophers, you have a lot of Muslims will say that they're not even Muslim until the Western person bigs them up, then they want to claim them as Muslims. But people like Ibn Sina, other Muslim philosophers, they would say that they're Kafirs or something. Not every Muslim, but a good amount.
Yeah, well, I also think, I mean, the Western people often say, for example, about especially like Averroes, Ibn Rushd, that he's some kind of sort of liberal, crazy un-Islamic figure. But I read his work on the Maliki fiqh, and well, he's quite hardcore in some aspects. So this idea that these people were not like sort of this idea that these people were sort of current day humanists is also a major exaggeration.
Yeah, I think it's not humanist in the sense that people are how we understand it today, and liberal. I think when they say liberal, maybe I don't know. I haven't read too much of Ibn Rushd's work or whatever, or anything like that, but I can definitely believe like for his time he was probably liberal. But if you go and read his works, you'll find some medieval things in there that like this guy came from the medieval times, so.
Oh yeah,
This is all.
definitely.
But if you really, there's a really good series that I just finished watching. It's 10 series. It's pretty long, to be honest. But dude goes over it's not the entire Islamic intellectual tradition, but because he doesn't go over the Ibadis, but he goes over from the different schools, Sufi, Sunni, and I thought it was really detailed. And this guy actually believes that the stories in the Quran. He's a Muslim. From where I'm from too, in Northern California. He's a Harvard PhD candidate. He believed that the stories in the Quran are myths, but myths not how we understand myths today.
But like in the Jordan Peterson way.
I think so, yeah. So that's one idea. And he kind of makes a strong case, like the stories in chapter 18, how they could be, how all the stories are basically allegorical. He makes some strong points. And he believes in something, or he's trying to push something called like academic theology. More academic based Muslim theology.
Yeah, that would be a great thing. Yeah, I think also, I mean, it's good for Muslims also to look at their philosophers, Ibn Tufayl and Al-Farabi, and it's a great tradition, and also it's a great speculative tradition, where I think a lot of how you say modern day fundamentalists really don't. Yeah, they don't really approach it. They just think about I don't know, like their Hanbali law school, but even like other Orthodox Muslims, I don't like them. I remember even Tariq Ramadan was very dismissive of Avarus and Avicenna and people like that, But they're part of the tradition.
Yeah, I know they are part of the tradition, and that's I don't know that I don't know why we feel like that towards and to hear Tariq Ramadan feel that way too. I'm actually surprised.
Yeah. Well, he had a bit of a fall from grace, didn't he?
Yeah, he secular Quranism accommodates scriptural. Oh yeah. No, he did have a fall where he got caught up with women. He got me too. It was hot. Back then, and he got caught up in the sweet. But hey, man, I think that's it.
When you think the Me Too movement is gonna catch steam in the Muslim world?
Never. Like you got so many obstacles to get over. You got so many obstacles to get over before that happens. Like, hey man, unfortunately, now there definitely needs to be something done in the Muslim world concerning women, though. I definitely would like to see a lot of these the extreme gender separation in some of these Muslim countries is terrible. The minority rights in Muslim countries is not good. We we need to have a lot of these Muslims who feel this way actually stay in their countries to make this change. They can't just keep coming over to the West and then leaving the country left to the people who feel like that, and then wonder why their countries are staying the way they are. Your best and brightest are leaving. The people who actually believe that things need to get better and or change are not in the country working on that. So
Yeah,
you can't do it from another country.
It's crazy. I also thought about this in light of Orthodox Sunni jurisprudence, right? So I've read some sort of jurisprudence about moving into non-Muslim countries, And in the classical jurists are sort of unanimous about it. That's not allowed.
Yeah, unless it's to propagate the religion.
Well, I'm not so sure if even that was possible.
I'm aware of that opinion. I don't. Maybe even what you read that wasn't expressed, but I'm aware that was one thing highlighted on why. It's not totally forbidden. There's certain stipulations, but for the reasons that
True,
Muslims
but you
do
could be
today,
an ambassador. There were all these escape clause, so you could be in like an ambassador, or you could do some trading stuff. But to really reside and live for a long time, I think that the classical jurists were quite skeptical about that. Yeah.
For economic reasons, definitely not. It wouldn't. It's forbidden. At least, but see, that's if you hold. But see, I don't know. That's for Muslims who hold these opinions, who really believe in the classical opinions on matters like this, because you actually see a contradiction in Muslim attitudes and things like that. They want to hold on to classical opinions that they knew better, but when it comes to something like this, they won't acknowledge it.
Yeah, that's what I hate. It's like, if you're such a traditionalist, then I think, like, come on, then just go. Some Saudis actually do that. They ask people to migrate to the Muslim world, but other than them, I don't think there are many even Orthodox Muslims who think that is a viable opinion in this day and age, which I think is a problem, because I think maybe for some of the European countries, like, I think the tensions are so bad between Muslims and non-Muslims. I think if some of the fundamentalists leave, it would make everything a better place.
To be honest, I think the fundamentalists are a minority, but they're a loud minority.
Yeah, but I think there's this shell of orthodoxy around it, so it's not like the fundamentalists are a majority, but there are people who are sort of in the middle, and they feel this instinctive, reflective loyalty with their fellow Muslims.
Exactly.
Yeah, but no matter what their behavior is, so even if they behave like psychopathically, do something really weird, they still feel this loyalty, and I think that that's a problem, because that actually does mean that you can't really give constructive criticism, because everything is looked as an attack, and you have to protect the one that belongs to your group, so it really becomes a sort of shit show, and I'm really worried about it. I'm really worried about demographic expanse of Islam and how this is gonna go in Europe.
We should talk about this on my channel. This is actually good content, because I think about this as well, being in Europe. When I was in the States, and I'm gonna let Claire get some sleep. I know it's late, and she's been running for like 7.5 hours. But
yeah.
I think about this as well, man. From the States, you don't even know how bad it is. I used to think Europeans were tripping with and there is a certain level of antagonism towards the Muslim community here in Europe. I can't lie.
Yeah, fair enough.
But
fair enough.
I used to think that the Europeans were tripping on how they treated Muslims and stuff like that. But actually, living out here, I kind of see like some of the ways Muslims act, they bring it on themselves, and I don't know. I really don't know what to do, because there is a certain level of and the Europeans I work with, the English guys I work with, we all feel comfortable around each other talking. And I hear some of the things that they, say, and I try to give them the Muslim perspective on things and stuff like that. But there's a huge misunderstanding between the two communities.
Yeah, definitely. There's a gulf of values, but also there's just like mutual antagonism all the way. I just worry that if this problem becomes bigger, and then we're gonna see some really ugly stuff.
I think so,
and I really hope we don't. So I hope, and maybe it's a good conversation to have for the next time, maybe on your channel. So like, how can you prevent things from getting out of hand? Because I do think it's a very realistic scenario that we're gonna see, maybe in 50, 60 years, like Bosnian type.
No, I agree.
In some countries,
I agree. Definitely in some countries. But yeah, on that note, this was actually, I really enjoyed talking to you as always. Kind of gets heated in the beginning, but I come to my senses eventually.
All right, yeah. Sorry to upset you, and no, it's definitely enjoyable as always. All right,
yeah, man.
Thanks for the conversation. Thank you, Claire, for hosting us. And,
thank you.
Have a good
for
night.
giving us the time to talk.
Thank you for coming. Bye, everyone.
All right, bye, Claire. Have a good night.
Good night.